This isn't a recap. This is BioShock like you've never seen it, fully reimagined as a graphic novel. Whether your mind drifts to an Art Deco metropolis submerged in dark waters with lumbering big daddies, or ascends to a city in the clouds beside the radiant Elizabeth, one name binds these fractured realities. The first two descents into madness dissect radically opposed philosophies, while Infinite abandons numerical sequence to plunge into the chaotic web of multiverses, proving this shared universe houses vastly different nightmares. To untangle this sprawling lore, the investigation fractures in two, beginning with a meticulous autopsy of Rapture, tracing the sunken city's meteoric rise, its ideological rot, and the grim minutiae of its tragic collapse. The second act abandons pure philosophy for the cold embrace of science fiction, dissecting the multiverses, toxic politics, and fanatical religion that keep Columbia suspended in the clouds. Before plunging into the murky depths of Rapture's story, one must confront the foundational philosophy anchoring this world, an ideological bedrock essential to understanding the universe's grim anatomy. This submerged dystopia serves as a brutal critique of objectivism, a rigid philosophical doctrine forged by Ayn Rand, a writer born amidst the fading twilight of the Russian Empire in 1905. Originally named Elisa Zinovievna Rosenbaum, she watches the Bolsheviks strip away her father's wealth before fleeing to the United States on a student visa, seeking refuge across the unforgiving ocean. Stripped of her heritage and thrust into a new ideological frontier, the architect of objectivism channels her bitter displacement into her defining American masterworks, The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged. Atlas Shrugged propels her ruthless doctrine into the spotlight, painting a dystopian America where a suffocating, totalitarian regime rewrites morality to champion mediocrity, driving the world's greatest minds into the shadows. As brilliant industrialists vanish from a crumbling civilization, desperate tycoons battling absurd laws uncover the phantom figure of John Galt, an enigmatic architect who forges a hidden sanctuary for humanity's elite. Fleeing a parasitic society, these exiled geniuses construct a utopian metropolis rooted in absolute freedom and private enterprise, a secluded paradise that directly inspires the watery grave of Rapture and Andrew Ryan. Stripped to its bones, Rand's objectivism demands that a man live solely for himself, rejecting the poison of self-sacrifice while crowning reason, unbridled liberty, and cold self-interest as the ultimate virtues. In this ruthless paradigm, altruism is a fatal disease. The ideal specimen is an independent creator who bows to no god, state, or society, forging his own empire from sheer will. Marching forward for his own selfish desires, this solitary titan supposedly carries the weight of civilization on his shoulders, an intoxicating fantasy that, despite academic scorn, seduces the American consciousness. Embraced by libertarians and conservative minds, the doctrine's arrogant grandeur intoxicates businessmen and politicians alike. Yet Rapture drags this gleaming philosophy down into the crushing, lightless depths of a very different reality. The narrative traps objectivism in a brutal thought experiment, stripping away compassion and moral duty to see what monstrosities breed when unchecked genius and absolute freedom collide with base human depravity. Without ever uttering Rand's name, the sunken city mocks her arrogant utopia, weaving a devastating counterargument into every crackling audio diary, hollow propaganda poster, and blood-stained corridor of its ruined architecture. Radical individualism and a bitter contempt for state control birth a dangerous question. What happens when these absolute ideals become reality? The fatal contradictions of objectivism lie coiled inside the same raw, creative power that draws men to it. Human frailty inevitably corrupts the highest ideals, and on that grim truth rests the philosophical bedrock of the drowned city. The ambition reaches further than John Galt's, a visionary who does not merely gather the world's brightest minds. Andrew Ryan emerges from this premise as a tragic echo of John Galt and Howard Rourke, constructing an isolated utopia to escape society's parasites, only to watch envy and greed seep through the cracks. The true chronological beginning lies hidden within the floating streets of Columbia, yet navigating this fractured timeline requires a delicate untangling of a vast, complex multiverse rather than a simple straight line. The saga truly begins in the dying days of the Russian Empire, where a young boy named Andrei Ryanovsky witnesses the bloody upheaval of the October Revolution near Minsk. As the Bolsheviks seize absolute power, the boy's most terrifying memory crystallizes in the bitter winter of 1918, sparked by his father's dangerously vocal anti-communist sentiments. Tipped off to an impending political purge, Pyotr gathers his son and bribe money, fleeing into the freezing dawn to secure a desperate train ticket out to Constantinople. At the station, Pyotr coldly denies his desperate cousin financial help to save his own son, leaving young Andrei to watch in horror as his relatives are brutally executed. Fleeing on a departing train, the traumatized boy reinvents himself in America as Andrew Ryan, forging a ruthless path from penniless immigrant to a fierce champion of industrial individualism. Before descending into the events of Rapture's fall, a linear timeline reveals a long, shadowed path of history that must be walked from its first year to its last. With inevitable revelations lurking in the shadows ahead, the deep dive begins into the drowned city of Rapture, drawing its darkest secrets from the chronicles of the years before its fall. Gathered from the years before the fall, these chronicles serve as a key, unlocking the submerged history and hidden tragedies that paved the way for Rapture's watery nightmare. Carefully threading new faces and events into the established lore, these chronicles bridge the agonizing gap between Rapture's grand conception and the bloody catastrophe that drowned the city. Rapture's own chronicles perfectly mirror the city's soul, capturing the suffocating underwater isolation and Art Deco grandeur, while carving out the deep, tragic motivations of its doomed architects. Back in America, fueled by ruthless ambition and a lucky strike of black gold, Ryan ascends to the elite, commanding vast empires of coal, oil, and the second largest railroad in the nation. Andrew Ryan rises as a titan of coal, oil, and iron rails during the Roaring Twenties. In this golden age of easy credit, even the common laborer pours his meager wages into the booming stock market. But this gilded prosperity is a house of cards built on frantic speculation. Greedy investors borrow heavily on margin, chaining themselves to brokers in a desperate gamble to flip paper shares for a fortune. By the sweltering summer of 1929, the market reaches dizzying heights before the fever breaks. Choked by overproduction and mounting debts, the fragile bubble violently bursts, plunging the financial world into a catastrophic crash. The Great Depression descends like a shroud, bringing shuttered banks, barren farms, and endless shivering breadlines. Amidst this crushing despair, the hardened worldview of Andrew Ryan's generation is forged in the crucible of poverty. While the broken masses beg for the heavy hand of government regulation to save them, Ryan sees only a suffocating grip. To him, the state is a venomous serpent, slowly strangling the individual's creative spirit. Franklin D. Roosevelt sweeps into power in 1933, unleashing the New Deal. The government swells into a colossal employer and regulator, pouring concrete for dams and roads, while shackling the free market with federal mandates. Minimum wages and strict business regulations are hailed as national salvation by some, and damned as creeping socialism by others. During this ideological war, a bitter dispute over a private forest cements Ryan's hatred. As echoed through Rapture's crackling loudspeakers, Ryan faces Washington's threat to nationalize his private forest. Rather than surrender his property, he burns the timber to ash, watching his American dream mirror the Soviet nightmare he fled. In Ryan's eyes, Roosevelt and Truman have fatally blurred the line between the sovereign man and the leeching parasite. This bitter historical betrayal plants the dark, ambitious seed that will eventually blossom into Rapture. Rapture demands its own grim vocabulary. Andrew Ryan brands anyone who feeds on the sweat of another as a parasite, whether a scheming politician, a pious priest, or a commoner begging for social redistribution. A parasite need not be a thief. They are simply empty hands grasping at another's harvest. Standing against them is the Creator, a sovereign titan forging value through raw intellect, capital, and unyielding labor. Ryan believes these creators alone drag civilization forward, while taxes and moral dogmas only sabotage the engine. He envisions a great chain, an invisible, ruthless mechanism, binding society together through pure industry and free exchange. In Ryan's design, every man is a vital link forged in the furnace of industry, interlocking to form an unbreakable economy that relentlessly hauls humanity toward a brighter, unregulated tomorrow. If every link remains free to bear its own weight, the chain hoists civilization upward. But Ryan views the parasites as corrosive rust and fractured iron, threatening to snap the line and plunge them all into the abyss. This metaphor fuels his ruthless intolerance toward the weak. Yet chains are also instruments of captivity. Ryan's grand design, forged to liberate the elite, will in the end become the crushing iron shackles that drag Rapture down. For all its cruelty, the promise is simple: a man's labor his own, untethered by censors, bureaucrats, or suffocating religious dogma. Yet the great chain's immaculate design will soon reveal its fatal fractures, proving parasites aren't its sole weakness. The great chain will ultimately rust from Ryan's own internal contradictions. But in the neon-lit New York of 1945, Sullivan, a former Little Italy beat cop turned security chief, steps into the magnate's Fifth Avenue office. Framed and fired, the once honest cop spiraled into gambling and despair until Andrew Ryan pulled him from the abyss. Now chief of security, Sullivan harbors a fierce, undying loyalty for the man he reveres as great. Delivering the world's grim tidings, Sullivan brings reports of factory strikes and the apocalyptic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Ryan listens, horrified that a single weapon can erase a city while the Soviets hunt the same atomic power. As the atomic shadow lengthens, President Truman takes the helm, shifting the nation toward peacetime production. He stifles inflation and bolsters employment, signaling a relentless march of social reforms that will soon reshape the American landscape. Truman's impending fair deal promises sweeping social reforms while igniting the Cold War's bitter frost. Recognizing the writing on the wall in 1945, the twin threats of nuclear annihilation and creeping socialism push Andrew Ryan to the brink. Driven by paranoia, Ryan liquidates his vast empire to breathe life into a paper dream, a sanctuary shielded from socialist parasites and global collapse. With World War III looming, Rapture must be built, no matter the staggering financial toll. The narrative leaps to 1946, introducing Bill McDonough, a humble plumber destined for the depths. Raised on the gritty streets of London's Cheapside, this pragmatic protagonist spent the Second World War serving in the Royal Air Force. Shadowed by federal agents suspicious of Andrew Ryan's secretive maritime purchases, his security chief Sullivan boards a vessel to meet Reuben Greevey. A staunch disciple of Ryan's philosophy, the chief engineer oversees the monumental construction currently sinking into the Atlantic abyss. Serving as a flight radio operator, Bill never pulled a trigger, his loyalty lying not with the crown, but in the sheer necessity of defeating the enemy during his 11 harrowing bombing raids over Germany. A fateful shrapnel wound grounded him, pivoting his path toward the engineering corps and a formal education in East London. Chasing the promise of self-made success, McDonough eventually crossed the Atlantic to seek his fortune in America. Believing in the American dream, he turned wrenches as a plumbing contractor, hoarding pennies to launch his own enterprise. A bid for an engineering assistant role to forge vital connections ended in bitter rejection. Dismissed solely for the thick London accent betraying his roots, a dejected Bill is dispatched to the opulent Andrew Ryan Arms on Park Avenue. Unaware of his mysterious benefactor, he and his small crew tackle the plumbing job. Andrew Ryan personally inspects the pipes, seeing a reflection of his own self-made ethos in the humble laborer. Prioritizing craftsmanship over a quick buck, McDonough boldly suggests swapping cheap tin fittings for durable brass. Proving his integrity, Bill offers to absorb the cost of the superior materials himself, refusing to fleece the billionaire with inflated invoices. Their transaction culminates in a heavy, philosophical debate regarding the fundamental rights of man. That philosophical clash seals his fate. By dawn, Sullivan extends Ryan's lucrative offer for a lead engineering role, demanding immediate action. There is no time to deliberate. Bill McDonough must set the certainty of an honest trade against the billionaire's sudden promise. By the spring of 1946, Rapture's submerged foundations are nearly complete, awaiting final shipments. The narrative then cuts to a smoky bar where Frank Gorland violently evicts a patron, a ruthless man shaped by a deeply fractured childhood. Abandoned to an orphanage, Frank learned early that survival meant relying solely on himself. Escaping into the world of theater, he spent 3 years mastering the dark art of manipulating audiences through costumes and calculated deception. Frank is his true given name, but his surnames are discarded like cheap suits: Gorland, Barris, Moskowitz. Only a select few, like a brutal Bronx street thug named Reggie, know the real identity buried beneath his countless theatrical masks. Reggie will soon play a pivotal role in this unfolding tragedy. Meanwhile, the FBI's very real interstate bookmaking charges force Frank to adopt the Gorland alias, slipping through the law's grasp with a freshly forged birth certificate. Armed with a forged birth certificate, Frank Gorland slithers into New York, planting a bookmaking ring beneath his pharmacy. The towering silhouette of a building bearing Andrew Ryan's name awakens a dark, hungry envy in his gut. Watching Ryan lord over the Manhattan skyline, Frank makes a silent vow: whatever the magnate possesses, he will steal. By 1946, Gorland's predatory gaze falls on Harvey Merton, a desperate bar owner drowning in gambling debts. Trapping Merton in a predatory loan, Gorland tightens the noose. To cover the bleeding interest, the grifter seizes the deed to Merton's tavern, a dingy joint ironically christened the Clanger. The tavern is a lucrative front, but its true value lies in whispered boxing rumors. Catching wind of a rigged fight, Frank uses his silver tongue to convince a bruised pugilist the fix is off. Frank cashes in on the bloody canvas, but heavier payouts loom. FBI Detective Voss, a ghost from his sordid past, slithers into the bar, offering amnesty in exchange for any dirt Frank can dig up on Andrew Ryan. It isn't the FBI's grace that hooks Frank, but the staggering wealth bleeding from Ryan's phantom project. Following whispers of a vanished underwater laborer, the grifter stalks a hiring dock, his ears pricked for the scent of money. A trembling sailor refuses to return to the crushing depths. Flashing a fake badge, Frank extracts the grim truth. Ryan is sinking men into the North Atlantic in bathyspheres, where they perish in sulphurous underwater tunnels. The narrative bleeds back to Andrew Ryan's opulent office. Bill McDonough waits, clutching a report. He has survived the toxic tunnels long enough to dream of a new home, unaware the real descent hasn't even begun. Pacing the floor, Bill crosses paths with Elaine, Ryan's sharp-eyed secretary. When the magnate finally arrives, he whisks Bill away, confessing that the brutal tunnel labor was merely a crucible to forge men for his true vision. Before revealing his North Atlantic secret, Ryan detours to Soho to visit Sander Cohen. The eccentric artist languishes in obscurity, his bizarre theatricality drawing nothing but scorn from a public blind to his twisted genius. Patrons flee Cohen's performance, loudly mocking his painted, clownish visage. Bill watches in silent distaste, unable to fathom Ryan's affection for the madman. Yet the industrialist indulges the artist, even permitting him the intimacy of his first name. Cohen invites them to a grotesque exhibition of living tableau, where human statues freeze in agonizing poses. Whispered gossip hints at the artist's dark appetites, revealing his morbid obsession with the beautiful men he calls protégés. The artist revels in the desperate competition of half-naked men vying for his favor. Ryan merely smiles, promising Sander a grander stage with a captive audience. Meanwhile, Gorland's hunt leads him to a maritime supply dock. Disguised as a delivery man, Frank discovers the staggering volume of rations vanishing into the Atlantic. Retreating to his cellar, he violently interrogates Merton, the broken bar owner now serving as a steward on Ryan's mysterious supply ships. The bruised steward knows little, but he bleeds a crucial name: Frank Fontaine. Gorland remembers the man as a Cuban smuggler, a ghost of the underworld who has now surfaced with a perfectly legal maritime enterprise. A dangerous gambit takes root in Gorland's mind: steal the supplier's throne to infiltrate Ryan's empire. He corners Fontaine, spinning a web of lies about an imminent FBI raid poised to shatter the smuggler's newfound legitimacy. Offering a fake buyout to save his old associate, Golan springs his trap. A flash of violence leaves Fontaine dead, allowing the grifter to strip the corpse of its documents, its clothes, and its very identity. Frank Golan vanishes, reborn as the fishing baron Frank Fontaine. Miles above, Ryan and Bill board a luxurious Liberator plane to Iceland. Inside the cabin, the magnate unveils a colossal scale model of his impossible dream, Rapture. The city's name is finalized, its sprawling, submerged architecture designed by Simon and Daniel Wales. Plucked from Irish cathedrals, the brothers stand divided. Simon clings to his deep religious fervor, while Daniel embraces the void. Thrilled to build a godless monument, Daniel signs on. Ryan dismisses Reuben Greavy, the engineer who monitored Bill's probation, crowning McDonough as the new architect of the Abyss before departing Iceland for the freezing ocean. Departing Iceland's frigid shores, they board a bathysphere and slip into the Atlantic's crushing dark. Ryan boasts of radio-controlled turbines guided by underwater signals, praising a unique technology that effortlessly defies the ocean's lethal pressure. Ryan has gathered the world's most extraordinary minds to forge this miracle. Though Reuben Greavy dreams of the fortunes these patents could reap, Ryan's absolute secrecy demands every breakthrough remain buried in the abyssal trench. Hidden in the deep are systems to harvest reflected sunlight, generate power, and synthesize oxygen. Yet Ryan's crowning triumph is the recruitment of Yi Su-chung, a brilliant scientist secured during the bloody throes of the Second World War. Trapped in occupied Korea, Su-chung funded his research by peddling opium to Japanese soldiers. Ryan dismisses this ruthless survival tactic with a sneer, claiming imperialists simply lack the vision to appreciate true pragmatism. Fleeing treason charges in December 1946, Su-chung vanished into the sea. As the bathysphere sinks deeper, the skeletal majesty of Rapture emerges. Towering statues and iron frames drafted by the Wales brothers and forged by Ryan's engineers. Shipped piece by piece on steamers, the foundation was anchored to solid rock beside a volcanic cone by daring surface sailors. Though the interior remains raw, a restless Ryan eagerly leads McDonough through the skeletal corridors. Rapture demands a heavy toll in blood and coin. When pressed about the men boiled alive installing geothermal valves, Ryan coldly deflects, comparing Rapture's necessary sacrifices to the mass graves of the Panama Canal. Greavy details the city's lifeblood. Raw geothermal energy bled from the ocean floor. Tapping into boiling fumaroles and sulfurous craters, this thermal violence provides Rapture with an inexhaustible, churning heart of power. As long as the earth burns, Rapture will shine. 12 massive domes rest on the seabed, drained of ocean and pumped with air, stitched together by submerged tunnels, some supposedly forged from a curious amalgam. Beyond the myths, Rapture's true bulwark is thick, polished glass, laced with a rigid metal skeleton. Ryan guards this secret fiercely, boasting of a submolecular bonding process that perfectly marries brittle glass to unyielding iron. Ryan despises pointless risk, employing expensive, camera-operated submersibles to perform the deadliest deep-sea labor. Guiding Bill through this mechanized abyss is Roland Wallace, a brilliant architect whose genius is matched only by the ocean's peril. Wallace oversees the city's grand design, yet a fatal oversight nearly drowns Rapture's visionary. A temporary tunnel, lacking the permanent alloy's strength, violently ruptures, forcing a desperate evacuation as the submersible struggles under the sudden deluge. Wallace drags Ryan to safety while Bill remains behind, using the submersible's mechanical claws to brace the buckling beams. Reaching the bulkhead, Bill hesitates, refusing to doom those inside, until the heavy doors violently swing open. Ryan and Wallace haul the gasping man from the jaws of the Atlantic. By 1947, the memory of that near drowning fades as Ryan ascends the spiraling steps of a lighthouse, a solitary beacon piercing the fog. Modeled after the ancient wonder of Alexandria, this towering monolith marks the hidden gateway to Rapture. It stands defiant amidst the crashing waves, anchored hundreds of kilometers west of the freezing shores of Reykjavik. Stepping inside, The lighthouse immediately suffocates the visitor in Art Deco grandeur. Gleaming chrome statues and polished marble floors sit beneath a massive, imposing banner that proudly declares, "Welcome to Rapture." Designed to echo the majesty of a Capitol rotunda, the antechamber features a stern bust of Ryan himself. Beyond this silent sentinel waits the bathysphere, the solitary vessel destined to ferry chosen elites into the abyss. Soon, a glowing screen will greet these descending visionaries with a flickering propaganda film. Far below, Bill and the Wales brothers labor tirelessly, raising the first colossal skyscrapers from the ocean floor in a symphony of steel. Despite labor shortages and relentless leaks, Rapture breathes, built on a fortune that could bankrupt small nations. Yet, unease lingers as every new arrival surrenders their surface wealth for Rapture dollars, feeding Andrew Ryan's inevitable cut. Ryan claims this tariff funds maintenance, but for the citizens, it seals a one-way trip to the abyss. Stripped of surface assets, these brilliant entrepreneurs risk drowning in poverty should their underwater currency ever run dry. Yet, the city's architects remain stubbornly convinced of their own infallibility. Rapture stands as a living, breathing manifesto of Andrew Ryan's philosophy. Every deliberate detail, down to the stark Art Deco geometry. One man's certainty, cast in chrome and marble. Yet that certainty betrays him. Ryan litters the city with symbols that expose his own contradictions. He fiercely rejects all religion, yet arrogantly christens his neon-soaked streets and plazas with the names of ancient gods. The Great Chain stands as his ultimate idol, a market metaphor masking a future of brutal oppression. Meanwhile, a grifter wearing the face of Frank Fontaine quietly builds a lucrative fishing empire by trading with Ryan himself. Obsessed with infiltrating the utopia, Frank slips letters into his early shipments. His persistence pays off when Sullivan greets Fontaine and Peach Wilkins, declaring that Andrew Ryan has finally granted the ambitious smuggler entry into Rapture. Sullivan escorts the grinning grifter to a waiting bathysphere. The narrative then shifts to the shadowy office of Augustus Sinclair, a Panamanian hustler who lines his pockets by investing in Rapture's highly lucrative, morally dubious pharmaceutical trade. Invited by Ryan for his ruthless acumen, Sinclair is a man who places cold profit far above morality, honesty, or human life. As Rapture flourishes, he quietly establishes a network of lucrative ventures through his corporate front. Operating under Sinclair Solutions, he summons Sullivan to discuss a peculiar scientist named Bridget Tenenbaum. Like Ryan, she hails from the cold outskirts of Minsk, born to a German father and raised in the Jewish faith. Thrown into Auschwitz at 16, the girl watched Nazi doctors butcher prisoners, coldly correcting their scientific errors. Dubbed a Wunderkind, she was soon forced to participate in the very atrocities she observed with chilling detachment. Tenenbaum viewed the camp's brutal experiments as a mere waste of time, her intellect shielding her from the surrounding horrors. Surviving as a cold, guarded genius, she vanished without a trace into the shadows of 1946. Rumors claimed she was smuggled to the superpowers or murdered for her Nazi ties, but she had secretly descended into Rapture. Sinclair warns Sullivan that this phantom scientist is now dabbling in the dark arts of genetics. Her grim history bleeds into her current obsessions. Though her desperate test subjects volunteer for hefty payouts, Tenenbaum's morbid experiments, draining human blood by the bucketful, raise disturbing questions in the underwater city. Yet Andrew Ryan's free market reigns supreme. As long as desperate souls volunteer, Tenenbaum's butchery remains untouched. Meanwhile, Sinclair whispers of illicit labor unions, hinting that disgruntled workers are carving out squalid slums in the city's bowels. By 1949, those lower-level slums remain mere rumors as Frank Fontaine aggressively expands his operations into Neptune's bounty. With offices, conveyor belts, and massive freezers ready, Fontaine Fisheries prepares to open, sparking a deep paranoia within Ryan. Ryan fears this sprawling fishing empire holds too many tethers to the surface world. Recognizing the smuggling potential of outside submarines, he sternly warns Fontaine that contraband, especially surface food, luxury goods, and religious texts, is strictly forbidden. In Rapture, Even a dangerous idea is considered contraband. Operating from a massive industrial complex, Frank's new headquarters harvest not only deep-sea fish, but also the vital aquatic greens needed to feed a starving, isolated utopia. Neptune's bounty yields both fish and sea greens, its name a boast of man's dominion over the ocean. Shallows lap against wooden fences, crafting the illusion of a surface pier to drown any creeping claustrophobia. Such details forge the psychological architecture of Rapture. High on the fishery's third floor sits the harbor master's office, doubling as Sullivan's Dockland precinct. At Andrew Ryan's behest, he polices Neptune's bounty, ruthlessly suffocating any smuggling operations. The narrative ascends to Olympus Heights, named for the mythical peak of gods. Here, Andrew Ryan crowns Rapture's absolute elite, housing them within the opulent sky-high walls of Mercury Suites and Athena's Glory. Mercury Suites hoards the city's most lavish apartments for the hyper-successful, while Athena's Glory maintains a respectable sheen. Exclusive bistros cater to the upper crust, shadowed by the Adonis Luxury Resort and its decadent spa treatments. Olympus Heights also shelters the McDonough apartment. Now pregnant, Elaine questions their descent into Rapture, haunted by the fear that her unborn daughter will never see the sky, knowing the surface only through Andrew Ryan's grim propaganda. Elektra was a towering humanoid that could speak, move, and even smoke, accompanied by a mechanical hound. This futuristic illusion of progress captivated Andrew Ryan, inspiring the rigid, automated denizens of his own underwater park. Andrew Ryan preaches absolute freedom, where artists and scientists operate without moral constraint. Yet by demanding favorable press from a terrified Stanley Poole, the architect of the Great Chain reveals his true nature as a ruthless censor. Bill and Elaine linger in a gazebo stockpiled with Andrew Ryan's wholesale furniture. Rapture's nascent industry increasingly cannibalizes the ocean, weaving shark skin upholstery, deep-sea sandglass, coral, and sunken precious metals into the city's fabric. Scavenged brass and beams from sunken ships join a mysterious alloy dubbed Ryanium. This secret metal forms the very skeleton of Rapture, its true chemical anatomy hidden deep within the city's classified architectural blueprints. A proprietary marvel christened after Andrew Ryan himself. Meanwhile, aboard the newly christened Atlantic Express, founder Prentice Mill and Ryan ride alongside Carlson Fiddle, a mechanical doll maker hired to construct a sprawling subterranean theme park. Fiddle envisions Ryan Amusements as a simple playground, but Andrew Ryan demands strict educational indoctrination. Beside them sits Stanley Poole, a self-proclaimed star journalist for the Rapture Tribune, the city's most dominant and influential newspaper. Stanley Poole is there to pen glowing propaganda for the new rail line and Ryan Amusements. Fiddle boasts of his nascent animatronics, comparing his mechanical creations to Electro, the famous metallic marvel of the 1939 World's Fair. Prentice Mill nervously complains that Augusta Sinclair aims to devour the Atlantic Express. As Stanley Poole scribbles away, Andrew Ryan sharply censors him, cutting the complaint from the page before the ink can dry. Intimidating the journalist, Andrew Ryan hints at darker employment, seeking invisible eyes to spy on restless labor unions. Suffocated by stress, Stanley Poole's mind desperately drifts toward the illicit comforts of a new shop, Le Marquis d'Epoque. Le Marquis d'Epoque peddles ordinary tobacco and liquor alongside far more potent narcotics. In a city devoid of government regulation, illicit substances quickly flourish as a highly lucrative trade. The narrative then shifts to the medical pavilion. The medical pavilion houses Rapture's essential clinics, though its future holds only grim remnants: dentistry, surgery, and a very busy crematorium. Deep within these sterile halls lies the domain of head surgeon Dr. J.S. Steinman. Suchong and Tenenbaum form a chillingly pragmatic duo, treating patients with cold, clinical detachment. Disgusted by their view of his pregnant wife as a mere specimen, Bill McDonough storms out, just as Andrew Ryan and Gilbert Alexander enter. Alexander and Ryan demand updates on the Protector program, observing flesh fusing with metal inside a chemical tank, a grotesque deep-sea prototype. Months later, after Elaine delivers their daughter, Bill seeks distraction in the neon-soaked gambling dens of Fort Frolic. Fort Frolic offers theaters, galleries, and seaweed cigars, a glittering playground where the supposed elite of the surface world can unleash their darkest vices. The prime example is Eve's Garden, a strip club named for humanity's first sinner. A monument to the fall of man, Eve's Garden provides necessary release for both exhausted laborers and the city's elite. Even Andrew Ryan frequents its shadows, alongside other dens of vice like Pharaoh's Fortune and the Surprise Casino. The Surprise Casino's neon glare bleeds into Fleet Hall, Rapture's opulent stage for Sander Cohen's bohemian madness. Nearby, Sinclair Spirits peddles liquid salvation, fueling the city's artists, as Cohen's gallery unveils its latest twisted masterpieces. Bill and Elaine navigate this neon labyrinth, her disgust palpable. To Elaine, the seedy casinos and illicit vice peddlers wreak too much of the surface world they left behind. The calendar turns, dragging them into 1950. The year 1950 drags them into Rapture's southern belly, Hephaestus. Named for the Greek god of forge and flame, this sweltering industrial heart beats with literal fire, generating the vital electrical blood that keeps the sunken city alive. Harnessing the ocean floor's geothermal fury, this foundational facility birthed the city. Andrew Ryan watches his empire from a private office here, where brutal engineering forces freezing Atlantic currents through massive steel valves. Volcanic gas boils the icy seawater, driving colossal turbines in a lethal dance of extremes. In one chamber, the freezing depths can claim a life in seconds. In the next, scalding steam cooks a man to the bone. Bill has witnessed both brutal extremes. This geothermal furnace pumps life-saving heat through Rapture's glass arteries, holding back the Atlantic's lethal chill. Across the room, founding engineers Pablo Navarro, Stanley Kybers, and Roland Wallace plot their next moves. Navarro schemes for the chief engineer's desk, while Kybers tinkers with a new mechanical marvel. Despite the relentless hum of heavy filtration, a faint, devilish stench of sulfur clings to the sweltering air of Hephaestus. Yet Bill finds this filtered breath cleaner than New York's smog, purified by Arcadia's lush greenery. Pulling him aside for a shadowed stroll, Andrew Ryan confesses a gnawing paranoia, the rising whispers of organized labor. Stanley Poole has already slithered into the Rapture family, feeding names to the boss. Bill dismisses the unrest as a mere market of ideas, but beneath Ryan's calm facade, a venomous intolerance for the working class festers. Bill pivots, pitching a blue-collar sanctuary in Neptune's Bounty, the Fighting McDonough Tavern, named for his brawler grandfather. It's a cheap place for desperate laborers to drown their sorrows and rent a cot. Rapture bleeds for cheap labor, a grim reality both men acknowledge. Yet Bill questions the twisted logic of luring blue-collar sweat to a sunken utopia that explicitly outlaws their right to unionize on the very invitation. A darker problem breaches the city's hull: contraband. Bibles are surfacing in the godless deep, and Bill's cynical gaze falls squarely on Frank Fontaine, the only shark with the reach to smuggle surface sins into Rapture. To build his dream, Ryan manipulated the surface through a dummy corporation, Warden Yarn. But now, a new rot sets in. The citizens are looking up. The mogul's paranoia flares as his hand-picked elite yearn for the sun. He thought he had severed the wheat from the chaff, demanding absolute isolation. Rapture is a life sentence, not a tourist trap. To crush this homesick rebellion, Ryan engineers a desperate campaign of ideological warfare. To purge the parasitic habits of the surface, Ryan unleashes a relentless civic education program of propaganda and billboards. For this psychological crusade, he summons a new architect of the mind, Dr. Sophia Lamb. Raised by a ruthless physician, Lamb was forged in the fires of the culling imperative. It is a brutal philosophy where the weak are surgically excised, sacrificed on the bloody altar of the greater societal good. Reducing human life to mere utility, this grim utilitarianism became her gospel. Lamb carried this cold, calculating philosophy through the hallowed halls of Oxford, sharpening her mind into a lethal psychiatric scalpel. Her crucible was the radioactive ash of Hiroshima, providing medical relief to survivors of the atomic blast. the missionary witnessed the devastation, horrified as the American empire justified its slaughter behind a mask of altruism. Convinced the surface world was destined for nuclear suicide, she eagerly accepted Ryan's invitation to the ocean floor. Yet, in their very first meeting, Lamb preaches a dangerous gospel of absolute equality and collective justice. Blinded by his own hubris, Ryan ignores the ideological chasm between them, united only by their fear of surface annihilation. Lamb quickly establishes her psychiatric practice, listening as Rapture's fractured minds confess their identical, watery despairs. Drawn by the siren song of high wages and luxury, families descend into Rapture only to find squalor. Crammed into decaying tenements and bleeding in perilous factories, their shattered dreams fill Sophia Lamb's clinical notes. A bitter paranoia infects Lamb's patients, their minds poisoned by alienation and a suffocating social claustrophobia. Down here, sanity carries a steep price tag. Only the wealthy can afford to buy peace from Andrew Ryan's crushing grip. Watching the city fracture, Lamb quietly engineers her own grand design. She knows Ryan's capitalist utopia is doomed to drown, leaving behind a fertile, flooded graveyard perfectly suited for a radically different social experiment. In this bizarre underwater greenhouse, the very pressures threatening to detonate Rapture, its suffocating isolation and rampant injustice, provide the perfect crucible. Lamb sees a powder keg ready to ignite a profound, radical social transformation. Merely plotting such a revolution is a death sentence. Sullivan's hounds must never find her journals. Meanwhile, across the city, Bridget Tenenbaum crosses another grim ethical line, driving a syringe deep into a worker's flesh. Carrying the dark weight of her genetic experiments at Auschwitz, Tenenbaum conducts her research independently. Prowling Neptune's bounty, she encounters two dock hands, one of whom has been miraculously healed by a sea slug bite. The second man, a crippled dock worker nicknamed Stiffy, instantly captivates the rogue scientist. Once suffering from a severe hand injury, the man now casually tosses a ball, his ruined limbs miraculously restored. A strange sea slug had bitten him during a shift, its venom sparking a miraculous cellular rebirth. The shrewd worker kept the parasite in a jar, eager to peddle his salvation to a desperate scientist like Tenenbaum. Tenenbaum eagerly buys the slug. Elsewhere, Andrew Ryan pulls Bill McDonough away from the roaring drainage pipes of Pumping Station 5. Together, the visionary and his loyal engineer stroll through the shadowy, stone-carved Masons district. This pristine enclave of architects and builders will one day decay into the flooded nightmare known as Siren Alley. But before the fall, it remains a proud sanctuary where Rapture's greatest minds rest their weary heads. Every facade bleeds architectural brilliance, yet the future moniker of Siren Alley is a grim prophecy, echoing the mythical beasts who lured sailors to watery graves. This doomed district splits into two distinct, pulsing veins, Little Eden and Plaza Hedone, a neon-lit playground of vice where the luxurious Pearl Hotel will eventually rot into a cheap brothel. Amidst this hedonistic sprawl, Ryan drags McDonough toward a toxic chemical leak pooling in the street. Augustus Sinclair's factories bleed corrosive runoff into the failing pipes. McDonough fears the ocean will choke on the poison, but Ryan scoffs. To the founder, the sea is an endless toilet, and regulating industry is a statist sin. Moving to Little Eden, they encounter another bitter dispute outside Gravenstein's grocery. A neighboring monopolist, controlling the district's only cleaning service, has decided to bleed his competition dry with extortionate maintenance fees. Facing a tenfold price hike for basic sanitation, a desperate Gravenstein begs Andrew Ryan for intervention. True to his ruthless philosophy, Ryan washes his hands of the dispute, leaving the grocer's fate to the merciless Great Chain. Told to handle the extortion like a man, the broken grocer takes Ryan's cold advice to heart. Gravenstein draws a pistol, guns down his greedy rival in cold blood, and eats a bullet before the constables arrive. It is a gruesome exit, yet a merciful one, sparing the grocer from the apocalyptic horrors looming over Rapture. As the city's ideological fractures deepen into bloody chasms, Sophia Lamb quietly documents every shattered mind. Harvesting the despair of her patients, Lamb finally sets her own revolution into motion. She orchestrates the construction of Dionysus Park, masking her radical vision of social fermentation behind the innocent facade of a cultural retreat. By offering employment, Lamb quietly herds Rapture's desperate, cornered laborers into her loyal flock. Meanwhile, as the oppressive year of 1951 dawns, Frank Fontaine capitalizes on the misery, smuggling forbidden beef and contraband Bibles to a starving populace. Fontaine peddles salvation and red meat to line his pockets and infuriate Andrew Ryan. Controlling the underwater black market, the ruthless smuggler even bribes Ryan's own accountants to skim a massive cut of the city's fisheries. Paranoia tightens its grip as Ryan's mechanical eyes bloom across the city, tracking every shadow. Worse still, Fontaine feels the heavy gaze of Ivan Karlovsky, Ryan's fiercely loyal Russian enforcer, watching his every move. Bought with a massive bribe after executing a careless cabbie in New York, Karlovsky is a rabid dog on Ryan's leash. Unfazed, Fontaine plots his next grift, poaching disgruntled scientists Brigid Tenenbaum and Yi Su-chung. Ryan's sterile funding means nothing without flesh to experiment on, and he outright rejects Tenenbaum's miraculous sea slugs. Fontaine slithers in, offering secret laboratories, fat paychecks, and a steady supply of captive, disposable test subjects. March 1953. Chief Sullivan wades through a tide of smuggled crates bearing the Black Hand mark. Mutilated corpses wash up in Neptune's bounty, while Peach Wilkins and Fontaine's ghosts dance just out of reach. Hunting for hard evidence in the damp belly of Neptune's bounty, Sullivan is ambushed by a wrench-wielding shadow. A sudden gunshot shatters the gloom as Karlovsky steps forward, dropping the hulking assailant to the wet iron. The dead man's pockets yield a convenient smuggling manifest, a clumsy frame-up to keep the heat off Fontaine. Deep underground, Frank's real investment ferments as Yi Su-chung preaches the lucrative gospel of psychological conditioning. Brigid Tenenbaum, however, looks deeper, seeking salvation in the very building blocks of life. Fontaine's patience is finally rewarded when the geneticist summons him to her hidden laboratory to witness the grotesque fruits of her labor. A man lies strapped to the cold steel, his flesh torn open. Tenenbaum plunges a syringe of refined slug extract directly into the gaping wound, and before their eyes, the torn meat knits into a pale scar. She christens the miracle Adam, a biblical genesis in a syringe. The glowing substance devours dead tissue, rewriting the body's cellular code to instantly heal any trauma, a terrifying power with limitless, godlike potential. Miracles always demand a bloody toll. Tenenbaum observes horrific side effects, erratic madness and rampant cancerous tumors, but Fontaine only sees dollar signs, immediately drafting blueprints for a dozen genetic enhancements. To fuel these impossible plasmids, Tenenbaum synthesizes a glowing serum dubbed Eve. Yet a grim bottleneck remains. The deep-sea slugs produce mere drops of the precious Adam, and harvesting the parasites is a slow, grueling endeavor. Tenenbaum proposes a monstrous solution, implanting the parasitic slugs into living human hosts to mass-produce the genetic gold. Su-chung warns of crippling addiction, but to Fontaine, a city of desperate junkies is just a captive market. Fontaine revels in his impending monopoly, blind to the terrifying biological math. To conjure fire from bare flesh or knit shattered bones in seconds demands a staggering, impossible toll of raw cellular energy and metabolic fuel. The very existence of plasmids spits in the face of thermodynamics. Perhaps Eve acts as a hyper-concentrated biological fuel, a liquid battery flooding the veins to power these unnatural, godlike mutations without consuming the host. Yet Su-chung and Tenenbaum are merely the first architects of Rapture's genetic nightmare. The city's sunken halls harbor other, equally twisted visionaries waiting to carve their names into the flesh of the innocent. Dr. J.S. Steinman, born to a respectable Jewish-American family, once walked the prestigious halls of the Benjamin Church Medical College, carving out a flawless reputation as a visionary surgeon on the surface. His revolutionary techniques in plastic surgery earned him a personal invitation from Andrew Ryan. Descending into Rapture, Steinman claims the medical pavilion, offering grotesque aesthetic perfection to the city's wealthy elite. Alone in his blood-stained office, fueled by illicit narcotics, Steinman begins to hallucinate. The goddess Aphrodite whispers from the shadows, convincing the deranged surgeon that to mold human flesh is to become a god. Driven by the divine delusions echoing in his skull, Steinman believes he must violently sculpt imperfect flesh into absolute symmetry. Meanwhile, the rusted gears of Ryan's underwater utopia continue to grind. Andrew Ryan's amusement park opens its doors. Before bringing his daughter, Bill McDonough tests the animatronic journey to the surface, a concept for childhood education supposedly pitched by Andrew Ryan. To Bill's horror, the attraction is a theater of intimidation. A colossal, parasitic hand, a crude metaphor for the state, guides the car through a grim diorama of surface world atrocities. Bureaucrats steal farmland and governments hijack scientific breakthroughs, culminating in a giant hand dragging a child into the dark machinery of war, all narrated by Ryan's unyielding voice. Disgusted, Bill vows to keep his child far from this propaganda. By 1954, Sophia Lamb sits in Dionysus Park with Simon Wales, preaching her communal gospel to disillusioned followers. She argues that Rapture's cutthroat competition will only breed ruin. Simon warns her against peddling red ideology, knowing Ryan is constructing a secret prison for dissenters, but Lamb remains unafraid. She shields her young daughter, Eleanor, from Ryan's indoctrination, intending to mold the girl into the savior of a new society. Meanwhile, Frank Fontaine quietly expands his illicit empire across 3 laboratories. Inside Fontaine Futuristics, Raw Eve surges through a test subject, conjuring lightning from thin air. Suchong sedates the thrashing man, christening this miraculous serum a plasmid, but the breakthrough hides a nightmare. In a sealed observation room, Suchong reveals the gruesome toll of genetic splicing. A grotesque mass of malleable flesh and bone clings to the walls, its bloated face babbling in a sweaty delirium. Wet, trembling organs dangle from the creature's center, swinging like butchered meat, a horrific testament to the accelerated, unnatural evolution wrought by the unchecked power of Adam. Blinded by potential profit, Fontaine orders the abomination incinerated and demands the side effects cured, refusing to halt production. Elsewhere, Stanley Poole prowls the shadows, hunting red sympathizers for Andrew Ryan. In the impoverished shadows of Pauper's Drop, Poole finds flyers advertising a free counseling session by Dr. Sophia Lamb, a far cry from the remote Point Prometheus Museum that will one day become the blood-soaked proving grounds. Beneath the oceanic exhibits, Lamb preaches to the Rapture family, weaving collectivist rhetoric to a mesmerized crowd of laborers. Among the nodding faces sits Simon Wales, Rapture's own esteemed architect. Watching from the back rows, Poole spots a disguised Frank Fontaine. The smuggler studies Lamb's masterful manipulation, quietly inspired to twist her populist grandstanding into his own lucrative con. Fed intelligence by Poole, Ryan bitterly regrets inviting Lamb to his utopia. He also grows deeply suspicious of the rising Fontaine Futuristics, confessing to Bill McDonough a sudden, quiet envy of the engineer's family life. Contemplating a legacy of his own, Ryan's musings are cut short by Sullivan's arrival. The security chief is handed a newspaper boasting Fontaine Futuristics' miraculous cures for the modern citizen. Promising neural enhancements, unnatural muscle growth, and electrical shocks, the brazen advertisement confirms Ryan's suspicions. Fontaine has successfully poached the brilliant minds of Suchong and Tenenbaum. Sullivan now juggles rogue scientists alongside his futile war on smuggling. When Bill warns of the ocean-breaching Rapture's bulkheads, Ryan merely jokes about men spending too much time in heavy diving suits. The dark jest hints at the monstrous Big Daddy experiments, but Bill harbors his own secrets. In early 1955, he and Roland Wallace descend into the decaying slums of the old labor colony. Once a temporary camp for the Atlantic Express builders, the district now serves as a permanent watery purgatory for destitute laborers priced out of Ryan's glittering, unforgiving paradise. The forgotten crowd into the chaotic Sinclair Deluxe, pawning their last possessions in a desperate black market where toxic, blinding moonshine flows freely through the leaking corridors. Blindness and death stalk these corridors, where a crude scroll christens the slum Pauper's Drop. The official maintenance node 17 plaque vanishes beneath the graffiti, wiped entirely from Rapture's transit maps, as the district's heating mains fail. With the heating mains severed, freezing temperatures claim the desperate while local merchants refuse Ryan Industries' repair fees. Bill and Wallace descend into the cold, offering clandestine charity hidden from Andrew Ryan's unforgiving gaze. Enlisting a local electrician, they locate the heating hatch inside a dusty pawn shop. The owner clutches a warning letter delivered by Jet Postal, the pneumatic tube network that shoots correspondence through Rapture's watery veins. This courier-free pneumatic marvel hides a grisly secret beneath the maintenance hatch, where the unmistakable stench of rotting meat billows upward. A shriveled young boy lies face down, his lifeless body choking the district's vital heating pipe. The electrician grimly identifies the corpse as a local orphan who crawled into the ventilation shaft seeking warmth. He speaks of a growing legion of forgotten children, left behind when Rapture's desperate laborers found themselves abruptly unemployed. Starving workers fought for scraps before plasmids fueled murderous rages that orphaned the district's youth. Diagnosing the blockage, the electrician hurls an electrobolt, sparking the fan blades and breathing warmth back into Pauper's Drop. Nearby in the Sinclair Deluxe, plasmid addiction breeds domestic slaughter as a juiced-up husband crushes his wife beneath a heavy refrigerator. The genetic splices deliver a psychostimulant euphoria, twisting sensitive minds into violently unstable monsters. Unlike cheap narcotics, these serums grant terrifyingly real superpowers, all orchestrated by Frank Fontaine's ruthless ambition. The smuggler cultivates a saintly facade, luring the desperate with free soup kitchens, temporary beds, and the promise of steady labor. Fontaine hooks his vulnerable workforce with free plasmid samples, fully aware of the serum's instantaneous crippling addiction. He quietly breeds a revolutionary army of genetically modified laborers, arming the underclass with fire and lightning. As the poor purchase their own genetic weapons, the final nail is driven into Rapture's coffin. Andrew Ryan's leverage evaporates, proving that while the city's ideology was inherently flawed, Frank Fontaine remains the architect of its watery grave. Far from the slums, Bill and Elaine seek weekend refuge in the lush, idyllic embrace of Arcadia. This vibrant park serves as Rapture's beating heart, its dense canopy pumping vital oxygen through the suffocating underwater metropolis. Citizens flock to these grassy hills for a tranquil escape from Fort Frolic's neon madness, lingering in the waterfall grottos and the serene tea garden. Yet, even this peaceful sanctuary will eventually fall to bloodthirsty cultists. Designed alongside Daniel Wales and spearheaded by the brilliant Julie Langford, Arcadia stands as a botanical marvel. Before descending into the ocean, Langford reigned as a celebrated professor, her genius blooming on the surface. Operating out of UC Berkeley since 1920, her radical botanical theories drew both fierce praise and bitter controversy. She eventually served the United States government, weaponizing her genius to develop aggressive defoliation tactics during the Second World War. Stripping away dense jungle canopies, Langford's chemicals left enemy soldiers completely exposed to aerial bombardment. She views her past with dark irony, as her current mandate in Rapture demands aggressive cultivation rather than total botanical annihilation. Abandoning her federal post for Rapture's depths, Langford earned the bitter enmity of the American government. As her sudden disappearance sparks surface-level investigations, Elaine strolls through the artificial forest, complaining quietly to her husband. Elaine mourns the absence of birdsong, though the silverwing apiaries hum with the only wild creatures permitted in Rapture. As the vital bees pollinate the flora, Langford abruptly pulls Bill away for a hushed, private conversation. Paranoia grips the botanist as she reveals Andrew Ryan's absurd scheme to commodify the public park. Terrified of Fontaine's rising monopoly, Ryan intends to charge citizens for the very oxygen filling their waterlogged lungs. Ryan justifies the suffocating tax by claiming his industries manufacture the air itself. Their grim debate is interrupted by the flamboyant Sander Cohen, who parades past with his young protégés, Silas Cobb and Martin Finnegan. Though Finnegan operates behind the scenes, Cohen boasts of the boy's theatrical potential. The couple bristles at the artist's eccentric entourage, knowing these young men secured their comfortable lives through intimate, shadowy favors for the mad visionary. Wallace shatters the quiet, bearing grim tidings for bill of sabotage within Hephaestus, a deliberate flood meant to drown the city, while Andrew Ryan obliviously hosts a lavish dinner elsewhere. Within the opulent confines of the Kashmir restaurant, Andrew Ryan dines with Diane McClintock, Anna Culpepper, Sullivan, and Fontaine Futuristics executives, while Karlowski keeps a vigilant, 30-pace distance. Scanning the restaurant's lavish lobby, Ryan silently judges his assembled guests, concluding with bitter disappointment that he has invited too many weaklings to Rapture before turning his attention to Harris Fisher. Fisher, a biochemist peddling plasmids, boasts of a cosmetic skin glow and the newly released Incinerate. But Ryan remains trapped within the dark labyrinth of his own brooding thoughts. Musing on how to discard Diane McClintock while harboring secret desires for Jasmine Jolene, Ryan's mind drifts to the festering unrest among the laborers of Pauper's drop who built his utopia. Though these discarded builders now struggle to survive, Ryan coldly reasons that true men would claw their way from poverty, scorning those who merely crave the safety of a stagnant wage. Unable to comprehend such lack of ambition, Ryan views the spreading poverty as fertile ground for Sophia Lamb and Frank Fontaine, plotting to expose Lamb's communist sympathies in a public debate. Hoping Rapture's citizens will banish Lamb for her Marxist rhetoric, Ryan is abruptly pulled from his scheming when Karlowski delivers urgent news of the Hephaestus sabotage, providing a welcome escape. Down in the damp depths, Bill and Wallace halt the rising floodwaters, only to uncover a hidden bomb. They flee just as a purely symbolic explosion violently shatters the machinery. A shower of mocking confetti flutters from the blast, bearing warnings for the oppressors of Rapture, a grim message Bill and Wallace desperately try to explain as Andrew Ryan arrives. They warn that either Sophia Lamb or Frank Fontaine could be weaponizing the desperate laborers, men suffocating under exorbitant medical fees and oxygen taxes. But Ryan remains stubbornly blind to their plight. Clinging to his delusion that any enterprising soul can thrive in Rapture, Ryan dismisses the oppressed thousands, while the narrative descends into the squalid, desperate reality of the Artemis suites. Within those cramped walls, Sam and Mariska Lutz, refugees of a distant war who bore a daughter named Masha, find themselves trapped in Rapture, discarded after the railway's completion, and forbidden to leave. Forced to share a squalid Artemis Suites room with 9 other families, a hellhole making the Sinclair Deluxe seem luxurious, the Lutzes cling to their fleeting friendship with the McDonough family. A bitter dispute between desperate neighbors escalates into a lethal crossfire of Incinerate, an electrobolt, instantly orphaning twin girls who will soon be swallowed by Rapture's darkest industrial machinery. As Fontaine Futuristics aggressively expands its sprawling network of research laboratories, Brigid Tenenbaum issues a grim warning. A critical shortage of sea slugs threatens to cripple their lucrative plasmid production. Unwilling to accept a loss, Frank Fontaine sanctions any atrocity to maintain supply, exploring Tenenbaum's grotesque theory of cultivating the parasites within human hosts, a method that violently rejected adult subjects. While adult bodies quickly perish under the strain, the sea slugs perversely thrive inside children, bonding seamlessly with the stomach lining to forge a dark, unnatural symbiosis with their young hosts. By feeding the host and inducing regurgitation, the scientists harvest exponentially more Adam, a horrific process they discover works flawlessly only within the fragile biology of little girls. Plucked from Fontaine's little sister's orphanage, a young girl becomes the first tragic vessel, kept heavily sedated to shield her fragile mind from the monstrous parasite now writhing within her belly. The plasmid market hungers, demanding fresh blood to fuel its ravenous production. Frank Fontaine, ever the opportunist, hatches a sinister scheme, envisioning a sprawling orphanage to harvest the innocent minds he so desperately requires. Discarding boys as useless, Fontaine christens his grim enterprise the Little Sisters Orphanage. Reality bites back when Reggie stumbles in, bleeding from a fresh gunshot wound, the violent handiwork of a plasmid-crazed junkie haunting the neon-lit streets. As the junkie menace escalates, Andrew Ryan deploys automated turrets to guard his crumbling utopia. Bill McDonough watches the tightening vice, convinced that Ryan's dangerous tolerance will only invite deeper ruin upon the city. The rot deepens as a mysterious stranger, dubbed Johnny Topside, washes into Rapture's claustrophobic depth. His arrival follows whispered rumors of surface-dwelling snoops prowling the icy Atlantic waters above the hidden metropolis. Stanley Poole reports to Ryan that Rapture's silent submarines confirmed the surface snoops had vanished into the abyss. Only after the waters cleared did the solitary Johnny Topside dare his descent into the sunken city. Ryan's ruthless security forces likely erased the surface patrols to protect Rapture's coordinates. Now Sullivan and Poole eye the lone investigator, convinced this Johnny Topside is a government agent who slipped through the lighthouse airlock. Asking dangerous questions about missing girls, the stranger pushes Andrew Ryan past his breaking point. The autocrat orders Sullivan to arrest both the intruder and Sophia Lamb, condemning them to Persephone's secret, lightless depths. Though Rapture was conceived without chains, paranoia birthed the need for a cage. Augustus Sinclair constructed Persephone, a brutal subterranean gulag designed to swallow any political dissident foolish enough to defy Andrew Ryan. The term splicer masks the grotesque reality of genetic butchery, where human DNA is violently unraveled and stitched back together. Bill McDonough and Greavy soon cross paths with the terrifying, wall-crawling spider splicers. Before being imprisoned by Ryan, Sophia Lamb entrusts Eleanor to the care of Grace Holloway. A survivor of the Great Depression's bitter streets in St. Louis, Grace now makes her weary home in the shadows of Pauper's Drop. Chasing faded dreams, Grace transforms her sorrow into smoky blues at the Limbo Room. She finds fleeting love with a man named James, hoping to build a family, but Rapture rarely tolerates a happy ending. Cursed with barrenness, Grace channels her bitter grief into songs mocking the hypocrisy of Andrew Ryan and Frank Fontaine. Her aching soul soon finds dangerous solace in the radical, comforting sermons of Sophia Lamb. Seduced by Lamb's altruism, Grace peddles subversive pamphlets and anti-Ryan ballads after her sets. The autocrat strikes back from the shadows, making Grace's lover vanish without a trace, violently silencing her rebellious tune. Broken by loss, Grace trades her defiance for survival, her voice now crooning the state-sanctioned anthem, "Rise, Rapture, rise." Meanwhile, the city's neon gutters birth a new nightmare, the first twitching, plasmid-addicted splicers. Witnessing the horrific toll of Adam, many citizens recoil from the devil's bargain. Bill McDonough recognizes the industrial miracles plasmids offer, yet he knows the cost to the human soul is far too steep. While prolonged plasmid use guarantees a descent into madness, Greavy and Ryan coldly view the slaughter as Darwinian selection. They wait for the junkies to butcher one another, anticipating a brutal, necessary cleansing. Believing the carnage will pave the way for safer plasmids, Ryan dismisses the violence as a private affair between consenting adults. He casts the same cynical eye upon Frank Fontaine's newly minted charity centers. Ryan despises Fontaine's charity as a thinly veiled recruitment drive for a pauper army. Mid-conversation, a telekinetic girl violently shatters their debate, nearly braining Bill McDonough with his own heavy wrench. A constable intervenes, only to catch his own badge fatally between the eyes. Screaming her hatred for Ryan's lackeys, the girl hurls a storm of tools. Bill dodges, but Greavy is instantly slaughtered. As Greavy's blood pools on the cold floor, a cheerful public announcement echoes down the street. The disembodied voice of the city's broadcaster rings out, a chillingly pristine soundtrack to the city's rapid descent into madness. Andrew Ryan hungers to broadcast his ideology across Rapture, queuing up recorded debates with Sophia Lamb. Amidst this audio propaganda, Bill McDonough arrives, frustrated. The engineer cannot regulate the city's temperature, locked out of a hidden sector. Ryan finally unveils the shadow of Persephone. He has buried Sophia Lamb in its depths without a trial, denying her the crown of martyrdom. Through Stanley Poole's whispers, Ryan possesses hard proof of her subversion. Brainwashed by Lamb's dogma, Wales infiltrated Hephaestus and planted the explosive. To justify his iron grip, Ryan plays a recorded debate for Bill. His voice crackles. Citizens may worship private idols, But Rapture bows to a single law. That law is absolute freedom. A man owes nothing to anyone but himself, making any opposing thought a crime. On the tape, Lamb's voice cuts through the static, questioning the very nature of Ryan's great chain. She brands the great chain an irrational faith, a mystical force no different from the crucifixes Ryan confiscates and burns. Listening closely, Bill harbors the same quiet doubts about the hypocrisy of their underwater utopia. If Rapture is truly free, why dictate a man's belief in God or Karl Marx? Lamb argues that dreams and illusions are like phantom pains in a severed limb. To the sufferer, they are as real as rain. She claims reality is merely consensus, and Rapture's citizens are losing their faith. She taunts Ryan to step outside and feel the rain he ignores. The recorded words strike a deep, unacknowledged nerve within the industrialist. A man of iron conviction, Ryan feels the corrosive drip of doubt. Masking his insecurity, he dismisses Sophia Lamb's rhetoric as Marxist poison. Darker still, he twists the narrative, laying the blame for this ideological rot on Bill. Because Bill once championed a free market of ideas, he resigns in protest over Ryan's seizures. Turning against his former friend, he is captured fleeing to the surface and executed. Meanwhile, Simon Wales bribes his way into the prison. Wales secures a clandestine meeting with Sophia Lamb, finding her thriving in captivity. Instead of enduring interrogations, she has turned the tables, offering psychological therapy to Persephone's warden, Nigel Weir, slowly bending his mind to her will. Manipulating the warden, Lamb secures permission to conduct therapeutic experiments on her fellow inmates, quietly seeding a prison uprising. By 1956, Senior Constable Harker summons Sullivan to the detention center for a grim, private consultation. Accompanied by Karlowski, Sullivan is led to a holding block crammed with shivering, Eve-starved splicers. Andrew Ryan has earmarked these wretched souls for Gilbert Alexander's experiments. Nearby, a nervous constable grips his Tommy gun tight. Harker reveals a unique captive, a splicer still brimming with Eve, caught only because he drank himself into a stupor. He wields teleportation, a volatile black market plasmid that Frank Fontaine deemed too maddening for public release. Awakening, the splicer teleports through the iron bars, slaughtering Harker before the constables can put him down. Miles away, the architect of this chaos, Frank Fontaine, sits comfortably in Fleet Hall, awaiting Sander Cohen's latest theatrical spectacle. Fontaine smirks, recalling Ryan's old warning that ideas themselves could be smuggled as contraband. On stage, Cohen's musical unfolds, a tale of a king who hires a sheriff, only to be murdered and replaced by his own enforcer. The usurper dons the dead king's face, a grim foreshadowing of Rapture's bleeding future. In the audience, Fontaine smoothly charms a lonely Diane McClintock, capitalizing on her growing resentment toward the perpetually absent Andrew Ryan. Ryan finally arrives, souring Fontaine's predatory seduction. Elsewhere, inside the McDonough household, paranoia festers. Ryan has mandated that his inner circle record their private thoughts for posterity, but Bill suspects these audio diaries are a trap. Fearing the consequences of defiance, Bill reluctantly speaks into the machine. He has much more to confess about the city's decaying morality, but the heavy shadow of Andrew Ryan chokes the truth in his throat. Terrified of manufacturing his own death warrant, Bill cuts his recording short. The silence is immediately shattered by a ringing telephone. It is Sullivan, his voice tight with grim news from the upper atrium. More bodies have dropped in the upper atrium. An emergency council is convened, gathering Ryan's inner circle. Anna Culpepper, Bill McDonough, Sullivan, Anton Kincaid, and Rizzo, all bracing for the bloody tide washing over Rapture. An early disciple of Andrew Ryan, the man who managed Rapture's rations during its genesis, takes his seat. Only the late Reuben Greevey and the increasingly unhinged Sander Cohen are absent from this clandestine table. High above the neon abyss, Rapture's council convenes in a chamber brushing the ocean's ceiling. They gather to dissect the city's mounting rot. Anna breaks the silence, proposing a radical notion: occasional excursions to the surface. 10 years past Hiroshima, Anna argues the surface war has grown cold. Rizzo counters, painting a world still primed to detonate. Yet the true powder keg lies within. Adam. Sullivan bluntly demands a total ban on plasmids. Sullivan seeks the simple blade of prohibition, but Andrew Ryan refuses to stifle the market. Instead, Ryan Industries will forge its own plasmids. Bill warns of the time needed to erase side effects, recalling Prohibition's bitter failures. A ban would merely feed the black market's hungry veins, echoing the bootlegger's paradise of old. Sullivan pleads for basic oversight of the genetic trade, but Ryan stubbornly rejects any chain upon his great chain. Ryan fears these deranged plasmid-fueled magicians not for their madness, but for their potential to breach Rapture's borders. In response, the city's shadows sprout mechanical eyes, cameras, turrets, and whirring security bots multiplying in the gloom. Defenses thicken near the city's exit. As citizens mutate into superhumans, the rest must splice just to survive the shifting balance of power. Yet Ryan dismisses the looming arms race with a cold wave of his hand. Invoking the cruel gospel of natural selection, Ryan proposes a brutal stopgap. Ryan Industries will flood the streets with heavy ordnance, flamethrowers, chemical throwers, and machine guns to hold the splicer tide at bay. While a pure Adam stews in the labs, Sullivan mentions Suchong's pheromone experiments for mind-controlling splicers. Ryan's interest peaks. Suchong serves his rival, Frank Fontaine, a man hiding smuggling rings behind Little Sister orphanages and hollow charity. Armed with fresh whispers from the smuggling underworld, Sullivan prepares to raid Fontaine's operations. The noose tightens. Meanwhile, Adam has morphed into a forbidden fruit, a seductive narcotic whispering promises of godhood in the dark. Unlike cheap gin or heroin, an Adam addiction cannot be hidden in the shadows. The genetic rot twists splicers into unrecognizable monsters. Yet, the eccentric Sander Cohen embraces the madness, dragging his reluctant protégé, Martin Finnegan, along. Finnegan fears the needle, but fears losing his spotlight more. Swallowing his dread, he injects Sport Boost and Winter Blast, while Cohen embraces teleportation. In the dim light, the mad artist whispers his infamous creed to his pupil. A chilling mantra echoes through the theater's hollow belly, a promise of brilliant ascensions and fiery dooms. Some artists, Cohen murmurs, shine like distant galaxies, while others merely burn like fragile moths. Drawn to the flame, they enter the rehearsal hall to find 3 immobilized victims, purchased from corrupt constables. Cohen ignites the helpless souls, forcing Finnegan to freeze their agonizing death throes into permanent, icy statues. Cohen christens the grisly tableau a triptych of the human tragedy. Across town, Dr. Steinman catches the artist's infectious madness. The deranged surgeon purchases a captive female splicer from a crooked cop, eager to sculpt flesh. Fueled by stimulant plasmids, Steinman carves through a 3-day sleepless frenzy. His bloody reverie is interrupted by Frank Fontaine, who offers a sinister bargain: graft Fontaine's own face onto a stooge, and grant Frank a handsome disguise. Fontaine demands a face built for trust, a secret kept even from his own thugs. Steinman accepts the bloody commission for cash and plasmids. Meanwhile, at the Fighting McDonough, Sullivan's squad arms themselves for a desperate raid. Gripping a heavy Tommy gun, Bill laments Rapture's descent into armed warfare. Deputized to replace officers slaughtered by splicers, he leads 4 men into the damp smuggler caves beneath the fishery, hunting contraband hidden in fuel tanks. 6 more constables wait by the submarine bay's rusted doors. As the squad moves to inspect the vessel, Reggie emerges from the shadows. Bill barks an order to halt, but the submarine's engine violently roars to life. A churning vortex of water drags the Vanguard beneath the freezing waves. Fontaine's smugglers had anticipated the raid, setting a watery trap for Ryan's enforcers. Only Bill's sharp instincts prevent a massacre, leaving just 1 constable drowned. Unannounced and unbothered, Frank Fontaine strolls into Andrew Ryan's office, sour over the recent police raid. Beneath a veneer of biting sarcasm, the smuggler lays his cards on the mahogany desk, proposing a devil's bargain. Fontaine offers a truce, He keeps his smuggling empire, but halts production of the teleport plasmid. Ryan's trigger finger itches with the perfect opportunity to gun the crook down right there, yet a stubborn pride restrains him. Clinging to his great chain, Ryan rejects the deal, pivoting to Fontaine's charity houses and the private army they conceal. Dropping all pretenses, the smuggler spits pure venom before walking away, leaving Ryan to face a grim reality. New plasmids will flood the market on Fontaine's terms, and no one can stop him. Elsewhere, Sullivan hunts the smuggling ring, holding a desperate trump card, Harvey Manuelo, a captured lackey of Peach Wilkins, ready to sing. Terrified of Fontaine's legendary cruelty toward rats, Harvey drips clues to the police, fearing the smuggler's wrath far more than Ryan's law. Sullivan arrives to squeeze the informant dry, only to find a butchered corpse instead. Smeared in blood, the cell wall reads, "The blood of the Lamb will cleanse us all." Sophia Lamb's invisible reach extends even from prison. Meanwhile, Ryan seeks solace in the arms of Jasmine Jolene, an Eve's Garden dancer. Plucked from Sander Cohen's meager payroll, Jasmine now enjoys a lavish Olympus Heights apartment, entirely funded by Ryan. She is his secret escape, a quiet refuge from Diane McClintock a few stolen nights every month. Lingering in Jasmine's bed, Ryan broods over the city's brewing rebellion. Sophia Lamb's slogans deface the pristine walls, alongside a haunting new question. Who is Atlas? Beside him, a pregnant Jasmine wrestles with a terrifying confession. Swallowing her secret, Jasmine points instead to the sea slugs clinging to the glass. When Ryan offers to summon the maintenance divers, her unease hints at the hulking, unnatural monstrosities of the big daddies lurking in the dark. Ryan's silence confirms his complicity. The armored behemoths are already prowling the ocean floor. The year shifts to 1957, deep within the sterile, oppressive gloom of the Persephone penal colony, where Augustus Sinclair spots a lucrative opportunity. Sinclair believes he can weaponize Sophia Lamb's psychiatric talents, using her hypnotic influence to keep Persephone's inmates docile. Yet the doctor plays her own game, whispering to the damned to earn the warden's trust and plant her seeds. Grooming sleeper agents right under Warden Nigel Weir's nose, Lamb prepares her flock for a mass uprising. A clueless Sinclair merely exploits her to supply willing test subjects, unaware of the powder keg she is meticulously packing. Tiring of Sinclair's games, Lamb tests the ideological devotion of her followers. Enjoying unprecedented security clearance, she receives frequent visits from Simon Wales, a man utterly consumed by her radical gospel. Now a fanatic priest of her cult, Simon Wales takes the master key. Lamb commands him to storm the control tower, execute the guards, and throw the emergency release switch, unleashing her faithful upon the prison. Inspired by Lamb's rhetoric, the inmates revolt, and Persephone falls in mere minutes. Miles above the chaos, Frank Fontaine drafts propaganda for his Atlas persona, lifting heavily from the fiery rhetoric of old surface world idealists. Plagiarizing John Reed's accounts of Soviet revolutionaries, Fontaine outlines his masterpiece to Reggie. He will ignite a bloody civil war, stage his own dramatic death, and shed the Fontaine identity to become Rapture's working-class savior. This grand deception unfolds as Rapture's slums descend into madness. Splicers multiply like a plague, overflowing the city's morgues and jail cells. Amidst the rotting stench of Apollo Square, Andrew Ryan delivers a desperate, hollow speech. Corpses swing from nooses above the plaza. Clinging to his libertarian dogma, Ryan forbids his men from shooting a ceiling-crawling splicer who hasn't technically broken a law. But these twitching, atom-addled husks are no longer human. Driven solely by their agonizing thirst for Adam, the splicers force Ryan's hand. To restore order, the visionary compromises his utopia, drafting brutal curfews, armed checkpoints, mandatory ID cards, and a sweeping expansion of the death penalty. The final nail is the violent nationalization of Fontaine's empire. By 1958, the smuggler struts through Fontaine Futuristics, a blaring advertisement for his new passive gene tonics, echoing down the sterile halls of the extraction wing. Tonics emerge as a new breed of passive augmentations, contrasting the violent flair of plasmids. Flanked by his bodyguards, Reggie and a domesticated splicer, Frank Fontaine proves these addicts can be leashed. Fueled by Fontaine's bottomless well of Adam, these loyal junkies would follow their master into hell. Behind a glass pane, the little sisters wait, orphans twisted by over a year of grim, successful experimentation. The parasitic slugs thrive within their tiny hosts, stripping away their humanity to forge regenerative mutants. Bridget Tenenbaum oversees the girls, watching innocent smiles and childish games mask their grotesque reality. Filthy and unkempt, the children radiate an unnatural, sickly glow from their eyes and mouths. Despite her historically cold clinical detachment, something fragile begins to fracture within Tenenbaum's hardened heart. As Tenenbaum's resolve crumbles under the weight of her monstrous work, Fontaine pivots to a darker, more vital project. Planting a hidden wire in Jasmine Jolene's room, the smuggler uncovers a lucrative secret. He learns of Anna Culpepper's subversive visits and, crucially, that Jasmine carries Andrew Ryan's unborn child. Sensing a masterstroke, Fontaine dispatches Tenenbaum to buy the fertilized embryo, offering the desperate woman a fortune. A crucial shadow obscures the timeline. Jasmine surrendered the embryo almost immediately in 1956. Cryptic whispers in the lore suggest the unborn heir was either preserved or implanted in a surrogate's womb. The scientist assures Fontaine that the surrogate arrangement is secured. The smuggler's grand design takes shape. Harvest a child bearing Ryan's genetic code, a biological skeleton key to Rapture's deepest secrets. Entrusted to Yi Su-chong, the stolen embryo is subjected to horrific, accelerated growth. The boy matures at a monstrous pace, primed for the doctor's insidious psychological conditioning. Echoing Pavlov's cruel experiment, Su-chong wires the boy's mind for absolute, unquestioning obedience. This engineered slave becomes Fontaine's ultimate ace in the hole, a living weapon waiting in the dark. Should the Atlas persona fail, this sleeper agent will strike. By August 1958, inside the sterile walls of Rapture Central Control, a paranoid Andrew Ryan forces Bill McDonough to review his latest propaganda. McDonough swallows his bitter critiques, terrified to provoke a boss now drowning his paranoia in alcohol. Fearing for his family's safety, Bill bites his tongue, silently bowing to the tyrant's unraveling sanity. He even prepares to join the impending violent raid on Fontaine Futuristics on August 12th. What was once a political chess match turns deeply personal, fueled by Ryan's discovery of Fontaine's meddling with Jasmine. Meanwhile, Ryan's stolen son undergoes a terrifying metamorphosis. Within a glass incubator, an infant breathes, a mere embryo, just 12 days prior, defying the rumors that the boy was naturally born in 1950. The conflicting timelines of zygote and infant blur in the murky depths of Rapture's history. For now, the narrative anchors itself to a grim truth. The engineered weapon known as Jack draws his first breath. Forged in the fires of 1958, the rapidly aging boy is christened Jack. Su-chong meticulously pumps synthetic hormones into the incubator, artificially accelerating his growth while force-feeding him the rudiments of human behavior. Deprived of a true childhood, Jack's mind is stuffed with fabricated audio tapes. He will carry the phantom warmth of a non-existent family, his brain wired with the vivid memories of a counterfeit past. The crowning horror of Su-chong's work is the insidious mental trigger. Would you kindly? Tenenbaum watches in the shadows, oblivious to the boy's true purpose, as Su-chong guards Fontaine's darkest secret. Destined for the surface, Jack is prepared for his lonely ascent in a bathysphere. Tenenbaum swallows her questions, unable to shake a creeping dread, her clinical apathy finally shattered by the tragedy of the little sister. On August 12, 1958, the powder keg ignites. Heavily armed enforcers flood Neptune's bounty for the raid, but even their formidable numbers might shatter against Fontaine's endless, rabid army of splicers. As the raid commences, a horde of forewarned splicers ambushes Ryan's men, transforming Fontaine's domain into a bloody slaughterhouse where Bill claims his first human life. Frank Fontaine swaggers onto the tugboat deck with the unnatural bravado of a cheap action star, barking theatrical threats and laying down fire until Cavendish quietly flanks his position. A fatal shotgun blast sends Fontaine's corpse plunging into the dark water, prompting Ryan's battered squad to retreat behind a wall of chemical fire, dragging wounded men like Sullivan toward the metro. Inspecting the seized Fontaine futuristics, Ryan finds the little sisters stranded and corners Bridget Tenenbaum and Suchong in a room scrawled with Korean formulas for corpse-extracted Adam, forcing their allegiance under threat of execution. The scientists merely trade one master for another, while whispers of a savior named Atlas reach Diane McClintock. Eager to spite Ryan, she funds this phantom champion of the poor, receiving a revolutionary flyer in return. Shedding his old skin, Fontaine orchestrates his own demise and resurrects as Atlas, a warm, fictional savior who broadcasts pirate radio sermons and steps from the shadows to court the desperate masses. Eclipsing even Sophia Lamb's influence, this new man of action commands Apollo Square, weaving a hypnotic web of communist rhetoric that draws dozens of disillusioned citizens into his magnetic orbit. Watching Atlas weaponize Ryan's hypocrisy with stolen metaphors, Bill and Wallace recognize the blatant plagiarism of Sophia Lamb and the populist venom of Huey Long, the infamous kingfish of Louisiana. Mimicking a populist demagogue to seduce the uneducated, Atlas seemingly commands the shadows. When ceiling-crawling spider splicers bypass the crowd to target Bill and Wallace, the pair hastily retreats from the sinister rally. With Fontaine seemingly erased from existence, Andrew Ryan hastily slaps his own name across the stolen plasmid empire, while Tenenbaum and Suchong stare down a critical shortage of atom-producing slugs, ruined during the raid. Facing an imminent industrial collapse without fresh genetic material, the scientists scramble for solutions, even as oblivious citizens marvel at miraculous plasmid demonstrations inside Ryan's gleaming hall of the future. The scientists pivot to a grim contingency plan, realizing the Little Sisters can harvest residual Adam from Rapture's mounting piles of corpses, though unleashing the fragile girls into the violent streets remains suicidal. To shield the vulnerable gatherers, the scientists activate the Alpha series, utilizing desperate prisoners groomed by Sophia Lamb and procured by Augustus Sinclair, men who traded their freedom for a spot on the operating table. Plucked from Persephone's damp cells, a prisoner known as Johnny Topside is brutally transformed into Subject Delta, a lumbering armored cyborg mentally tethered to Sophia Lamb's own daughter, Eleanor. Through a cruel psychological tether known as imprinting, other heavily armored cyborgs are bound to the orphaned girls, birthing the doomed Alpha series prototypes that the children affectionately dub Big Daddies. A macabre symbiosis is born for Rapture's blood-soaked streets, a fragile little sister harvesting precious Adam from the dead, fiercely guarded by a hulking Big Daddy in an unbreakable, artificial father-daughter bond. Though initially repulsed, Andrew Ryan sanctions the grotesque pairing, while a spiraling Sullivan drowns his mounting dread in cheap liquor and high-stakes poker at the Fighting McDonough. Paralyzed by the fear that Ryan views him as a washed-up drunk, an intoxicated Sullivan stumbles into the midnight shadows, barely surviving a sudden splicer ambush by scrambling back into the tavern's neon glow. Braving Rapture's increasingly perilous corridors, a curious Diane McClintock ventures into the squalor of Pauper's drop, observing the enigmatic Atlas as he dispenses charity from the dingy confines of the Aquarium Café. While Diane pines for a strong savior, a terrified Bill teaches his weeping wife to fire a gun, forcing Elaine to harden her heart against Rapture's encroaching madness as the bloody Christmas Eve of 1958 looms. Bill, Karlowski, and Redgrave deal cards, musing on Rapture's Godless Christmas, before New Year's Eve draws Bill and Elaine McDonough to the Kashmir restaurant, leaving little Sophie behind as the city's elite gather to celebrate. Safe with Mariska, the nanny, Sophie sleeps while the Kashmir's gilded doors violently detonate right at the stroke of 1959, spilling a tide of masked splicers who open fire on the terrified aristocrats. Chanting the name of Atlas, the mutants slaughter the patrons while traitorous constables watch, and though Rapture's elite draw their own weapons in desperate defense, the Kashmir's floor quickly runs slick with blood. Fleeing through the bloodied kitchen, the McDonoughs, Karlowski, and Redgrave barely escape to barricade their apartments, leaving Rizzo dead on the floor, while Diane McClintock suffers her own grim fate in the chaos. Bill glimpses a bleeding Diane McClintock just as Sander Cohen's countdown concludes. While high above the slaughter, safely entombed in his fortress office, Andrew Ryan broadcasts a hollow New Year's address to a burning city. The narrative fractures here, shifting focus across the saga to a crucial expansion that meticulously chronicles the bloody descent of 1959, peeling back the rusted layers of Rapture's hidden history. Rather than pushing the main plot forward, the chronicle plunges into the shadows of the lore, turning to the city's civil war to illuminate the unseen tragedies that doom the underwater utopia. The fall of Rapture exposes the city's breaking point, framing a colossal disaster through the intimate, shattered lives of 10 desperate souls, bound together by a singular, inescapable nightmare. Trapped at the bottom of the ocean and the bottom of society, these citizens succumb to Adam's venomous allure, just as Andrew Ryan ruthlessly militarizes his security forces for the escalating civil war. Desperate for an edge, Ryan contracts Augustus Sinclair to test experimental plasmids and weaponry, luring destitute citizens into a lethal consumer rewards program with false promises of safe housing and a private bathysphere. Destitute testers die quickly, while survivors climb a morbid ranking system, earning potent plasmids and deepening their ADAM addiction, until they mutate into the raving splicers destined to haunt Rapture's flooded halls. Awakening in a sterile apartment after a virgin dose of Adam, the test subject hears Andrew Ryan's hollow New Year's toast, immediately eclipsed by news of the Kashmir massacre and the dawn of war. 10 doomed souls document their descent through scattered audio diaries, while the bloody passage of a year is grimly chronicled in the unlocking headlines of the Rapture Standard. Jacob Norris, a hardened welder who forged Hephaestus, watches his mind unravel as brutal labor conditions push him into the arms of the Revolution and the maddening grip of Adam. Consumed by a venomous crusade against Andrew Ryan, Norris fades into madness, while Barbara Johnson, seeking escape from domestic suffocation, finds only the same hollow housewife existence beneath the waves. When her husband refuses to weaponize Adam against encroaching splicers, Barbara injects the poison herself, only to be betrayed and frozen by strangers who steal her little daughter, Susie, into the dark. Fractured by addiction, Barbara hallucinates big daddies as stray dogs, and little sisters as her lost child, while Buck Riley, a ruthless tycoon fleeing surface bureaucracy, thrives in Rapture's cutthroat shadows. Buck's empire crumbles when Atlas's thugs pillage his enterprise, and his own wife vanishes in sympathy with the rebels, forcing the plasmid-hating businessman to inject Adam just to hunt her down. Discovering his wife orchestrating the raids against him, Buck spirals into a psychotic delusion, hallucinating mutants as insubordinate clerks and big daddies as rival executives, while star athlete Danny Wilkins takes the field. Idolized by a young protege who refuses the genetic poison, a deranged Danny Wilkins strikes the boy dead in an Adam-fueled rage, forever trapping his own shattered mind in the third-person cadence of a sports broadcaster. Naledi Atkins, a thrill-seeking surface pilot, descends into Rapture to test experimental submersibles. She embraces the crushing depths, viewing the underwater metropolis as her ultimate adrenaline-fueled adventure. When Andrew Ryan grounds the bathyspheres, Naledi turns to Adam for her adrenaline fix, spiraling into a vicious cycle of violence. Elsewhere, Suresh Shetty, a master illusionist and telepath, plies his trade. Once a celebrated star in Fort Frolic, Suresh loses his stage when the theaters go dark. He takes his act to the streets, injecting Adam to fuel his illusions, as mutation slowly warps his eccentric mind. World-class actress Blanche de Glace finds her spotlight extinguished as Rapture tightens its grip. Desperate to blend in with the deteriorating masses, she injects Adam, seeking blissful ignorance among the damned. The genetic poison transforms Blanche's shattered reality into a grand, tragic play. Meanwhile, seasoned sailor Zigo da Costa, who plunged into Rapture to view the ocean from below, watches a factory colleague suffer a fatal accident. With his dying breath, the co-worker reveals a hidden Adam stash, sealing Zigo's addiction. Soon, the sailor hears the ocean whispering, calling Rapture a festering wound, and Adam its sacred, cleansing blood. Driven to destroy the city, Zigo opposes both Andrew Ryan and Atlas. Elsewhere, surface cosmetics magnate Oscar Calraca smuggles his beloved cats into Rapture through Frank Fontaine, who swiftly hooks the feline enthusiast on Adam. Madness takes hold when Oscar uses Adam to paint tiger stripes on his cat. The addicted feline attempts to steal the serum and is slaughtered, prompting a grieving Oscar to splice himself with razor-sharp claws. Oscar's deranged tribute explains the feline corpses littering Rapture's halls. Finally, former Fontaine smuggler Louis McGrath rots in Persephone, his face plastered on murder warrants hanging in McDonough's gloomy tavern. When his cellmate vanishes, Louis realizes the man is being grafted into a Big Daddy suit. Desperate, he strikes a dark bargain with Sinclair, his cruelty magnifying as he hallucinates his lost friend inside the armored behemoths. These tragic souls illuminate Rapture's domestic decay from within, a stark contrast to the view from outside its walls. Their agonizing mutations unfold over the following year, culminating in a grim epilogue at the Diamond Rank. Reaching the pinnacle of Sinclair Solutions guarantees these survivors live to witness the drowned city's later horrors. Unlike scattered scraps of hearsay, this record of the Civil War stands alone as a descent into madness. The city's arenas are entirely reconstructed, their layouts heavily altered for the bloody chaos. Half rumor, half record, these battlegrounds perfectly capture Rapture's decaying grandeur at the dawn of 1959. The city's pristine veneer begins to crack, reflecting the early bloody tremors of the Civil War. Leaving the arena slaughter behind, the Chronicle plunges back into Rapture's grim descent. Convinced the New Year's Eve bombing targeted Rapture's elite, Andrew Ryan prepares to wage total war against Atlas. Risking his own neck, Bill McDonough steps from the shadows to challenge his ruthless employer. Bill exposes the glaring hypocrisy. Ryan's seizure of Fontaine Futuristics handed Atlas the perfect spark for rebellion. To stem the bleeding, Bill urges Ryan to surrender the stolen empire to the desperate masses. The underwater utopia is literally buckling under the pressure, incapable of surviving a full-scale civil war. Bill issues a desperate ultimatum, but an unyielding Ryan clings to a sinister backup plan involving mind-altering pheromones. Planning to harvest Adam from the dead to breed a loyal splicer army, Ryan seals his dark path. Bill retreats, knowing this final betrayal will inevitably land him behind cold iron bars. Anna Culpepper abandons the council, her rebellious songs echoing through Apollo Square. Strolling past panicked citizens draining their bank accounts, a cold-eyed Ryan vows to silence the Songbird before the looming war consumes them all. Diane McClintock also walks the traitor's path, bribing her way past the Apollo Square barricades to seek out Atlas. The rebel leader welcomes her in, spinning a fabricated, tragic history to win her loyalty. He spins a tragic fabrication, casting himself as a simple mechanic lured to Rapture by false promises, reduced to scrubbing floors before the work dried up completely. A desperate family man, he adopts the moniker Atlas. Taking his name from the mythic Titan, he twists Andrew Ryan's beloved philosophy into a weapon, painting Atlas as the broad-shouldered working man bearing the world's crushing weight. Beneath the rhetoric, his ideology bleeds pure communism. He avoids the dangerous label of Bolshevism, preaching only a fair distribution of resources to the starving masses. Dr. Steinman's surgical scalpel completes the illusion, carving a mask of rugged, trustworthy honesty into the con man's flesh. Fontaine breathes life into the Phantom, layering on an Irish lilt, fierce charisma, and populist fire. Atlas bleeds in the trenches alongside the desperate, securing real food and shelter, winning their absolute devotion. The revolutionary fervor seduces Diane McClintock, who violently severs her loyalty to Ryan, eager to commit acts her former lover would despise. In the shadows, Bridget Tenenbaum relentlessly tests the twisted bond between Big Daddies and Little Sisters. Prolonged exposure to the girls breeds a suffocating guilt within Tenenbaum, tearing at her conscience. Yet the grim experiments march forward, fueled by Dr. Suchong's brutal conditioning methods, which bind the men inside the diving suits perfectly. Driven by paired pheromones and psychological conditioning, the lumbering giant gravitates instantly toward the little sister, who gleefully greets her Mr. Bubbles. Yet this seamless bond fractures the accepted history, clashing violently with the tragic revelations of the Last Descent. Perhaps the multiverse accommodates both truths, but later evidence suggests Suchong's initial conditioning failed miserably. His cruelest efforts yielded nothing more than a synthetic pheromone, a chemical trick to draw the little sisters near. Despite the pheromones, the girls remain terrified of the Iron Leviathans. Whether this is a fractured timeline where Suchong triumphed, or a mere contradiction, the truth stays tangled in the depths, waiting for a future reckoning. Watching the grotesque reunion of monster and child, a buried trauma pierces Tenenbaum's cold exterior. The armored behemoth suddenly mirrors the ruthless Nazi officers who separated her from her father so many years ago. That fascist phantom was less a man than a machine of flesh and steel, a monster she was forced to placate. Seeing her own tragic reflection in the little sisters, Tenenbaum's clinical detachment finally shatters. Chief of Security Sullivan finds his own loyalty rotting. Once willing to drown in Ryan's dirty work out of gratitude, the horrific reality of plasmid harvesting pushes him to the brink. He confides only in Bill McDonough. Exhausted by Ryan's paranoia, Sullivan plays confiscated audio logs. McDonough dismisses Anna Culpepper's provocative songs as harmless, prompting Sullivan to cue up a darker recording from the days when Frank Fontaine ruled the underworld. The scratchy voice on the tape spits venom at the city's golden lie. They descended to Rapture expecting to forge the Great Chain, only to find Ryan draped in gold while the workers dragged heavy iron shackles. The bitter worker laments their cruel reality, while Andrew Ryan lives like a king among the glamorous elites of Fort Frolic. The forgotten laborers are left to rot, gutting fish in the freezing, stinking bowels of the city. The voice belongs to Peach Wilkins, a smuggler lured by Fontaine's promise of a better cut. He urges his crew toward Fontaine Fisheries. Listening closely, McDonough recognizes a dangerous, familiar rhythm in the bitter grievances. Wilkins echoes the very populist fire Atlas now preaches. Sullivan triggers another tape, revealing Fontaine's brutal extortion tactics, squeezing an impossible 80% of the smugglers' profits under the looming threat of exposing them to Ryan's enforcers. The audio paints a grim picture. A smuggler threatened to inform the constables, only to wash up in a weighted sack. Trapped between Fontaine's murderous grip and Ryan's gallows, the desperate men had nowhere left to run. Sullivan lays bare the tragic autopsy of Rapture. Thousands of wide-eyed workers descended for a promised utopia, only to find empty pockets and closed doors, driving them straight into the waiting, predatory arms of Frank Fontaine's smuggling ring. Security forces hang these desperate men, punishing survival as a crime. Then comes Persephone, where Ryan's brutal torture of Sophia Lamb's disciples only breeds more zealots, while Anna Culpepper sings mocking ballads about the deranged Sander Cohen. Sullivan cues a chilling playback of Sander Cohen's descent into madness. The artist's recorded voice trembles with psychotic fervor, babbling about severed ears and a grotesque, grounded hopping. Cohen's voice crackles through the static, lamenting his eternal doom. He begs for his own ears to be torn away, trapped in the suffocating grip of a relentless curse. Pleading for mutilation, the artist's sanity shatters completely. Sullivan questions the madman's grip on reality, noting that Cohen's eccentric genius is merely a fragile mask waiting to slip. Adam erodes that mask, twisting his eccentricity into butchery. Sullivan grimly details how Cohen slaughters innocents, entombing their corpses in plaster to stand as grotesque statues in his macabre gallery. Ryan dismisses the murders, shielding his allied artist from the law. Sullivan watches the founder's own mind fracture into paranoid, drunken spells, culminating in a fatal grievance over Culpepper's music. Ordered by Ryan to silence the singer, Sullivan confesses the grim deed to Bill McDonough. He leaves Culpepper's lifeless body slumped in her bathtub, his eyes catching an unfinished quilt. Struck by the blanket's stark red and black beauty, the guilt-ridden enforcer steals it away. He rationalizes the petty theft as a desperate bid to give her interrupted work purpose. McDonough swears to bury the dark confession. Elsewhere, a haunted Bridget Tenenbaum downs half a bottle of vodka, desperate to drown the lingering phantom of her latest horrific experiment. The liquor fails to wash away her mounting guilt, forging a sudden resolve to save her victims. Playing the depraved scientist, she lures the guards into the showers with vodka. While Tenenbaum quietly disables the security grid, the distracted guards gulp down liquor laced with equine tranquilizers. Stepping past their slumping bodies, she gathers every little sister she can carry. Clutching the tools needed to extract the parasitic slugs, she herds the children toward a hidden back room. Sirens wail as they breach the bathysphere, but her stolen flock escapes. Safe in his office, Andrew Ryan dictates another audio diary. He dismisses reports of Sophia Lamb stalking the streets and a slaughtered Alpha series, too preoccupied with Atlas's swelling ranks. Ryan writes Lamb off as a fading ghost, a forgotten phantom lingering on borrowed time. He remains blind to the quiet storm gathering in the city's flooded, forgotten depths. This hubris sets the stage for Sophia's violent return. Rapture fractures. Ryan clings to the center. Atlas claims Artemis Suites and Neptune's bounty, while Lamb's zealots conquer Persephone and Dionysus Park. Yisuchong slithers into Ryan's office, pitching a plasmid modification that strips away free will via airborne pheromones. Ryan feigns moral outrage, though he secretly craves the absolute control. Suchong shatters the illusion of control, revealing Tenenbaum's sudden defection with the Little Sisters. Desperate to maintain atom production, Ryan orders his enforcers to harvest fresh girls while Suchong perfects the formula. A pneumatic tube spits out Sullivan's final, damning letter. Crushed by the weight of his own sins, the enforcer bids Ryan farewell before eating a single, fatal bullet. The attached recording reveals a bitter truth. Jasmine Jolene sold Ryan's unborn child. Ignorant of the gathering shadows, the McDonough family takes a fragile stroll through the lush Arcadia. Accompanied by little Masha Lutz and armed escorts Karlovsky and Redgrave, they seek a brief respite. But the illusion of safety shatters when the playing children vanish into Rapture's dark. Despite a lightning-fast search, only Sophie is recovered. Masha vanishes with a stranger, though Karlovsky catches the echo of Cavendish's voice. Meanwhile, a furious Andrew Ryan, provoked by Jasmine's recording, storms toward Eve's garden. He once bought Jasmine's freedom from the brothel's grind, but mercy has curdled into wrath. Bursting into her room, Ryan confronts the weeping girl, his bare hands choking the desperate pleas from her throat. Washing the phantom blood from his hands, Ryan casually invites Bill's family for a stroll through the war-torn streets, demanding a facade of normalcy, while Bill silently finalizes his own desperate evacuation plan. The escape hinges on Roland Wallace, who holds airlock clearance. He must navigate a bathysphere to the surface and secure a waiting boat, while Bill sabotages the lighthouse's lethal security grid from within. Bypassing defenses calibrated only for Ryan, Bill must shepherd his family past the warring factions of Atlas and Ryan, a treasonous gamble he drunkenly confesses to an audio diary after downing cheap cognac. If that confessional tape is unearthed, Bill is a dead man. Stepping into the neon-lit street, they freeze as a hulking silhouette emerges from the fog, their first terrifying encounter with a Big Daddy. Two armored variants stalk these drowned corridors. This bouncer, dragging a massive drill and a heavy power pack, exists solely to shield its little sister from the ravenous predators of the deep. Glowing ocular sensors pierce the gloom, ensuring the lumbering giant never crushes its fragile ward, while any shattered armor is grimly patched with scavenged metal from the eternal flame crematorium. The little sisters harvest Adam from bloated corpses they call angels. Mariska Lutz spots Masha among them and cries out, but the hollow-eyed girl ignores her, lost to the same atrocities Ryan now contemplates. Haunted by his own monstrous compromises, Ryan fixates on Rapture's post-war resurrection, funding radical Vita Chamber technology to conquer death itself, desperate to reclaim absolute dominion over his crumbling utopia. To purge the rebels and leash the feral splicers, he must monopolize the city's atom supply, a grim resolution he immortalizes in yet another dictaphone recording for a future that may never come. Speaking into the brass microphone, Ryan rationalizes the necessary evils of his regime, lamenting the vulgarity of his enforcers, while quietly admitting the bitter mistakes that fractured his golden dream. He confesses that doubt is the rot that fells great cities, yet wonders if absolute infallibility is a myth. acknowledging that the very convictions that built Rapture might now be tearing it apart. Watching his metropolis drown in blood and madness, the visionary questions his own ironclad dogma, wondering if his unyielding philosophy blinded him to the fatal cracks spreading through the glass. Shaking off his doubts, Ryan refocuses his hatred on Atlas, only to be interrupted by a pneumatic tube delivering a venomous letter from Diane McClintock, dissecting his failures as both a tyrant and a lover. Defecting to Atlas's camp, Diane promises to take up arms against Ryan's forces, wielding her intimate knowledge of the founder's fragile ego to inflict maximum psychological damage while Bill and Karlowski quietly resume their repairs. Replacing a maintenance crew butchered by splicers, the mechanics freeze as a little sister approaches with her extraction syringe. Recognizing Masha's face, Bill considers a desperate rescue, but violence erupts before he can move. A ravenous splicer lunges for the girl, only to be torn in half by the Big Daddy's rivet gun. Undeterred, Bill attempts to flank the distracted behemoth, but a brutal strike to the chest knocks him cold. Regaining consciousness, Bill watches helplessly as the mutated child scurries into a reinforced atom vent, leaving him to the grim realization that only madmen like Dr. Steinman truly thrive in Rapture's bloody descent. Dr. Steinman stands at the bloody intersection of Rapture's descent, a surgeon wielding his scalpels not to heal, but to carve a terrifying new vision into the city's flesh. Unbound by traditional morality, he views flesh as a mere suggestion, slicing away the excess now that Adam has provided the miraculous means for total reinvention. Andrew Ryan has severed the suffocating chains of false ethics, granting citizens the godlike power to alter their gender, race, and very humanity at a whim. Desperate to please Aphrodite, Steinman slaughters his own nurse, brutally rearranging her facial features before discarding her mutilated corpse into a freezer already packed with his previous failures. Voluntary patients grow scarce as survivors recoil from his grotesque handiwork. The mad doctor utterly disgusted by the mundane, ordinary beauty his clients foolishly beg him to preserve. Delivered by Sander Cohen after a botched plasmid machine hack, the current victim lies wide awake on the table, denied anesthesia because Steinman finds unconscious canvases dreadfully unaesthetic. Blind to his own hypocrisy, the surgeon casually dismisses Cohen as a lunatic while carving into the screaming girl's flesh, meticulously recording his bloody manifesto on an audio diary. Speaking into the machine, he laments how Adam curses the true professional. As the tools of creation evolve, so too does the insatiable hunger for an impossible, flawless symmetry. Once content with merely fixing deformities, he now views human flesh as wet clay, intoxicated by the arrival of Adam and the divine mandate to endlessly sculpt and reshape. Pausing the tape, he whispers to his captive canvas that a dose of Adam will soften her features, preparing her for another agonizing cycle of the scalpel and syringe. Resuming the recording, he invokes Picasso's fractured portraits, marveling at how the painter abandoned mundane realism for abstract geometry and was rightfully crowned a genius by a fawning world. Bitter over a career wasted on crafting predictable dimples and upturned noses, the madman yearns to wield his surgical blade exactly as the old Spaniard wielded his revolutionary brush. Enraged by his patient's selfish decision to die, Steinman viciously mutilates her corpse, while across Rapture, Bill McDonough shelters the grieving Lutz family following their daughter's mysterious disappearance. The sanctuary becomes a tomb when Bill is summoned to the Lutz's quarters, finding the heartbroken parents dead hand in hand beside empty pill bottles and a final audio diary. Elsewhere, Diane McClintock survives her first violent raid, discovering that the bloody reality of rebellion falls far short of the heroic fantasies she once penned to Andrew Ryan. Cataloging the grim arithmetic of insurrection for posterity, she tallies the heavy cost: 31 buckshot shells, 4 grenades, a ruined shotgun, 34 doses of Adam, and 3 dead comrades. Managing to fell a lumbering Big Daddy, Diane rationalizes the gruesome butchery required to harvest the little sister's Adam, desperately shifting the moral blame onto Andrew Ryan's shoulders. Eager to please Atlas with her grim success, Diane seeks out the rebel leader, only to stumble upon a terrifying truth as she discovers the man recording his own dark confessions. The recording clicks off, and Frank Fontaine murders Diane in cold blood. Across Rapture's decaying expanse, Bill McDonough initiates a desperate contingency from Central Control, signaling Roland Wallace to prep a submarine for the surface. Calm waters and Apollo Square's bloody riots provide the perfect distraction, leaving the lighthouse approach unguarded. Bill intends to send his family topside while remaining in the drowning city, hoping to broker a desperate truce with Atlas. Karlovsky abandons his post for a meal, allowing Bill to slip through the automated security. Waiting in the shadows, Andrew Ryan quotes their old promises before raising his cane, hissing of bitter betrayal. The heavy cane arcs toward a hesitant Bill, whose trembling finger refuses to pull the trigger. Following a brief struggle, the failed assassin is executed, leaving his corpse to hang in the trophy hall of the man who built Rapture. Navigating the overgrown cemetery bordering Arcadia, Bill finds his family cornered by a knife-wielding Saturnine cultist. He dispatches the naked fanatic just in time, securing their frantic sprint toward the waiting bathysphere. A lurking splicer falls to Bill's gun before they ascend, only to find Karlovsky, Redgrave, and Cavendish waiting above. Outgunned by the constables, Bill surrenders his weapon, betrayed by Andrew Ryan's hidden surface cameras. The grim standoff sours the mood of everyone except the sycophantic Cavendish. Realizing the autocrat only demanded the return of himself and Wallace, Bill desperately pleads for his wife and daughter's freedom. Cavendish remains immovable, gloating that every would-be escapee over the last decade found themselves strapped to a surgical table, violently repurposed into Big Daddies. Disgusted by the cruelty, Redgrave quietly shifts his allegiance. When the arrogant chief constable barks his final insult, Karlovsky simply draws his weapon and executes him. With the despised officer bleeding out on the floor, Rapture's 10-year quarantine is finally broken. Elaine and Sophie drift toward the shipping lanes on autopilot, praying for a surface rescue, while a captive Wallace is dragged directly to Suchong's laboratory, a grim fate that fractures the account left in the city's audio diaries. The original recordings depict Roland Wallace as a doomed test subject for the enraged plasmid under Fontaine Futuristics, a stark contradiction to the long-standing employment history that later accounts of Rapture would keep. A conflicting chronicle twists the established history, placing the doomed man on a completely different corporate payroll long before his tragic end. In this alternate literary reality, his loyalties and paychecks have been bound to Ryan Industries for years, muddying the bloody waters of corporate espionage. Suchong's exact time of death remains a hotly debated phantom in the timeline. Meanwhile, a captive Bill is hauled back to Central Control, where Andrew Ryan has arranged a gruesome, theatrical message. Enemies hang crucified from the pillars, including a grotesque display of Bill McDonough. Unable to execute his oldest friend, Ryan orders Karlovsky to pull the trigger, before the narrative abruptly shifts to a sweltering New York avenue. Safe in Manhattan, a traumatized Sophie shrinks from the open sky. When she whispers of a sunken city, her psychiatrist dismisses Rapture as war-torn delusions, though he gently coaxes the agoraphobic child out for a quiet park stroll. The doctor tags along, harboring a quiet affection for a receptive Elaine, bringing the chronicle to a close. Ultimately, this account of the years before the fall stands tall as a fully realized, standalone tragedy of hubris. Rapture itself was the doomed thing. The underwater utopia's construction was bloody from the first rivet, and inside its sealed walls the fragile lives of both its glittering elite and its desperate poor hung by the same thread. From desperate paupers to ruined aristocrats, their tragic fates intertwine. The city's own scattered audio logs stitch that ruin into a cohesive record, weaving vita chambers, bloodthirsty splicers, and the mundane horrors of Rapture into one seamless nightmare. Miraculously surviving a plane crash in the middle of the Atlantic, Jack surfaces into a sea of burning jet fuel. Amidst this fiery chaos looms a solitary silhouette, a lighthouse, standing as the only refuge in miles of empty water. The road down into Rapture's dark waters begins not in the sea, but in the sky. The year is 1960. High above the Atlantic, 19-year-old Jack Winan sits quietly aboard an Apollo Airways passenger flight. Suspended in the black sky over the Atlantic, the young man stares at a faded photograph of his parents, letting their distant, echoing words wash over his troubled mind. He unwraps a mysterious gift bearing a simple tag. To Jack, with love from Mom and Dad. Would you kindly not open until 63 degrees 2 minutes north, 29 degrees 55 minutes west? Though the opening cinematic obscures these exact coordinates, the grim truth of the note surfaces later. Suddenly, the aircraft violently shudders, losing all control before plunging into the freezing, unforgiving ocean. At least that is the illusion painted for Jack. The grim reality behind this crash bleeds out slowly across the entire saga, a mystery that will surface in its own time. For now, only the immediate truth. Engineered to possess the mind and muscle of a 19-year-old, Jack was actually born in 1956. By the cold arithmetic of the calendar, he is merely 4 years old when the freezing ocean spits him out. Set down long after the events it recounts, this chronicle simply blunders the established timeline. A heavy ledger of these contradictions exists, but dwelling on such errors now, without the full bloody context of Rapture's history, is pointless. So, the grim tableau is set. A toddler trapped in a man's body. Jack genuinely believes he is Jack Wynand, a simple farm boy born in 1936, raised under the quiet skies of Overlook, Kansas. Reading that fateful note triggers the hypnotic command, "Would you kindly?" Extracting a loaded revolver from the box, the sleeper agent hijacks the flight, plunging it toward Rapture's lighthouse, bringing the prodigal son violently home. Unbeknownst to Jack, his arrival perfectly aligns with the final hours of Sinclair Solutions consumer rewards trials. Deep below, a Sinclair Solutions test subject receives a hollow congratulation for surviving the trials, abruptly interrupted by a violent tremor. Andrew Ryan broadcasts a chilling warning. A crashed plane has breached Rapture's sacred secrecy, and a lone survivor descends. As citizens are ordered to halt all duties, the plane's severed nose plummets past the subject's window. Descending in the bathysphere, Jack watches a flickering propaganda film detailing Ryan's vision for a hidden utopia. This vessel is merely a cog in Anton Kincaid's sprawling Rapture metro, a transit network that utterly crushed its competitors. As the film ends, the drowned neon of Rapture bleeds through the glass. Over the radio, Atlas warns his scout, Johnny, that their security hack is failing, a warning ignored just before a spider splicer eviscerates him. The illusion of utopia shatters instantly. Ryan had locked down this bathysphere terminal to slaughter fleeing citizens, but the automated defenses sleep, pacified by the stolen genetic code of Ryan's own DNA, coursing through Jack's veins. Seizing the moment, Atlas contacts the bewildered survivor, testing his sleeper agent with a polite, hypnotic request. Promising mutual survival, the voice guides Jack toward his very first instrument of blunt, brutal survival, a heavy wrench. This simple tool becomes a devastating equalizer when fueled by genetic modifications. While plasmids actively burn through Eve to unleash unnatural horrors from a man's fingertips, gene tonics silently rewrite the body into a passive weapon. Jack steps from the bloodstained station into the Rapture Welcome Center. Once a glittering vestibule designed to dazzle new arrivals with the city's boundless wealth, it now stands as a decaying monument to a shattered dream. Beneath Rapture's gilded splendor lies Adam, the ultimate miracle for fresh arrivals. Dispensed through Ryan Industries' nationalized vending machines, this slick marketing masks a gruesome extraction process, painting the terrifying little sisters as harmless, friendly mascots. Jack claims his first plasmid, Electrobolt. Originally engineered to service electronics, the serum now weaponizes his flesh to short-circuit security grids and vending machines. Discharging up to 8,000 volts, the lethal current far exceeds mortal thresholds. Fortified by Adam, splicers endure these lethal surges with only fleeting paralysis. Surviving his agonizing first injection, Jack is dismissed by a passing little sister and her big daddy, left breathing to navigate a fragile glass tunnel. The downed airliner's severed tail violently breaches the glass, unleashing a torrent of dark ocean. Security bulkheads slam shut, sealing the flooded lounge as Jack scrambles into the atrium, where a single, groaning elevator offers his only ascent. As the cab rises, Atlas begs for salvation. His family is trapped in Neptune's bounty. The path cuts through the Kashmir restaurant, where a deranged splicer croons to a baby carriage concealing a heavy Webley-style revolver. The firearm's mechanical quirks betray its brutal, improvised nature, a common trait among the city's rusted arsenal. Bypassing technical pedantry, this six-shooter, like most weapons in Rapture, relies on a versatile array of specialized ammunition to survive the depths. 6 heavy rounds are enough to introduce Jack to Rapture's rotting majority, the thuggish splicers. Utterly degraded by Adam, these agile fiends lack firepower but compensate with feral cunning, swarming from the shadows in vicious, desperate packs. Inside the Kashmir restaurant, time lies frozen on New Year's Eve, 1959. Abandoned to the ghosts, the ruined dining hall harbors only its deranged owner, Brenda, and her partner. Nearby, the Footlight Theater prepares a grim lesson. Witnessing the bloody toll of assaulting a little sister, Jack enters the transit hub linking the medical pavilion to Neptune's bounty. Steel jaws snap shut. Andrew Ryan triggers a lockdown, trapping him with a ravenous mutant horde. Glaring through a flickering monitor, Andrew Ryan confronts his captive, mistaking the survivor for a CIA or KGB operative. Just as the shadows close in, Atlas overrides the bulkhead, granting Jack bloody passage into the medical pavilion. Before Adam, the pavilion offered traditional healing. Now, miraculous cellular regeneration has rendered conventional medicine obsolete. Dr. Steinman's twisted aesthetic surgeries and premium dentistry monopolize the market, leaving the old wards to rot in the damp, forgotten dark. With traditional clinics abandoned, Rapture's entire medical economy pivoted to Adam derivatives. When civil war erupted, Dr. Steinman seized absolute control of the pavilion, maintaining a pristine sanctuary until the city's crumbling infrastructure finally bled through the walls. Neglected pipes burst, slowly drowning the sterile corridors in frigid seawater. Stepping into the deluge, Jack pries a jammed security bot from a sealed door, mastering the crude hacking techniques splicers use to subvert the city's automated defenses. Reprogramming turrets and cameras becomes a desperate survival tactic. Yet the ability to simply purchase a successful hack feels like a bizarre capitalist fever dream, an illogical quirk that shifts entirely by the time the second chapter unfolds. Despite the contradictions, Rapture's elite ruthlessly monetize this digital warfare. Gene tonics engineered to simplify bypassing circuits flooded the market, alongside auto-hackers and specialized tools, turning corporate sabotage into a highly lucrative industry during the Civil War. What began as a survival trait mutated into a wartime profession. By rewiring the omnipresent security bots, clunky mechanical enforcers summon the second a camera spots an intruder. Jack recruits a temporary, whirring militia to watch his back. These primitive, hovering machine guns relentlessly hunt their targets until the alarm bleeds out. True to Rapture's capitalist dogma, Ryan's security forces even monetized mercy. A swift cash bribe to a shutdown panel instantly kills the shrieking sirens. Autonomous and deadly, stationary turrets spit bullets, grenades, or fire at anything that moves. Jack must brave this mechanized gauntlet to reach the emergency bathysphere to Neptune's bounty. But the sealed access hatch demands a heavy toll. The pavilion's controls lie locked, the key clutched by the deranged Dr. Steinman. Arming himself with a rusted Tommy gun and a heavy shotgun, Jack faces the lead head splicers, former surgeons who retained enough sanity to shoot back. Calculating and lethal, these gun-toting fiends use cover, soon joined by explosive-hurling nitro splicers. Pushing deeper into the blood-stained wards, Jack witnesses spectral echoes, haunting psychic residue bleeding from the recycled Adam of Rapture's countless dead. Harvested from corpses, the serum haunts its new host with the ghostly hallucinatory memories of the dead. Inside the Eternal Flame crematorium, Jack claims the incinerate plasmid, a fiery weapon perfectly suited to combat Rapture's freezing ocean leaks. Melting through the glacial barricades, Jack breaches Dandy Dental, a clinic hiding a gruesome operating theater. Here, Suchong's audio diaries confess to brutal plasmid trials, including an enraged serum tested on the unfortunate Roland Wallace. Before the war, this clinic belonged to Fontaine Futuristics, a corporate predator dumping prices to corner the market. Taking a calculated loss, Frank Fontaine flooded the dentistry with free plasmid samples, baiting a very specific trap. The free doses hooked citizens on addictive Adam while bleeding competitors dry. Jack secures a surviving telekinesis sample, a power Suchong claimed could catch a bullet, though Jack needs this kinetic force for a far more immediate obstacle. The Mad Dr. Steinman has collapsed the passage, forcing Jack to clear the rubble with scavenged splicer explosives. Beyond lies a gallery of horrors, littered with the mutilated corpses of women the deranged surgeon once worshipped as goddesses. Jack interrupts the lunatic mid-surgery, putting Steinman down in a bloody struggle to claim the emergency access key. Retreating through the crumbling facility, he watches a splicer fell a Big Daddy, cornering a defenseless little sister. As the fiend moves to harvest her Adam, Bridget Tenenbaum intervenes. While Atlas ruthlessly urges Jack to slaughter the child for power, Tenenbaum offers a newly engineered plasmid designed to cure the girl and destroy the parasitic slug. Curing her reverses the ghastly mutations, yielding less Adam, but earning Tenenbaum's gratitude. Jack now holds the power of life and death over the little sisters, a heavy moral choice that will ultimately dictate his final fate. Purchasing his own plasmids from the Gatherer's Garden, Jack encounters another Big Daddy on the return trek. Atlas coldly suggests a trial by combat against this bouncer, a lumbering brute armed with a massive blood-stained drill. Though its sensor-studded dome and heavy frame suggest sluggishness, the bouncer is terrifyingly swift in combat. Surviving the clash, Jack turns his emergency key, boarding a bathysphere that plunges him deeper into the watery abyss of Neptune's Bounty. Neptune's Bounty is a fractured battleground where Ryan's enforcers clash with smugglers entrenched in Fontaine fisheries. Past the grim warning of a publicly crucified smuggler, Jack catches another fleeting glimpse of Rose, the acrobatic spider splicer. Leaving a trail of scattered petals in her wake, the elusive Rose vanishes into the shadows. Descending to the lower wharf, the very birthplace of the Adam industry, Jack crosses paths with a new breed of armored guardian. Modeled after the iconic Rosie the Riveter, this variant wields a heavy rivet gun for both underwater construction and lethal defense. The devastating firearm transforms the Rosie into a formidable sniper, guarding its little sister from afar. Deadlier at range than the brutish bouncer, the Rosie lacks close quarters agility. If Jack has shown mercy, Tenenbaum rewards his compassion at the next Gatherer's Garden, leaving a gift of extra Adam and the hypnotized Big Daddy plasmid. Ryan marketed this hypnotic serum to rebrand the monstrous Big Daddies as personal bodyguards. Armed with new plasmids, Jack breaches Fontaine Fisheries, a freezing stronghold now commanded by the paranoid smuggler, Peach Wilkins. Wilkins and his surviving crew hold the frozen docks, still haunted by the ghost of their ruthless former boss. Audio logs reveal the smugglers were caught in a deadly vice between two unforgiving titans of Rapture. Andrew Ryan mandated the death penalty for smuggling, while Frank Fontaine extorted an 80% cut from his own men, feeding dissenters to Ryan's enforcers. The desperate crew bled for pennies, trapped in a lethal corporate crossfire. Having defected to Atlas, the terrified Peach Wilkins barricaded himself inside the fisheries, his mind unraveling from Adam-induced paranoia. Before he will unseal the heavy bulkhead doors, the deranged smuggler demands a favor from Jack. Wilkins sends Jack to retrieve a specialized research camera. This optical scanner analyzes the genetic weaknesses of Rapture's mutated denizens, rewarding the photographer with exclusive combat tonics that cannot be bought at any vending machine. The moment the deal is struck, the acrobatic Rose drops from the ceiling to strike. Wilkins tosses down a makeshift grenade launcher and deploys a security drone, forcing the wounded spider splicer to retreat into the shadows. Rose retreats, laying bare the depths of Peach's paranoia. He demands photographs of spider splicers as his price of admission, sending Jack to scour the blood-stained upper wharf, where Rapture's daily catch was once butchered and packed. Past the Fighting McDonagh Tavern sits Sullivan's abandoned office, left to rot after Fontaine's demise. Inside a grim interrogation room, Jack claims the coveted camera, snapping the grisly evidence required to buy his passage. Granted entry, Jack surrenders his firearms to a pneumatic tube, relying on the plasmids coursing through his veins when a paranoid Peach springs a treacherous ambush. Reclaiming his arsenal, he discovers a power to the People Station. Deployed by Fontaine Futuristics in 1957, under the guise of public defense, these machines were a cynical catalyst for civil war. Now rusted, each grants only a single upgrade, standing as grim monuments to Rapture's commercialized conflict. The grinning clown of the circus of values peddles survival at a premium, while El Amo Bandito dispenses pure violence. Soon, Jack will discover You-Invent machines, miraculous devices designed to spin Rapture's discarded trash into lethal ammunition. Health stations mend torn flesh while dispensers pump vital Eve, proving Rapture's elite profited handsomely off the slaughter. Pushing through Fontaine's freezing fishery, Jack uncovers a damp, hidden passage leading straight into Smuggler's hideout. Inside, Atlas's family waits within a fragile bathysphere. Jack throws the locks, but splicers swarm the docks. Before Jack can intervene, Andrew Ryan detonates the vessel, turning Atlas's desperate hope into a murderous thirst for vengeance. Recognizing that this interloper is no foreign spy, Ryan opts for swift execution over uncomfortable truth. Hunted and out of options, Jack descends into the verdant, overgrown depths of Arcadia. Amidst the Civil War, a deranged cult known as the Saturnine took root in Arcadia. Lurking in overgrown caves adorned with stone altars and crude wicker totems, these pagans named themselves for the ancient Roman god of agriculture. Embracing an astrological mysticism that paints their cavern walls with glowing runes, the cultists don masks of woven twigs. Clad in crimson, their bleached faces bear witness to dark rituals fueled by human blood and liquid Adam. Julie Langford's audio diaries reveal they called this vile concoction ambrosia. Their bloody fanaticism forced Ryan to seal Arcadia away from the public, leaving the brilliant botanist to wander the overgrown, quarantined park in absolute isolation. Sequestered in her lab, Langford engineers the Lazarus Vector, a chemical miracle meant to resurrect dead flora. But Ryan's voice soon crackles over the radio, coldly advising Jack to savor his final breaths of Arcadia's sweet oxygen. Atlas urges Jack toward a bathysphere in the rolling hills, but the path is choked by a brutal turf war. Here, Houdini splicers emerge from the shadows, hurling fireballs before vanishing into thin air with a mocking laugh. The verdant sanctuary suddenly withers as Ryan floods the chamber with a lethal defoliant. Alarms shriek, sealing Arcadia's bulkheads to hoard the dying oxygen, leaving a desperate Atlas scrambling for a plan while Jack wanders the suffocating forest. Prowling through the tea garden and the waterfall grotto, once cherished as tranquil escapes from Rapture's neon madness, Jack waits as Atlas finally formulates a desperate gamble. They must seek out the reclusive Julie Langford. Holed up in the research laboratories, Langford continues her botanical experiments for Ryan Industries. Her sanctum is a fortress of automated security, bristling with turrets and cameras designed to keep the ravenous splicer hordes at bay. Furious at Ryan's arboreal slaughter, Langford enlists Jack to harvest a rare Rosa Gallica from the waterfall grotto. With the final Lazarus ingredient secured, she unseals her doors, only for Ryan's cold voice to echo through the intercom. Citing a ruthless exclusivity clause, Ryan floods her office with lethal gas. With her dying breath, Langford traces a safe code onto the fogged glass, bequeathing Jack the Lazarus formula and a makeshift chemical thrower. This crude, cobbled-together weapon is a far cry from Ryan's mass-produced armaments. Yet, the jury-rigged chemical thrower performs its deadly task with brutal efficiency, spewing volatile substances to incinerate or freeze anything in its path. Acting as a mechanical substitute for elemental plasmids, it preserves Jack's limited genetic capacity. Recognizing the human body's fragile limits, Ryan's scientists scattered gene banks across the drowned city, allowing citizens to swap their volatile genetic load. Glowing gene banks litter Rapture's corridors, offering citizens the intoxicating power to rewrite their DNA on a whim, proving that even the miracle of instant biological evolution was ruthlessly monetized by the sunken city's elite. Regardless of his genetic arsenal, Jack must hunt down the Lazarus vector components, ripping chlorophyll from elusive Houdini splicers before descending into the farmer's market, a once thriving agricultural hub left rotting by the Civil War. Before the collapse, this market offered a bounty of synthetic meats and fresh produce, a necessity in a submerged utopia where bees are the only wild fauna. Now the war's bitter rot claims every empty stall. The market's decay mirrored the arrival of the lumbering big daddies, while audiologs in the Worley winery reveal a desperate owner watering down his vintages with distilled water to survive Rapture's cutthroat economic collapse. With Rapture's economy drowned in blood, Jack gladly claims the hoarded distilled water. His hunt leads to the Silverwing Apiary, a pre-war monopoly where Julie Langford once poured her own fortunes into studying the city's captive bees. Yielding the crucial bee enzyme for the Lazarus vector, the apiary remains relatively intact, though unchecked swarms have reclaimed the facility, transforming it into a lethal, buzzing hive that terrifies even the most deranged splicers. Flooding the chambers with thick smoke to sedate the furious swarm, Jack extracts the necessary samples. Armed with the completed Lazarus vector, he returns to the central mister, ready to breathe life back into the suffocating greenery. As the revitalizing mist disperses, Andrew Ryan unleashes his splicers. Bolstered by hacked security and Atlas's smuggled supplies, Jack repels the bloody assault, restoring the oxygen supply and pulling Rapture back from the brink of asphyxiation. Just as Jack sets his sights on Ryan, he is plunged into a watery theatrical nightmare orchestrated by Sander Cohen. Severing the radio link to Atlas, the mad artist drags his captive audience into Fort Frolic. Given total control by Ryan, Cohen seals Fort Frolic at the war's outbreak, plunging thousands into poverty. Promising one final celebration, the deranged visionary lures desperate citizens inside, only to lock the heavy doors forever. Among the trapped hostages are his own disciples. Summoned to Fleet Hall, Jack watches a macabre performance where a terrified Kyle Fitzpatrick, frozen to the stage, desperately hammers out a frantic scherzo on a grand piano. Displeased with the tempo, Cohen abruptly detonates the pianist. He commands Jack to photograph the smoldering corpse for his quadtic, a grotesque masterpiece of 4 plastered corpses that the madman believes will secure his dark immortality. Tasked with assassinating the remaining disciples to fill the empty frames, Jack receives a crudely lethal crossbow as a down payment. To earn his bathysphere passage, the reluctant executioner must now descend into Poseidon Plaza. The sole corridor to the plaza is choked with ice, guarded by Martin Finnegan. Driven mad by paranoia, the rogue disciple transforms every trespasser into a frozen monument, patiently waiting to encase Cohen himself in a glacial tomb. Ambushed and encased in ice, Jack miraculously thaws out to shatter Finnegan. In the plaza, he hunts down Silas Cobb, a rebellious record store owner who burned Cohen's music, adding his bloody portrait to the quadtic. As Cohen unleashes a manic swarm of splicers, Jack tracks a drunken Hector Rodriguez to Eve's garden. There, spectral visions of Jasmine Jolene trigger a repressed memory, revealing the brutalized corpse of his own biological mother. Unaware of his true lineage, Jack coldly executes Hector and completes the gruesome quadtic. Descending to admire his masterpiece, Cohen unlocks the bathysphere, leaving Jack to decide whether to spare the mad artist or end his theatrical reign. The bathysphere plunges into Hephaestus, Rapture's beating geothermal heart. During the war, rebels relentlessly besieged this facility, knowing that seizing the city's power grid and Andrew Ryan's central office would guarantee their bloody victory. Though disillusioned workers like Bill McDonough despised Ryan, they remained chained to their posts to prevent a watery grave. Today, the atom sickness ravages both factions, leaving Atlas's rebels feral and Ryan's loyalists dead. With Rapture's final collapse imminent, Atlas plays his last desperate card against a cornered Andrew Ryan. Guiding his pawn through the industrial ruins, the rebel leader reveals that Ryan's impenetrable fortress is sealed by a genetic key. Andrew Ryan holds Rapture's genetic key, their sole ticket to the surface. Yet, an electromagnetic seal guards his sanctum. Outside, a macabre trophy room displays the autocrat's suspended enemies, a grim testament to his absolute rule. McDonough hangs among the rotting dissidents. Scouring the workers' quarters, Jack unearths a thwarted conspiracy. Stanley Kybers died assembling an EMP bomb in a hidden workshop. The explosive shell waits in the shadows, hungry for a spark. The dead man's blueprints demand a lethal cocktail: nitroglycerin, 4 R34 wires, and a splash of ionic gel. This makeshift detonator promises to force the core into compensation mode, surging the grid with raw, untamed current. The blast will either shatter Andrew Ryan's gate or vaporize half of Rapture. Jack scavenges nitroglycerin from Kybers' desk, rips R34 wiring from slaughtered Big Daddies, and hunts for ionic gel deep within the bowels of Hephaestus. Descending through the scalding vents of geothermal control, Jack reaches Hephaestus Core 3. Fighting through a tide of splicers, he restores the elevator and plants the EMP. The rigged explosive detonates, successfully overloading the city's beating mechanical heart. The shattered lock grants entry to Rapture Central Control, where Andrew Ryan's voice drips with grim realization. Knowing Jack and Atlas's true identities, the tyrant triggers a self-destruct sequence, preferring to drown his city rather than surrender it. A claustrophobic room reveals a web of photographs: Jasmine Jolene, Frank Fontaine, Yi Su-chong, and Ryan himself, all tethered to Jack's face. Above them, the damning phrase, "Would you kindly?" exposes the twisted genetic conspiracy of his birth. The final truth waits in the tyrant's sanctum. Andrew Ryan greets his illegitimate son with a crushing revelation. Jack hijacked the plane. The crash was orchestrated. A man chooses, a slave obeys, Ryan declares, condemning his bloodline. Refusing to fight, the autocrat commands Jack to strike the fatal blow, asserting his own ultimate agency. He dies a man, not a slave. Stripped of utopian delusions, Ryan's isolated philosophy inevitably rots into a paranoid dictatorship. Rapture stands as a drowned monument to hubris. Ryan accepts his failure yet clings to his ideals, choosing death over submission. In the bloody aftermath, Atlas barks a new command: claim the genetic key. Inserting the key, Jack hands the city to Frank Fontaine, who immediately sheds his working-class disguise and moves to slaughter his pawn. Suddenly, Bridget Tenenbaum's little sisters swarm the room, dragging the unconscious Jack into the crumbling floorboards. Jack awakens in Tenenbaum's sanctuary. The scientist has severed part of Fontaine's mental leash, urging Jack toward Yi Su-chong's apartment for a cure. But Rapture's new king has already triggered his lethal failsafe, Code Yellow. The hypnotic command instructs Jack's own brain to stop his heart. His vitality will slowly drain until his inevitable demise. This lingering shadow of death finally brings us to the miraculous, twisted science of Andrew Ryan's Vita Chambers. Shortly before the city's watery collapse, Yi Su-chong, Augustus Sinclair, and Gil Alexander engineer a mechanism to cheat death itself. Yet Su-chong's own audio logs confess a profound ignorance regarding their miraculous creation. The arrogant geneticist barely understands how plasmid manipulation intertwines with raw quantum energy. Su-chong doubts the resurrection tech will even function, noting the paranoid autocrat plans to strictly lock the network to his own bloodline. The prophecy holds true. Calibrated exclusively to Andrew Ryan's genetic signature, the Vita Chambers sit scattered across the drowning metropolis. Consequently, only the tyrant and his biological heir, Jack, can perish and instantly draw breath again. Emerging from the glowing tubes comes with a morbid caveat. The quantum machinery only reverses violent physical trauma. Fatal genetic decay remains incurable. This miraculous resurrection network naturally begs a lingering, bloody question. Why does Andrew Ryan remain a corpse after Jack caves in his skull? The tyrant deliberately deactivates his office Vita chamber, embracing his fatal choice. To the oblivious citizens of Rapture, these miraculous machines are sold as mere novelties. Marketed as luxurious rejuvenation pods, the chambers even grace the Adonis luxury resort as high-end spa treatments. Their true quantum power will surface later, but for now, Jack ascends toward the crumbling opulence of Olympus Heights. Reduced to shattered ruins, the Mercury Suites still harbor a few intact penthouses. Jack stalks through the abandoned sanctuaries of Anna Culpeper, Bridget Tenenbaum, and, if spared in Fort Frolic, the deranged artist Sander Cohen. A grotesque waltz spins through Fort Frolic's ballroom, a fragile rhythm Cohen fiercely protects. Sparing the mad artist remains a choice, but Jack's true prize lies within Suchong's drowned apartment, its submerged ruins hiding drowned secrets. From the waterlogged wreckage, a crackling audio diary whispers of Lot 192, Fontaine's personal antidote to mental subjugation. Tenenbaum recalls hoarding a single vial in her own quarters, ignorant of the salvation it held. Fontaine's thugs have already stripped her sanctuary bare, driving Jack upward into the smuggler's opulent penthouse. Amidst the untouched decadence of Rapture's false king, the elusive cure waits, begging to be consumed. The serum burns through his veins, shattering the mental chains, but the liberation exacts a chaotic toll. His plasmids misfire wildly. Seeking stability, Jack descends into the grim shadows of Apollo Square, hunting more of Suchong's cure. Apollo Square rots under martial law, a graveyard of Atlas's broken rebellion littered with Ryan's executed dissidents. Sealed off after the Kashmir massacre, these quarantined ruins harbor both the ghosts of resistance and Suchong's hidden laboratory. A bloody drill protrudes from a corpse on the operating table, Suchong's final, fatal lesson. A nearby recording captures his fatal mistake, striking a little sister, only to provoke the lethal, protective wrath of a Big Daddy. The second dose purges the last of the smuggler's poison from Jack's mind, but the rules have changed. Driven to the edge, Fontaine gorges himself on Adam, preparing to butcher his former pawn with his own hands. Their final reckoning looms at Point Prometheus, a sprawling plasmid testing ground once owned by Fontaine Futuristics. Seized by Ryan Industries, these sterile halls were twisted into a grim factory for engineering Rapture's armored guardians. The facility was carved into grotesque specializations: optimized eugenics for plasmid refinement, fail-safe armored escort for the lumbering giants, and the chillingly named Little Wonders Educational Facility to harvest the city's innocent blood. The Mendel Memorial Research Library offered the city's brightest minds a sanctuary of genetic knowledge, while a grand marine biology museum stood nearby, a monument to the ocean that would soon become a slaughterhouse. Shattered by Atlas's failed siege, the museum's ruined exhibits now serve as a brutal proving ground. Stepping into the wreckage, Jack confronts a monstrous Fontaine, his flesh warped by gluttonous, lethal doses of raw genetic power. To breach the inner sanctum, Tenenbaum warns that Jack must earn a little sister's trust. Stripped of other options, he scavenges the desolate complex, assembling the heavy canvas and pheromones of a Big Daddy. With his vocal cords surgically mutilated to emit a mournful groan, Jack escorts the child through the gauntlet. Beyond the final doors, Fontaine waits, strapped to a monstrous machine pumping ungodly torrents of Adam into his veins. Warped into a hulking leviathan, the smuggler unleashes a terrifying fury. Yet Jack strikes before the transformation can finalize, driving a little sister's extractor needle deep into Fontaine's chest to drain the stolen power from his blood. The tyrant nearly crushes his defiant enemy, but a vengeful swarm of little sisters descends. Their needles pierce his mutated flesh, draining his stolen life and leaving Jack's ultimate fate to be judged by his past sins. A path of bloodshed earns Tenenbaum's bitter scorn, crowning Jack the new tyrant of Rapture. Mirroring his father's paranoia, he unleashes a horde of ravenous splicers upon a Navy submarine, ensuring the drowned city remains a deadly secret. A hijacked nuclear payload hints at global doom, but mercy offers a brighter dawn. Rejecting Rapture's cursed throne, Jack ascends to the sunlit surface, carrying the rescued girls away from the nightmare to forge a quiet, loving family. The final frame lingers on an aged Jack, his dying hand held by the women he once saved. Though the shadows of Rapture are deep, history eventually confirms this path of redemption as the true and lasting conclusion. 20,000 souls had already vanished without a ripple to build Rapture, a mass exodus the world above never counted. Yet the ocean always spits back its dead, leaving the surface to face the undertow. A blank map soon reveals the desperate hand of Mark Meltzer, an amateur investigator chasing a 3-act tragedy. His relentless pursuit of the truth will ultimately drag him down into an inescapable, watery grave. The calendar reads February 1967. An anonymous sleuth tracks a chilling pattern. A little girl vanishes in Ireland, followed by a string of stolen daughters across the coastlines of England, Germany, Belgium, France, and Spain. The abductions share a grim, mechanical precision, always accompanied by a haunting red glow bleeding through the coastal fog. With every missing child, the investigator pins another bloody detail to the growing evidence board. Witnesses describe a blindingly fast phantom radiating crimson light from a bizarre diving bell helmet. A discarded eerie toy washes ashore, validating the dismissed ravings of an eccentric writer who first spotted the bloody glow. Bizarre footprints hint at a civilization completely alien to the surface. Harbor patrols spot a crimson underwater vessel, but the National Guard dismisses it as a hoax when their sonar returns nothing but empty ocean. Without wreckage, the authorities turn a blind eye. Yet a terrified boater and a massive cruise liner both report near misses with the glowing submersible, tracking its relentless, predatory course westward across the dark Atlantic. The grim arithmetic reveals a predator hunting a specific prey, little girls of identical age and build. Survivors whisper of a skeletal monstrosity, its single blood-red eye piercing the night with terrifying agility. Towering nearly 7 feet tall, the lithe nightmare moves with unnatural grace. It breaches locked homes using a high-precision glass cutter, leaving shattered windows and terrified witnesses who swear the fiend wields a wicked blade. The phantom strikes with surgical steel, retreating into the depths using technology decades ahead of its time. Meltzer's once empty map becomes a chaotic web of newspaper clippings and frantic notes, charting a monster's wake. As the kidnappings plague the American coast through the sweltering summer months, the shadow detective finally steps into the light. Mark Meltzer signs his name to a desperate plea directed at the U.S. Navy. Meltzer begs Lieutenant Roscoe Inman for aid as the flawless abductions paralyze the nation. The government quietly opens its vaults, granting the journalist access to classified naval archives concerning the vanished Titan, Andrew Ryan. Dusting off files from Andrew Ryan's 1946 disappearance, Meltzer uncovers coordinates for a mythical exclusion zone. Predicting the creature's next strike in New Brunswick, he finally captures the crimson-eyed demon on film. A fatal victory. The flash of the camera seals his doom, drawing the monster's gaze back to his own doorstep. By October 1967, the investigation shatters into a deeply personal nightmare. The beast steals Meltzer's little girl. With Cindy gone, his wife Amanda files for divorce, blaming his obsession for inviting the devil inside. Driven mad by grief, Meltzer hunts the fiend, briefly snaring the nightmare in a desperate, tangled net. Snapping bone and tearing net, the abomination shatters his ribs before vanishing into the fog at the approach of a stray taxi, leaving Mark utterly consumed by a solitary, desperate crusade to reclaim his stolen daughter. Drawn to the deepening mystery, eccentric allies emerge from the shadows, including Phil Isidore, a prominent UFO researcher whose early deluge of cryptic evidence soon forges an unlikely, enduring brotherhood with the grieving father. Isidore first breathes life into the impossible rumor of a futuristic underwater metropolis, mailing Mark a dog-eared excerpt from a utopian novel that mirrors Rapture, warning his friend that the true conspiracy remains submerged in darkness. The stolen children are merely fresh blood in an older, sprawling conspiracy, echoing a chilling wave of post-war disappearances that crept from the shadowed alleys of Washington to swallow citizens across the entire nation. As the vanishings bled across the globe, Isidore theorized these lost souls had descended into a clandestine aquatic haven, providing a grim ledger of missing visionaries, artists, and industrialists to anchor his wild claims. This vanished roster of radical scientists and disillusioned laborers, names echoing from Rapture's bloody history, sparks a flurry of paranoid theories, ranging from a secret utopian exodus to the sinister machinations of a Soviet plot. Among the ghosts is Oren Oskar Lutwidge, a scientist who vanished in 1958, chasing the promise of rapture, though a skeptical Mark dismisses his UFO-obsessed friend's theories as pure paranoia until the impossible strikes again. A sinister red glow bathes Mark's office as the beast leaves behind a rusted lunchbox, its surface scarred with the cryptic Loot Witch cipher, the first tangible puzzle in a sprawling, real-world labyrinth of madness. Deepening the illusion, the architects of this mystery birthed Orson Orville Little, a phantom cryptographer and alias of Loot Witch, whose fictional code infected the very children's book little Cindy once held dear. Stepping into Mark's battered shoes, devoted sleuths cracked the cipher to pry open the box, blurring the line between fiction and reality until the nightmare of Rapture bled seamlessly into their own waking world. As the interactive nightmare deepens, the lunchbox yields a chilling, scrambled plea from the dark. A forgotten child, begging to remember her own birthday, claiming a twisted rebirth in the depths. That haunting riddle unlocks the rusted clasp with Cindy's birth date, August 25th, serving as the first, deceptively simple key in a grueling gauntlet of increasingly complex puzzle boxes designed to test a father's resolve. Inside the tin lies a splicer's riddle, paper little sisters, and a ciphered plea crying out from the cold, while Mark's bleak office walls slowly bloom with desperate letters of solidarity from unseen allies. The physical world bleeds into the investigation as devoted strangers mail meticulously aged, typewritten letters to the grieving father, weaving their own tangible artifacts into the fabric of his tragic crusade. As shadowy benefactors reward the most relentless sleuths with rare physical relics of the mystery, Mark spends grueling days sifting through a mountain of missing persons reports, searching for a pattern in the static. Lieutenant Inman anchors the frantic search with cold naval intelligence, while the eccentric author Lynch tosses a new theory into the fray, drawing grim parallels between the treacherous North Atlantic and notorious vanishing zones. Highlighting a 20-year graveyard of swallowed ships, the investigation takes a chilling turn when a mysterious vinyl record arrives, its triumphant anthem of rapture decaying into the distorted, haunting whispers of a woman. As the warped female voice scratches through the vinyl static, the scattered pieces of the puzzle finally align in Mark's exhausted mind, drawing his gaze toward an impossible underwater utopia. The repeated invocation of Rapture validates his friend's wildest theories, propelling Mark down the cold trail of Loot Witch, a vanished genius who amassed a fortune engineering the very puzzle boxes now taunting the grieving father. Unearthing the cryptographer's wartime ties to military intelligence and his secret correspondence with other vanished minds, Mark's relentless hunt finally leads him to the rusted, forgotten doors of Loot Witch's abandoned warehouse. Documents reveal Loot Witch's deep ties to Andrew Ryan, utilizing front companies like Gordon Yarn and Scarlet Sovereign to funnel surface materials down into the deep. A suspicious blaze guts the warehouse just before Loot Witch's disappearance, leaving behind ashes and a hidden metal lockbox beneath the charred floorboards, clutching reel-to-reel tapes. Labeled For the Seeker, the cryptic recordings hint at Rapture's submerged existence, dragging Mark through a grueling labyrinth of puzzles designed by a scientist desperate to expose the sunken utopia. Obsessed with Lewis Carroll, Loot Witch's breadcrumbs, like a crimson door dubbed the Red Queen, ultimately yield a precise map of coordinates, 10 beaches, 10 dawns, and a fateful date in August. Mobilizing his contacts for the August dawn, Mark's desperate gambit pays off as the receding tide surrenders half-buried wine bottles, their vintage alien to the sunlit world above. Sealed inside the Worley winery glass lie soaked advertisements for Rapture and its genetic miracles, Electrobolt and Decoy, offering Mark his first, fragile proof of the impossible city. Digging deeper into the conspiracy, Mark unearths the fragile pact between Loot Witch and Andrew Ryan, a shadowy agreement built on absolute secrecy and the promise of untold wealth. Promised a fortune upon Rapture's completion, Loot Witch is unceremoniously cut off by Andrew Ryan in the early 50s, left stranded on the surface with nothing but broken agreements. Mark's path collides with Celeste Roger, a woman hunting her own missing kin, who warns him of Loot Witch's cruel, Carol-inspired riddles designed to mock those seeking the truth. Despite Celeste's desperate warnings to abandon the hunt, Mark plunges deeper into the rabbit hole for his daughter, chasing the ghost of a scientist who might already be dead. Tracing Loot Witch to a psychiatric ward, Mark uncovers a bitter 1954 letter where the spurned scientist threatens to expose Andrew Ryan's submerged paradise unless granted access. Driven by an arrogant belief in his own genius, Lutwidge confesses to feeding false leads to investigators and the government, deliberately burying Rapture's existence beneath a mountain of lies. While the surface world mourns its vanished citizens, Lutwidge's labyrinthine puzzles keep Rapture hidden, prompting Phil Isidore to redirect Mark's gaze toward a seemingly fictional book titled Utopolis. A forwarded interview with Lex Harlan shifts the investigation toward Rod Killian Quain, the elusive author of Utopolis, drawing Mark into a new web of literary deception. Decoding the pseudonym Rod Quain as yet another nod to the Red Queen, Mark realizes Lutwidge actually breached Rapture's watery borders before clawing his way back to the surface. Disguising his underwater nightmare as the fictional Utopolis, Lutwidge now rots in the Tellevue Psychiatric Hospital, prompting Mark to reach out to a skeptical police officer named Benjamin Stango. Having once suspected Mark of orchestrating his own daughter's disappearance, Officer Stango watches warily as the desperate father's obsessive investigation threatens to shatter his fragile sanity. A violently ransacked office paints a picture of a desperate struggle, but the chaos is merely a calculated ruse, Mark faking his own psychotic break to infiltrate the asylum. Locked inside the ward, Mark finally confronts the broken scientist, securing a blue notebook filled with frantic, delusional scribbles that mask the next crucial piece of the puzzle. Drenched in Carol's imagery, the Madman's diary chronicles a descent down the bathysphere rabbit hole, recalling the bloody rabbit masks of the 1959 New Year's riots and the dark magic of Adam. Plasmids are likened to Alice's magic bottle, granting unnatural powers, while Atlas plays the blood-soaked rabbit. Orin's escape from Rapture mirrors a twisted wonderland, making any search for him utterly pointless. Mark pilfers psychiatric records from the asylum, uncovering Quain's sessions with Dr. Lyman. The patient confesses a bitter regret for abandoning Rapture, mourning that no one remains to resurrect the slumbering city. Celeste forwards dossiers unearthed by her hired private eye, Detective Dash Carmody. Within the grim manila folders lie photographs of Lutwidge, his face hideously warped by some unseen horror. This grotesque disfigurement screams of Adam abuse, explaining his asylum confinement. He harbors an accomplice forging documents, the elusive Red Pawn. By late September, sinister threats arrive for both Celeste and Mark. The letters demand an end to their snooping. Celeste folds, but Mark presses on. By October 1st, Meltzer breaches Lutwidge's hidden laboratory, discovering bizarre devices, bottles, and masks echoing his previous grim findings. Mark unearths a yellowed clipping about the 1960 plane crash. Among the laboratory's clutter, an audio reel crackles to life, carrying the voice of missing Marine James Millard, whispering of a newcomer's arrival in Rapture. Millard names the newcomer as Lutwidge, confirming Mark's suspicion that the vanished souls are tethered to Rapture. Soon after this revelation, a shadow breaches Mark's office, leaving behind a solitary, chilling clue. The intruder leaves a single trace, a roll of government-issue film. Suspects multiply: Officer Stango, Lieutenant Inman, Carmody, or the Red Pawn. Meanwhile, Dash Carmody warns Mark that Celeste has gone disturbingly silent. Desperate to unmask the Red Pawn, Dash forwards a thick dossier on Jeremiah Lynch. This eccentric writer was among the first to aid Mark, but the dusty files now whisper a far more sinister narrative. The records expose Lynch's mastery of forgery, perfectly matching the Red Pawn's illicit talents. On October 22nd, one day after the bitter anniversary of his daughter's vanishing, Mark wanders the desolate shoreline. Pacing the bleak beach, Mark discovers a sandcastle shaped like a sprawling metropolis, accompanied by a ciphered plea: "Daddy, find me." The next night, Officer Stango fires upon a hulking shadow with glowing red eyes. Fleeing into the dark, Stango finally realizes Meltzer isn't insane. Soon after, a furious Jeremiah Lynch contacts Mark, hissing that the involvement of private detectives has utterly ruined their delicate, clandestine game. Carmody unleashes the police to hunt Lynch, but the fugitive vanishes into the underground. Meanwhile, federal hounds sniff around Inman, who risks everything leaking classified Navy archives to fuel Mark's obsessive crusade. Mark edges closer to solving the puzzle, but federal agents in sharp black suits barricade Lutwidge's laboratory. Slipping past the blockade, Detective Dash infiltrates the shadows to extract the final, crucial clues. Dash retrieves the vital photographs needed to crack the cipher. By November 4th, a desperate Meltzer packs his bags to hunt for Rapture, shifting the narrative into the cramped cabin of a rented boat. Leaving a mocking note on his desk, Mark hires Captain Casey Ferentz. They set sail at dawn on November 12th, navigating blindly through the fog without exact coordinates for the sunken city. Armed only with scattered leads, Mark makes erratic stops, even circling back to New York. By November 24th, he drifts between the 40th and 45th meridians, as the radio crackles with a grim maritime warning. A violent tropical storm threatens to swallow the vessel, but they narrowly escape its wrath. Huddled in the damp cabin through December, Mark studies his stolen documents, unearthing a brochure for a mysterious international order. The brochure exposes Lutwidge as the founder of the International Order of Pawns. Operating under colored aliases, this clandestine group corresponds with the Red Queen, hunting the Red Pawn, and interrogating contacts about Lutwidge's madness. These crackling interrogation tapes help Mark untangle the Order's twisted web. Guided by coordinates of Atlantic shipwrecks and downed planes, he pinpoints the freezing triangle's location, even crossing paths with the elusive Yellow Pawn. Mark corners the Yellow Pawn, a shadow who knows too much about the investigation. Promising to consult his clandestine brethren, the informant slips Mark a dossier detailing 3 fresh faces destined for the blood-soaked arenas of Rapture. Headlines scream of an explosion at Celeste's hideout, a convenient lie. Mark tracks her to France, finding a brief, quiet sympathy amidst the chaos, while Jeremiah Lynch, hunting the Lutwidge puzzle, shadows his every move. Lynch delivers another cryptic tome, Phantom Sea, Spinning Myths of Atlantis. Buried within its useless pages lies a single chilling truth: the legend of a ghost lighthouse and the perilous path through the frozen triangle. The trail winds back to the bitter chill of New York, January 1968, a date etched in ice and blood. Lynch breaks his silence, his missives turning from cryptic taunts to raw, violent threats. Lynch vows to beat Rapture's coordinates out of Lutwidge. In a letter to Phil, Mark confesses his sudden vanishing act. He had been forging a false trail, desperate to keep Lynch's bloody hands off Celeste. The deception fails. Lynch's predatory instincts lead him straight to the girl, hungry for any whispered secrets of Rapture. He corners them in the fading light, a desperate man driven by a drowned city's ghost. Lynch draws iron, but Mark throws himself into the line of fire. A bullet shreds Lynch's own book before biting into Mark's flesh. In the chaos, Celeste snatches the weapon, painting Lynch with his own blood. The shootout is a hollow theater. Celeste and Lynch had conspired to shake Mark off her scent. Guilt now gnaws at her treacherous heart, while miles away, Lutwidge slips the sterile bonds of his asylum. Lynch orchestrated the breakout, leaving a dead orderly in his wake. But the freed Lutwidge plays a deeper game, reaching out to the shadowy Order of Pawns to hunt down his violent benefactor. To protect the sunken utopia, the Pawns unleash their global web of assassins. Their coordinated strike is swift and silent, erasing the Red Pawn from the board and leaving Lynch in a shallow grave. Following the Grey Pawn's whispers, Mark finds the Glass Pawn in a foggy London alley. It is Carlton Reed, who hands over a forbidden manuscript detailing the chilling truth of the Phantom Lighthouse. The frozen anomaly devours navigation. Compasses spin, radios scream with static, and planes plummet. Through the crackling dead air, Mark intercepts a desperate plea from a doomed trawler that gazed upon the Phantom Lighthouse. Mark's vessel cuts through a graveyard of shattered hulls. Captain Ferentz mutters of his old smuggling days, his dark past hinting at a lucrative, bloody partnership with the infamous Frank Fontaine. Lutwidge's cipher yields the pentagonal route, a treacherous path through the ice. As Rapture's drowned gravity pulls them closer, an empty drifting skiff bumps against their hull, a silent herald of the abyss. Inside the tethered skiff rests a Big Daddy doll and a child's crude sketch. A ciphered taunt mocks him. "Hide and seek, Daddy. You're getting warmer." Paranoia infects the crew. Unseen eyes watch from the freezing fog. Compasses spin into madness. A frantic distress call bleeds through the static. A man begging for the surface, screaming that nothing human remains below. The transmission dies in a wet shriek. By morning, a photograph of the lighthouse materializes. The lighthouse looms behind an impenetrable wall of fog, a deliberate, unnatural shroud hiding Andrew Ryan's domain. Mutiny brews on the dead waters. Mark writes to Phil, warning that the terrified crew plans to hijack the vessel. While the mutineers drown their dread in cheap liquor, Mark prepares to slip away in the skiff. By dawn, the cabin is a slaughterhouse of blood and brass. Scrawled across a fogged mirror, Rapture is waiting. Icy water swallows the flooded cabin as a frantic Coast Guard transmission crackles over the dead air. The morning papers sing a grim eulogy, a maritime slaughter, leaving a ghost ship and one missing man, Mark Meltzer. Believing his friend swallowed by the Atlantic, Phil swears to carry the bloody torch. The trail to the sunken city remains open, an intricate web of madness waiting for the next desperate soul to dive. The mystery holds its ground, a murky investigation stretching into the years that follow, revealing the surface world's reaction to the vanished, and hinting that Rapture's discovery remains inevitable. Even as flooded ruins, the city beckons, proving through Lutwidge that escape was once possible, yet leaving Mark Meltzer's desperate search for his daughter and the true nature of the kidnappers as dark mysteries. A decade of submerged decay separates Rapture's bitter end in 1958 from the grim fate still waiting below, a dark prelude whose roots reach back further than the drowned city's last days. The true genesis lies earlier with Eleanor's birth, a clinical affair where Sophia Lamb practiced intellectual motherhood, raising the girl in suffocating isolation while force-feeding her heavy doses of philosophy and psychological dogma. Groomed as the heir to a radical utopia, a brilliant but defiant Eleanor learned to bypass security systems, slipping her cage to glimpse the drowning city while her mother quietly plotted to seize Rapture's throne. As the shadows lengthened in 1958, Andrew Ryan dispatched Stanley Poole to infiltrate Dionysus Park, a terrified rat gathering dirt on Sophia Lamb, paralyzed by her uncanny ability to dissect a man's soul. Playing the martyred journalist silenced by Andrew Ryan, Poole wormed his way into the cult's warm embrace, only to have his fragile masquerade pierced by Eleanor's unnervingly sharp, youthful gaze. Unmasking Poole as Ryan's snitch, Eleanor threatened exposure, driving the terrified rat to betray Sophia Lamb's coup, a desperate move that condemned her, and a surface dweller named Johnny Topside, to the bleak cells of Persephone. Handed the keys to Dionysus Park, Poole squandered Lamb's empire on lavish, decadent parties, while a 7-year-old Eleanor was quietly pawned off by her mother to Grace Holloway, a loyal patient desperate for a child's warmth. Grace's lifelong ache for motherhood found brief solace in raising Eleanor, but the girl's relentless threats of exposure drove a cornered Poole to commit the ultimate sin, snatching the child from her new home. Selling the girl to the grim machinery of the Little Sister orphanage, a paranoid Poole heard whispers of Lamb's escape and ruthlessly drowned Dionysus Park, letting the cold ocean swallow his mounting sins. Erasing his witnesses beneath the crushing tide, Poole found himself stripped of Ryan's protection and forced to serve a knowing, silent Sophia Lamb, just as a new disciple crawled into the family's embrace. Defecting after Ryan's brutal fall, the brilliant Gilbert Alexander, architect of Rapture's security, pledged his mind to Lamb, studying the bloody aftermath of Suchong's fatal encounter with a Big Daddy to refine the monstrous science. Correcting Suchong's flawed imprinting, Alexander engineered deadlier prototypes, relying on primal pheromones to forge the unbreakable bond between Big Daddy and Little Sister, even as this dark science contradicted the city's own tangled history. Desperate for a guiding light in the abyss, Rapture's citizens flocked to a new dogma. The cult's ranks swell as even the city's brightest remaining minds surrender to the hollow hope peddled by Sophia Lamb. Evangelical graffiti scars the walls, marking Eleanor Lamb as a sacred vessel. Down in Siren Alley, the cult's beating heart, glass cases enshrine her relics, a Big Daddy doll, an Adam syringe, a pristine white dress. The Rapture family distills its doctrine into a crude gospel, simple enough for deranged splicers to swallow. Their faith twists Christian monotheism into a dark reflection, heavily laced with the esoteric shadows of Gnosticism. Fixating on the Gnostic demiurge, Lamb binds her twisted philosophy within the pages of Unity and Metamorphosis. The Rapture family clings to this manifesto as sacred dogma, preaching a radical gospel where every sunken soul owes a blood debt of unity and brotherhood. This stifling collectivism violently rejects Andrew Ryan's objectivism, replacing it with a cult of personality where shrines to Sophia and Eleanor Lamb bloom beneath the fluttering symbolism of rebirth. The family worships the Little Sisters, framing their vents with sacrificial altars. Fanatics eager to bleed for the greater good offer their own flesh, letting the girls harvest their Adam to feed the endless cycle. This bloody communion serves Lamb's grand design. Embracing Rapture's ruin, she envisions the drowned metropolis as a sprawling asylum for the surface world, convinced that the perfect utopian citizen must be forged in the deep. True utopia, she reasons, demands a mind stripped of ego and free will, driven solely by the collective good. To correct the fatal flaw in Rapture's foundation, Lamb begins systematically erasing the individual soul. Abandoning mere psychological conditioning after learning of Jack's violent success, Lamb turns her clinical gaze to Adam. Sparing her daughter for now, she selects a willing Gilbert Alexander as the first vessel for her twisted experiment. Fusing Suchong's conditioning with the genetic memories suspended in Adam, Lamb attempts to inject Rapture's collective genius into Alexander. The mind breaks instead of bending, leaving the deteriorating scientist abandoned as a grotesque, failed prototype. Foreseeing his own descent into madness, Alexander records his final lucid thoughts. His flesh soon swells into a monstrous, mutated mass locked within Fontaine Futuristics, where the delusional Alex the Great barks orders at shadows. With her prototype ruined, Lamb turns her cruel syringes upon her own daughter. Eleanor is pumped full of toxic, massive doses of Adam, surviving the chemical onslaught only through the parasitic grace of a sea slug. Yet the maturing Eleanor fiercely resists her mother's suffocating grip. Plotting her escape in the dark, she forges a telepathic bond with the abducted surface girls, pulling the strings of the Little Sisters from afar. Reaching beyond the cold walls of Persephone, Eleanor guides the little gatherers to a vital prize, the dormant DNA of Subject Delta, her original Big Daddy. Meanwhile, buried archives whisper of secrets left on the cutting room floor. Though stricken from the official record, these discarded echoes reveal a darker design. A lost audio diary suggests Sophia purchased the genetic material of an anonymous test subject from the bleeding laboratories of Frank Fontaine. Blind to the origin of the stolen blood, Lamb unknowingly acquires the essence of Johnny, a surface dweller. In this forgotten draft, the man was destined to be both Eleanor's biological father and her armored protector. Leaving those phantom drafts behind, the true nightmare unfolds as surface girls vanish into the tide. Bridget Tenenbaum recognizes the grim signature of the deep, abandoning the sunlit world to plunge straight back into Rapture's maw. The bloody skirmishes of this era echo through the Protector trials. Stripped of grand narrative, it is a brutal gauntlet of survival, demanding the mastery of plasmids and heavy iron to shield the vulnerable Little Sisters. Piercing the veil of Lamb's grand design, Tenenbaum uncovers the insatiable hunger for Adam. To shatter the cult's grip, Eleanor Lamb resurrects an Alpha Series Big Daddy, a hulking guardian to shepherd the gatherers through the hostile ruins. Aware of the rogue scientist's desperate gambit, Eleanor reaches out, demanding the revival of the ultimate Alpha Series, Subject Delta. The rusted gears of fate turn, as Delta awakens beside a Vita chamber in the drowned Adonis luxury resort. A shattered window yields a rivet gun. As Sinclair spins greedy tales of surface wealth, Delta learns the crackling electrobolt plasmid requires Adam, forcing him to hunt the genetic currency just as Jack once did. In the Eldorado Lounge, Delta slaughters a rival Big Daddy, claiming its little sister. She can siphon Adam from corpses, provided Delta shields her from ravenous splicers before choosing to brutally harvest or mercifully save her. Merciful choices yield innocent gifts, but regardless of the girl's fate, Sophia Lamb dispatches a shrieking big sister to punish him. Surviving the lithe assassin's wrath, Delta finds no judgment from the endlessly pragmatic Sinclair. Armed with Incinerate, Delta melts the icy barricades. Sinclair boards the idling train just as Lamb unleashes a tidal wave of splicers. Repelling the slaughter, the duo descends into the squalor of Pauper's drop. The train halts as Lamb's cold voice echoes through the station, alerting the Rapture family to Delta's arrival and locking down the city. To break the quarantine, Sinclair insists they must hunt down a security master key. The key rests with Grace Holloway, a faded lounge singer who spent a decade cementing her iron grip over the local splicers. The bitter matriarch remembers Delta all too well, harboring a deep, festering grudge. Blaming Delta for Eleanor's abduction, Grace unleashes relentless waves of her deranged followers. Sinclair reveals the singer usurped his own prized hotel, the Sinclair Deluxe, ruling this subterranean slum from one of its decaying suites. Delta wades into the ruin of Skid Row, a former pump station turned desperate marketplace. Here, starving citizens once choked down boiled mushrooms and rancid oil, while those too destitute for the Sinclair Deluxe faced a grimmer fate. The destitute crammed into suffocating tenements. Nearby, Fontaine Clinics bought desperate blood, while the Hamilton building housed opportunistic entrepreneurs. Flanagan's detective agency thrived in this misery, turning a handsome profit investigating the city's endless string of disappearances. At the King's Pawn, the Broken traded their last possessions for survival. Now, Delta's path is blocked by brute splicers, hulking monstrosities warped by excessive Adam and sports tonics, their mutated flesh hardened into grotesque, living armor. Swollen to the size of Big Daddies, these behemoths pose a lethal threat. When a raging brute collapses the entrance to the Sinclair Deluxe, Sinclair urges Delta to hunt down a research camera to study their monstrous anatomy. Claiming the camera from the pawn shop, Delta analyzes the brutes to unlock the devastating drill dash. With this newfound momentum, he shatters the barricade, finally breaching the rotting, multi-tiered labyrinth of Grace's fortress, the Sinclair Deluxe. With the elevator dead, Delta navigates a decaying maze of corridors choked with bloodthirsty splicers. All the while, Grace's voice haunts the intercom, condemning him as the monster who stole Eleanor, until he finally breaches her sanctum. Defenseless and resigned to her fate, Grace simply opens the door. Delta faces a grim moral precipice: execute the bitter matriarch who unleashed an army upon him, or show mercy to a woman blinded by misplaced grief. These choices will ultimately shape Eleanor's soul. If Grace falls, the slum rises in violent retribution to protect the master key. But if spared, the singer realizes her fatal misjudgment, transforming a bitter enemy into a vital ally. A spared Grace deploys support drones to cover Delta's escape. Master key in hand, he departs for Dionysus Park, but the journey is shattered when Simon Wales intercepts the train, burying a torpedo into their speeding carriage. Trapped in a flooded, suffocating car, Sinclair begs Delta to divert to Siren Alley and activate Pump Station 5. But those drowned streets belong to Simon Wales and his deranged flock, alongside his estranged brother, Daniel. Torn apart by Lamb's dogma, the brothers watch their luxurious masonry district devolve into Siren Alley, a neon-soaked red light district. Driven by economic ruin, desperate citizens sold their flesh, with Daniel reigning as the neighborhood's ruthless pimp. Sinclair's diaries paint Siren Alley as a lawless haven for shameful vices, where homes became brothels and illegal plasmid labs. Meanwhile, Pump Station 5 morphed into a fanatical temple, its walls plastered with frescoes of Lamb and Jack. Stepping into the neon mire, Delta watches splicers get obliterated by a new breed of Big Daddy, the Rumbler. Engineered by Gil Alexander to counter swarms, this walking artillery platform wields a devastating rocket launcher and deployable mini-turrets. Armed with a mini-turret, Subject Delta easily shreds through splicer packs, crossing Little Eden's plaza to find the pump station locked tight. A nearby audio diary reveals Simon's plea for his brother's salvation, hiding the door code inside Daniel's office. Delta retraces his heavy steps to the Pink Pearl, a former hotel-turned-sordid brothel, where he discovers a deadly harpoon-like spear gun. Navigating the neon-lit labyrinth, he slaughters Daniel and rips the access code from the wreckage. On the blood-slicked return, Delta discovers the very orphanage that once caged Eleanor, while Sophia Lamb's cruel broadcast of Daniel's death incites Simon's wrath. Carving through frenzied splicers, the armored giant executes Simon and claims the vital pump key. As the pump drains Dionysus Park, Sophia Lamb ruthlessly floods Siren Alley, drowning the damned in a watery grave. Subject Delta trudges through the submerged ruins, breaching an airlock to enter Lamb's private utopia, a failed experiment in social unity. Within these walls, Lamb's devoted flock drank deep of her poisonous ideology, building a free-thinking antithesis to Arcadia. Uncensored art flourished in the damp halls, drawing even Sander Cohen, while Andrew Ryan seethed in the shadows, paralyzed without proof. Desperate for leverage, Andrew Ryan dispatched Stanley Poole into this den of subversion, sealing the park's watery doom. Now choked by oceanic rot, Dionysus Park opens into a sprawling gallery, a drowned nexus bridging the ruins to the train station. Beyond the drowned hub lies the Triton Cinema, and a sprawling promenade leading to Imago Fine Arts, a frozen gallery honoring Sophia Lamb's twisted metamorphosis. Shivering in the broken climate control, the icy halls bleed into Jay Fisher's forgotten exhibit. Lamb's garden, once a vibrant rival to Arcadia, now rots beneath the cold kiss of seawater, its dead vines clinging to a rusted children's carousel. Here, the tragic trail of Mark Meltzer resumes, unblocked by Subject Delta's draining of the park. Arriving just before the armored giant, Mark Meltzer finally cornered his daughter by the carousel, only to find a brainwashed little sister. Ignoring her father's desperate pleas, Cindy clung to a Big Daddy as a shrieking big sister descended for the kill. The final echo of Meltzer's voice, captured by Sophia Lamb in Fontaine Futuristics, reveals a grim ultimatum. Dragged before the cult leader, the broken father chose the monstrous shell of a Big Daddy over execution, trading his humanity to protect his daughter. Subject Delta eventually crosses paths with the mutated Meltzer, now a lumbering rumbler, carrying his own tragic audio diary as a final epitaph. Leaving the sorrow behind, the armored giant marches toward the train station, where Sinclair waits with dark histories. As Sinclair recounts the park's watery demise, Stanley Poole's nervous voice crackles over the radio, begging for a rendezvous at the security post. En route, Subject Delta unearths a factory-forged grenade launcher, a heavy weapon far superior to Jack's makeshift arsenal. Designed specifically for the new Big Daddy models, the launcher eagerly swallows grenades, proximity mines, and heat-seeking rockets. Arriving at the security booth, Subject Delta finds the train locked tight by a paranoid Poole, who demands a bloody favor for passage. The floodwaters left a feast of corpses, drawing little sisters to harvest the precious Adam. Terrified that the genetic substance will expose his darkest secrets through stolen memories, Poole tasks Subject Delta with eliminating the gatherers before the truth surfaces. Desperate to hide from Sophia Lamb, Poole spins a tale of Subject Delta's past as a doomed surface diver caught in Andrew Ryan's web. Yet neither the giant nor Sinclair suspects the true, venomous secret the cowardly journalist is desperately burying. Piercing the deception, Eleanor's psychic visions reveal Poole as the architect of her kidnapping, Delta's monstrous transformation, and the park's watery grave. As Sophia Lamb unlocks the booth, flaunting her twisted forgiveness, Subject Delta must choose whether to execute or spare the sniveling traitor. This grim judgment seals another piece of Rapture's fate, clearing the path to Fontaine Futuristics. Following the bloody Civil War, Gilbert Alexander seized the corporate research, and despite a catastrophic mutation, the brilliant scientist still pulls the strings from the shadows. Now utterly insane and demanding to be worshipped as Alex the Great, the mutated genius rules a decaying empire. The Grand Lobby's connecting tunnel lies in ruins, groaning under the immense ocean pressure as freezing water threatens to swallow the chamber whole. Forced through a rusted airlock scarred by Andrew Ryan's brutal nationalization, Subject Delta breaches the facility. Over the crackling radio, Sinclair delivers a chilling truth. Sophia Lamb is flooding Eleanor's veins with raw Adam, breathing life into her apocalyptic experiment. By injecting the collective memories of Rapture into her daughter, Lamb seeks to forge a living god. Pressing deeper into the sterile gloom, a bioscanner sweeps Subject Delta's armored frame, triggering a desperate, pre-recorded warning left by Gil Alexander in 1967. A crackling recording from 1967 echoes through the damp halls, the voice of Gil Alexander warning that his present self has descended into madness, a ghostly guide reserved only for those scanners deemed sane. Subject Delta breaches the foyer, where the deranged Alex the Great terrorizes phantoms of his staff through a glaring security bot, reigning over a ruined showroom that once peddled Rapture's first miraculous plasmids. Upstairs, the shadow of Frank Fontaine still lingers in abandoned marketing offices, where faded blueprints and unreleased posters whisper of an unstable teleportation plasmid that was never commercially released. Navigating this graveyard of black market miracles, Subject Delta must dismantle the Madman's barriers, facing a sudden onslaught of feral Alpha Series Big Daddies unleashed from their chains by Alex and Sophia Lamb. Forced to slaughter his own mutated brethren, Subject Delta uncovers another confession from the sane Gil Alexander, offering a vocal password to bypass security before the monstrous Alex the Great intercepts and jams the lock. To sever the lunatic's grip on the security grid, Subject Delta hunts down hidden relays across the complex, while Alex the Great orchestrates a mocking theatrical spectacle upon a stage built for plasmid demonstrations. Amidst the marketing ruins where Alpha Series prototypes once performed, Subject Delta chases an unstable teleportation plasmid, a flickering phantom that violently blinks him into a pitch-black chamber, hiding a forgotten gene tonic. Shattering the final relay, Subject Delta watches the Madman's mechanical proxy collapse in a shower of sparks, finally breaching the security room where the ghost of Gil Alexander begs him to unlock the laboratory. The sane recording pleads for a merciful execution, directing Subject Delta past Fontaine Futuristic's sterile theatrical laboratory, a mere ethical facade for investors, toward the true, hidden facility built near a vital, glowing anomaly. Concealed in the abyss lies a luminescent biomass that mutated the sea slugs, nourishing strange flora used to brew potent plasmids, a glowing secret waiting as Subject Delta steps into the suffocating darkness. Flipping the breaker, Subject Delta floods the chamber with blinding light, revealing a colossal tank where a grotesque mutated abomination cowers in the corner, while Gil's recorded voice begs for his own execution. Sinclair's voice crackles over the radio, reminding Subject Delta that this wretched beast holds the genetic key to Persephone, forcing the diver to hunt for Adam-infused flora to lure the monster from its shadows. Scouring the divided laboratory, Subject Delta navigates a grim testing center, where little sisters were once subjected to cruel experiments, harvesting the glowing flora amidst the rusted machinery of Rapture's relentless Adam production. Within these cold walls, Eleanor was brutally bonded to Subject Delta, a tragic history echoing through the pacification chambers where Alpha Series Big Daddies were broken, even as Alex the Great continues his relentless assault. Wading through a tide of splicers and rogue protectors, Subject Delta injects the glowing nectar into the tank, watching the ravenous abomination surrender to its craving and expose its twisted DNA to the extractor. With the genetic key forged, Subject Delta faces a grim verdict: execute the tragic monstrosity as requested, or spare the weeping Alex the Great, before turning his heavy steps toward the secret gates of Persephone. Sinclair guides the armored diver to a counterfeit oxyfill station, a rusted facade hiding the true entrance to Persephone, the submerged fortress where Sophia Lamb quietly orchestrated her rebellion before the city's great collapse. Entombed within Persephone, Sophia Lamb and her flock weathered the bloody crossfire of Atlas and Andrew Ryan, fading into urban myth and explaining her ghostly absence during Rapture's catastrophic civil war. Emerging from the shadows only after Rapture's fall, Lamb utilized Persephone as an impenetrable staging ground, where incoming prisoners were once stripped and processed through sterile examination rooms to maintain the fortress's ironclad security. Beyond the medical checkpoints designed to purge disease, the sprawling atrium now serves as Eleanor's gilded cage, a quarantine vault surrounded by throbbing pipes pumping massive quantities of Adam toward the central control room. Sophia Lamb's voice echoes through prison blocks repurposed to store Big Daddy and Big Sister armor. And when Subject Delta breaches the quarantine to reach Eleanor, two shrieking assassins ambush him. The radio link to Sinclair dies as Sophia emerges from the shadows, coldly detailing how an observant Eleanor orchestrated Delta's resurrection, right before the psychiatrist smothers her own daughter to stop her heart. While the Atom Slug keeps the asphyxiated Eleanor alive, the sympathetic bond forces Subject Delta into a coma, awakening handcuffed to a rusted cot, as Sophia Lamb orders splicers to await his demise. Whispering through the genetic bond, Eleanor reveals one final gambit to her captive father, prompting a wandering little sister to plunge a glowing needle into her own arm and surrender her mind. Subject Delta's consciousness slips behind the glowing eyes of a little sister, revealing the terrifying psychological veil woven by Dr. Suchong and perfected by Sophia Lamb to shield the children from Rapture's decay. Through the gatherer's conditioned gaze, blood becomes scattered rose petals, rotting splicers masquerade as elegant socialites, and a lumbering Big Daddy transforms into a shining knight amidst a sunlit, fairy tale palace. This hallucinatory innocence shields their fragile minds from the butchery, allowing the possessed child to cheerfully navigate the slaughter and pull the heavy switch in Lamb's office that finally unlocks the isolation cells. Viewing the lethal Big Sister armor as a beautiful ball gown, the little sister gathers the scattered pieces for Eleanor, passing a golden statue of Subject Delta that physically manifests his past moral choices. Mirroring his past cruelty or mercy, Delta frees his daughter, who then offers a plasmid to summon her into battle as they descend into the northern prison wing of Inner Persephone. This sprawling penitentiary, where condemned inmates spent their final days, branches into 4 main wings radiating from a central docking platform that houses a solitary bathysphere promising a desperate escape to the surface. 3 grim corridors branch from the platform, including a holding wing, where condemned prisoners once languished awaiting their horrific experimental assignments or recovering from brutal interrogations. Because transporting volatile test subjects to the medical pavilion risked precious assets, Persephone maintained its own infirmary, which Sophia Lamb later twisted into a pediatric ward for her growing flock of little sisters. The therapy wing offered a grotesque duality. While one room provided the gentle distractions of music and art, the intensive ward concealed electric chairs designed to violently purge dissent from the minds of captives. Sophia Lamb expanded the pediatric wards into this torture wing, a grim labyrinth where only little sisters were ever kept, the whole place given over to her design, as Subject Delta and Eleanor arrive in its depths. They discover Sinclair's escape pod primed for departure, but the grifter's radio remains dead as a furious Sophia Lamb seals the dock, preparing to detonate explosive charges and bury Persephone forever. Racing toward the holding wing's security booth to override the lockdown, the duo finds their path blocked by a hulking Alpha Series Big Daddy, a tragic monstrosity that was once Augustus Sinclair. Reborn as Subject Omega, Sinclair fights Sophia Lamb's mental conditioning, revealing his voice was preserved only to extract the detonation codes, though he still holds the vital key to unlock the heavy doors. Clinging to the last shreds of his humanity, Sinclair begs Subject Delta to end his miserable existence and take the security key, desperate to die a man so Eleanor might finally see the sun. Delta grants the grifter his bloody absolution to lift the lockdown, inadvertently releasing a horde of enraged Alpha Series mutants from their cells, while Sophia Lamb shifts her vengeful focus toward the escape pod. As Sophia Lamb detonates the ballast compressors, Eleanor plans to use the Little Sisters to boil away the floodwaters, joining Delta to either free or sacrifice the girls based on his past moral choices. Eleanor's ultimate path mirrors her father's bloody example, boiling the waters while Subject Delta fiercely defends the escape dock. Shattering glass pipes to equalize the flooded elevator's pressure, they trigger a rigged passage, catching Subject Delta in a devastating blast. Gripping the rising vessel's hull, Subject Delta finds Eleanor and Sophia Lamb trapped inside, the matriarch suffocating in the flooded pod. Here, the narrative splinters into multiple fates, dictated entirely by the mercy or malice Delta showed his enemies. Depending on the blood on Subject Delta's hands, Eleanor either drowns Sophia Lamb in cold vengeance or spares her to suffer a daughter's permanent absence. Regardless of the matriarch's grim survival, Delta's own violent journey inevitably ends in death. Though Subject Delta perishes, a righteous path sees Eleanor extract his Adam, absorbing her father as a guiding conscience while the little sisters escape. Yet, a morally fractured journey leaves the young woman adrift in a sea of bitter doubt. Tormented by her brutal actions toward the little sisters, Eleanor hesitates. Subject Delta must now choose: embrace true death to grant his daughter absolute freedom, or selfishly linger within her mind, plunging their legacy into profound darkness. A path of pure slaughter strips Subject Delta of all choice, forcing Eleanor to harvest his Adam solely for its predatory instincts. With every little sister dead, she embraces her monstrous inheritance, convinced her ruthless cruelty is entirely justified. The turbulent surface weather mirrors the exact monster Subject Delta has forged, hinting at the terrifying intellect Eleanor will unleash upon the world above. Which grim conclusion truly came to pass remains a mystery, swallowed by the ocean's depths. Unfolding in the shadows of the main conflict, Minerva's Den exposes a previously unseen facet of Rapture's decay. At the heart of this technological labyrinth stands Charles Milton Porter, a brilliant mathematician, hailing from the gritty streets of Chicago. While studying at Pennsylvania's Lincoln University, Porter crossed paths with his future wife, Pearl. Armed with a hard-earned degree and a new marriage, his peaceful travels were abruptly shattered by the looming dark clouds of the Second World War. Porter's undeniable genius caught the sharp eye of Alan Turing, who summoned him to a war-torn London. Relocating with his devoted wife, the mathematician plunged into the clandestine world of cryptography, tasked with breaking the enemy's most complex ciphers. Obsessed with cracking the Nazi Enigma machine, Porter's absolute secrecy slowly alienated his wife. To bridge the growing chasm, they recorded intimate audio diaries, dreaming of a peaceful old age that would be violently stolen on a fateful September night. As German bombers reduced London to smoking ash, Porter returned home to find nothing but charred ruins. Shattered by his wife's sudden death, the grieving scientist sought refuge beneath the waves, accepting Andrew Ryan's golden invitation to Rapture. Dragging a replica of Rodin's The Thinker and the agonizing memories of Pearl into the abyss, Porter could never let her go. Fleeing the suffocating racial oppression of 1930s America, he hoped the underwater utopia would finally recognize his brilliance. Holding one of the nation's first degrees awarded to a black man, Porter fiercely embraced the Great Chain's promise. Even as Rapture's society crumbled, he vehemently rejected Sophia Lamb's collectivist dogma, dismissing her dangerous rhetoric as cheap metaphysical charlatanism. Tasked with constructing the era's most advanced computer, Porter forged an uneasy alliance with the ambitious engineer Reed Wall. Together, they translated abstract mathematical theories into humming, mechanical reality, laying the groundwork for Rapture's ultimate technological marvel. Co-founding Rapture Central Computing, the duo established Minerva's Den, a sprawling technological sanctuary named for the goddess of wisdom. Watched over by the emblem of an owl, this labyrinthine hub quickly became the beating, mechanical heart of the sunken city. Operating as a vital, city-sustaining enterprise, the company funneled immense computational power throughout Rapture's flooded arteries. This monumental task was executed by a colossal operational data network interpreter, a humming behemoth that would soon dictate the city's pulse. Christened the Thinker, this sprawling mainframe automated Rapture's most complex burdens, seamlessly managing everything from cutting-edge scientific research to the city's intricate security grids. Yet beneath the blinking lights, Porter harbored a far more profound, personal ambition. Driven to eclipse Alan Turing's legacy, Porter sought to forge a true artificial intelligence. By fusing cutting-edge circuitry with the miraculous genetic properties of Adam, He birthed a machine capable of processing raw data at the terrifying speed of thought. Yet, no technological triumph could fill the agonizing void left by his murdered wife. Treating the thinker as his sole confidant, the grieving scientist utilized Turing's forbidden theories, desperately attempting to breathe a human soul into the cold, calculating machine. Seeking to breathe human soul into cold circuitry, Porter feeds Pearl's memories into the machine, resurrecting her digital ghost. Yet Reed Wall harbors darker ambitions, unsatisfied with mere civic contracts. Craving dominion over Rapture, Wall twists the thinker into a crude oracle for gambling and stock manipulation. Warped by Adam, he chases a phantom predictive equation, convinced absolute power lies within his grasp. Believing the thinker holds the mathematical key to the future, Wall engineers a brutal betrayal. A forged recording condemns Charles Porter as a traitor to Andrew Ryan, banishing the brilliant inventor to Persephone's dark cells. With Porter exiled, Wall seizes the computing center, sealing Minerva's den away as civil war consumes the city. In Sinclair's cruel hands, the captive inventor becomes the 18th test subject, condemned to the Alpha series. Reborn as Subject Sigma, the armored giant never bonds with a little sister. Deactivated and entombed in ice, he slumbers while Wall rules Minerva's den, descending deeper into Adam-fueled madness with each passing day. The narrative fractures as Bridget Tenenbaum leaves Subject Delta to Sinclair, turning her weary eyes toward a grander salvation. She haunts Rapture's flooded halls once more, desperate to synthesize a cure for the Adam sickness. Stymied by a lack of computing power, Tenenbaum's miraculous cure remains just out of reach. A transmission from Charles Milton Porter offers hope. The thinker can calculate the formula if they bypass Wall's lunatic grip. To liberate the machine, Tenenbaum awakens Subject Sigma from his icy grave. Marching into Minerva's den, the armored Leviathan is greeted by Wall's paranoid voice and a sudden, violent explosion that casts him into the freezing depths. Submerged in dark waters, Sigma hears Porter's voice charting a path to the thinker. Breaching an airlock, the lumbering giant passes a decaying animatronic greeter, stepping heavily into a grand atrium dominated by a familiar bronze shadow. Rodin's thinker broods over the drowned concourse, flanked by the ruined storefronts of Minerva's den. Here, Rapture Central Computing once shared its digital heartbeat with the mechanical marvels of McClendon Robotics and airtight archives. McClendon Robotics once peddled domestic utopia to the ocean floor. Their showrooms boasted room-sized home computers, automated vacuum bots, and terrifying mechanical nanny strollers, all designed to sanitize and simplify the lives of Rapture's elite. Though dreams of robotic chefs and mechanical servants never materialized, the bloody rise of the splicers forced a grim pivot. As paranoia gripped the sunken city, McClendon abandoned domestic luxury to manufacture lethal security systems. Partnering with Gilbert Alexander, the company flooded Rapture with automated death. While Alexander's security bots relied on crude ballistics, Jack McClendon engineered a deadlier breed of flying sentinels, armed with heat-seeking missiles and crackling electrical fields. McClendon's crown jewel is the ion laser, a searing beam adapted for both hovering drones and devastating handheld weaponry. Yet these sophisticated defenses harbor a fatal flaw, leaving them vulnerable to the city's increasingly mutated populace. Plunged into the suffocating dark of Minerva's den, Sigma restores the groaning power grid. In the flickering light, he claims a heavy ion laser, pried from the cold hands of a fallen Lancer Big Daddy. Clad in Art Deco armor reminiscent of a medieval knight, the Lancer is a guardian unique to this technological sector. Guided by Porter's phantom voice, Sigma pushes deeper into the den, unraveling the district's bitter history. Seduced by Andrew Ryan's demand for Adam, McClendon gambles his fortune on mechanical little sisters. The ambitious prototype fails spectacularly when the Big Daddies ignore the lifeless automatons, leaving the company bankrupt and Ryan Industries unimpressed. While rusted robotic girls rot in McClendon's workshops, the adjacent airtight archives promise absolute security. Citizens entrusted their deepest secrets to these pneumatic vaults, a privacy violently shattered when Ryan's paranoid enforcers came hunting for treason. To breach the sealed operations center, Sigma must dismantle a formidable electronic lock. Porter directs the armored giant to seek out a volatile new plasmid, a genetic weapon capable of bending gravity to its will. Hurling a localized black hole, the gravity well plasmid violently pulls screaming splicers into its crushing singularity. As Reed Wall seals off the sector, Porter reveals a hidden bathysphere, their only ticket out of this drowning tomb. Escape awaits aboard a bathysphere, but the city's lethal torpedoes demand a hacked signal beacon for safe passage. These automated navigation devices remain built into every vessel, and Subject Sigma soon locates a viable target. Plucking the beacon from a sunken hull, Subject Sigma carves a bloody path through the programming wing. Porter executes a remote hack, driving the cyborg toward the core access sector to extract the mainframe's vital code. Wall overloads the core's cooling system, sealing the corridor in impenetrable ice. Forcing a brutal reset in the climate control wing, Subject Sigma thaws his path and breaches the Thinker's sanctum, where his desperate rival waits. Blind faith in the Thinker's predictive algorithms crumbles as Subject Sigma relentlessly advances. Paranoia consumes Wall. He severs the supercomputer's power and attacks, only to fall, leaving the victor to claim the machine's precious punch card. Punch card in hand, the cyborg reawakens the dormant Thinker from the control room. Genetic scanners peel back the monstrous Subject Sigma shell, recognizing the flesh beneath as Charles Milton Porter, and gracefully terminate the simulated personality. The Thinker itself had orchestrated this grim charade, wearing Porter's digital ghost to blind Reed Wall. Even Bridget Tenenbaum was initially deceived by the machine's flawless mimicry, as it guided its savior toward the captive core. Tracing the ghosts of his former life through scattered personal relics, the weary cyborg finally meets Bridget Tenenbaum. Surrounded by suitcases bleeding with raw Adam, she promises a grueling crusade to synthesize a cure for the addiction. Ascending to the surface, Charles reclaims his stolen humanity, his restored voice echoing over the final frames. Bridget Tenenbaum's cure seemingly takes hold, leaving Rapture's watery grave as a mere whisper in a much larger universe. A retro broadcast frames Rapture as a modern Atlantis, its myth made real when a rusted chest washes onto a New England shore, surrendering a cursed bounty, a rabbit mask, an Eve syringe, and a Big Daddy doll. Among the wreckage lie faded photographs of abducted little girls. When confronted with these haunting images, Mark Meltzer recoils in sudden terror, sealing his resolve and leaving his old life buried in shadow. By the neon-lit 80s, Rapture remains a ghost story whispered by crackpots. The desperate investigations of Mark Meltzer and other doomed souls vanish into the bureaucratic void, leaving believers branded as mere lunatics chasing an underwater phantom. Yet this rusted evidence drags the sunken metropolis closer to the light. As satellite technology pierces the ocean's dark veil, Rapture's inevitable unmasking threatens to unleash its drowned horrors upon an unsuspecting surface world. Abandoning the crushing depths, the Chronicle ascends into the clouds, where Columbia hangs suspended in the sky. Yet despite this radical departure from the sunken metropolis, the cursed lineage binding the two cities remains indelibly etched into its soul. To bind this airborne utopia to Rapture's watery grave, the architects of this tale embrace the dizzying concept of a multiverse. It is a narrative sleight of hand that weaves a brilliant, albeit terrifying, tapestry of parallel realities. Yet this cosmic ambition carries a fatal flaw, threatening to unravel the very logic of its own universe. Beneath the gilded surface of Columbia lies a labyrinth of contradictions, forever tethering the floating city to Rapture's drowned sins. Leaving the drowned ruins behind, the narrative ascends into the dizzying heights of the multiverse itself. Though no singular tome chronicles the birth of Columbia, enough shattered fragments remain to reconstruct the bloody genesis of the floating city. The roots of this airborne nightmare take hold in the fading twilight of 19th century America. It is an era dripping with ambition and blood, providing the grim historical soil from which the city's flawed architects would soon emerge. Just as the aftermath of the Second World War birthed Andrew Ryan's underwater refuge, America's brutal westward expansion forged Columbia's soul. Stolen indigenous lands are carved into sprawling farms and suffocating mines, feeding a hungry nation's insatiable appetite for conquest and industry. Stripped of land and liberty, the native tribes are herded into reservations under hollow promises of salvation, finding only starvation and disease until a desperate hope stirs among the Sioux in 1889. A whispered prophecy takes root, a sacred dance to banish the white man and resurrect the slaughtered bison. It is a final, desperate grasp at their vanishing world, but the American government sees only a brewing threat. In truth, these are unarmed souls seeking spiritual salvation, not war. Yet in the bitter winter of 1890, the United States Army tightens its iron grip around the Pine Ridge Reservation. The 7th Cavalry encircles the freezing, starving camp at Wounded Knee Creek, trapping 350 exhausted elders, women, and children. On the frostbitten morning of December 29th, the brutal order to disarm is given. Stripped of the rifles they need to hunt and survive, the cornered natives refuse to surrender their livelihood. Ignored by the callous soldiers, they begin their desperate ghost dance, and the frigid air grows heavy with impending violence. A sudden scuffle, a stray gunshot, and the cavalry unleashes hell. Machine guns shred the fragile tents, while mounted soldiers ruthlessly hunt down the fleeing women and children in what history will christen the Wounded Knee Massacre. Over 150 natives perish in the blood-soaked snow, their shattered resistance marking the death of their independence. For the cost of 25 soldiers, America paves its path forward over their graves. A new era of ruthless industrialization rises on this slaughtered foundation. Among the 7th Cavalry stands 16-year-old Booker DeWitt, a boy born in 1874, whose own Native American blood makes the morning slaughter a bitter, twisted irony. Taunted by a sergeant for his native heritage, the desperate boy decides that only blood can wash away the accusation. He ruthlessly scalps his victims and burns women alive in their tents, forging a gruesome legend. Hailed by comrades like Cornelius Slate as the White Indian of Wounded Knee, Booker is secretly devoured by guilt. Seeking to drown his monstrous sins, he approaches Preacher Whitting's baptismal waters, standing at the crossroads of destiny. In one reality, a haunted Booker flees the river, convinced no water can cleanse his butchery. In another, he plunges beneath the surface, emerging reborn as Zachary Hale Comstock, two divergent souls splintering into parallel universes. Let us follow the watery rebirth of Zachary Comstock. Baptized in fanaticism, he emerges as a fiercely religious visionary, his silver-tongued sermons drawing a flock of devoted followers to his righteous, burning cause. Elevated to the halls of the United States government, the influential prophet crosses paths with Rosalind Lutece, a brilliant, enigmatic physicist whose mind has long been captivated by the tantalizing whispers of multiple realities. Haunted by dreams of conversing with her own alternate selves, Rosalind delves into the dark mysteries of quantum physics. Years of relentless atomic experimentation finally yield a miraculous breakthrough in defying gravity itself. While her peers dub it quantum levitation, she christens her discovery the Lutece particle. As she ponders suspending far heavier burdens in the sky, her gravity-defying triumph catches the ambitious, calculating eye of the prophet. Comstock bankrolls her genius, claiming an archangel named Columbia gifted him the vision of a floating Eden, perhaps a temporal echo of Elizabeth herself. Clad in this divine revelation, he crowns himself a living prophet. Between 1891 and 1893, Comstock seduces the government into funding his floating monument to American supremacy. Christened Columbia, the airborne marvel soon attracts the ruthless industrialist Jeremiah Fink, who proposes a dark, exploitative bargain. Fink imports black convicts from Georgia to toil in the city's hidden, grimy bowels. This ruthless exploitation of cheap labor becomes the bloody bedrock of Columbia's meteoric industrial rise, and the seed of its inevitable, violent downfall. Designed to soar above the clouds, Columbia is engineered to flaunt America's highest technologies and democratic ideals to an envious world. A gleaming, airborne antithesis to the sunken, cynical depths of Rapture. While Rapture hid from the sun, Comstock's ambitious utopia proudly debuts at the 1893 Chicago World's Fair, an arrogant, floating marvel unveiled amidst the historic grandeur of the world's Columbian exposition. Basking in the press's blinding flashbulbs, the floating city of Columbia ascends into the clouds, a grand airborne monument to its namesake's voyage that embarks on a triumphant tour across the globe. As the flying marvel tours the nation, Zachary Comstock cultivates a rabid cult of personality, forging the Founders Party upon a grim bedrock of pseudo-Protestant fervor, rabid xenophobia, and ruthless white supremacy. Deeming the Founding Fathers as holy prophets and Abraham Lincoln a great apostate, Comstock twists the American dream into a new Eden, cementing a dark religion where minorities are subjugated beneath the heel of his chosen race. Offering redemption to a promiscuous follower named Annabelle, the prophet crowns her First Lady of Columbia, while brilliant physicist Rosalind Lutez discovers she can manipulate a suspended atom to communicate with her parallel self. Tapping out Morse code across the dimensional divide, Rosalind secures Comstock's vast wealth to construct the Lutez field, a miraculous device capable of tearing open a passage to any conceivable time or universe. The self-proclaimed prophet greedily co-opts the machine for his own ascension, ignoring Rosalind's warnings that these shimmering tears offer mere probabilities rather than divine, immutable prophecies of the future. Gazing into the tears, Comstock plucks convenient truths to cement his omniscient facade, yet his obsession reveals a prosperous future contingent upon an heir, even as the temporal radiation rapidly decays his mortal flesh. Rendered sterile and prematurely aged by the rifts, Comstock's plight mirrors a darker reality where an unbaptized Booker DeWitt, now a brutal Pinkerton agent, loses his own beloved Annabelle to the bloody complications of childbirth. Drowning his grief in cheap whiskey and mounting gambling debts, the shattered widower clings to his infant daughter, Anna, unaware that a desperate Comstock has ordered Rosalind to procure the child across the dimensional veil. Promising endless funding and a long-awaited reunion, Rosalind convinces her male counterpart to breach the divide, tearing open a stable portal that finally brings the brilliant Lutez twins face to face. Existing in the grim reality of the unbaptized Pinkerton, Robert approaches the desperate father with a sinister bargain to wipe away his debts, a fateful transaction that Booker instantly regrets as he chases the twin down an alleyway. Lunging toward the closing tear, Booker wrestles for his screaming daughter, but the collapsing portal violently severs infant Anna's pinky finger, forging a bloody, quantum-entangled link across the multiverse. The murky shadows of Columbia's history obscure the precise moment the twins truly united, leaving behind fractured theories of whether they collaborated from the start or converged purely for the prophet's grim errand. Fleeing a desperate father's wrath, Robert's sudden plunge into the dimensional rift appears born of panicked improvisation, a hasty retreat to avoid the violent reckoning of a man stripped of his only child. A chilling audio diary recorded mere days after the abduction reveals the brutal toll of the crossing, detailing how Robert's mind and body violently rebelled against the cognitive dissonance of a foreign reality. Bleeding from the nose as his memories violently fractured, the displaced physicist required his sister's constant medical intervention. Their shared DNA, the only anchor keeping his unraveling mind tethered to this new existence. Forced to reconcile conflicting memories, Robert's agonizing temporal sickness was only soothed by the rhythmic precision of music, a haunting melody that forever heralds the enigmatic arrival of the Lutez twins. Reality fractures along the fault lines of constants and variables, anchoring every universe to Booker DeWitt's baptism, his wife Annabelle, and the enigmatic Lutez twins, while shifting details carve out endless, divergent paths of existence. This boundless sea of realities earns the title Infinite, dissolving every contradiction and every error in the record into a mere variable, one more divergent thread among countless others, though the machinery beneath it obeys rules far more prosaic. This revelation shatters the established boundaries of the old mythos, transforming a singular parallel universe containing a doomed underwater city into an endless labyrinth of fractured, overlapping realities. By weaving this tapestry of constants and variables, every door between worlds is left standing open, an infinite expanse waiting to be walked. while the drowned city's singular tragedy quietly slips away into the night. High above in the city of clouds, Anna's severed pinky anchors her to DeWitt's reality while her body breathes in Comstock's domain, a paradoxical existence across two worlds that will soon tear the fabric of time itself. Comstock unveils Elizabeth to an adoring public as a miracle child, peddling a grotesque lie of a 7-day pregnancy to mask the sudden, immaculate appearance of a daughter his barren wife never carried. Destined to bathe the Sodom below in apocalyptic fire, the prophet's seed sparks bitter resentment in Lady Comstock, whose accusations of infidelity coincide with unnatural tears bleeding through the very fabric of Columbia's streets. While Comstock's propaganda masks the Lutetia twins' silence regarding these temporal wounds, opportunistic vultures like Albert Fink exploit the tears, plagiarizing phantom melodies from the future to build an empire of stolen music. The stolen music soon reaches the ears of Jeremiah Fink, a ruthless industrialist and engineering savant, whose initial skepticism of the tears dissolves into predatory greed upon realizing the boundless, lucrative secrets they conceal. Peering through the temporal static, Fink spies on Dr. Yi Suchong, discovering the miraculous genetic goldmine known as Adam, just as the Bank of the Prophet opens its gilded doors to Columbia's elite. The bank funnels a brutal tithe directly into Comstock's coffers, cementing Columbia's economic independence. But the illusion of peace shatters in 1895, when Lady Comstock is found dead, her murder conveniently pinned on Daisy Fitzroy. Brought to the floating city as indentured labor, Fitzroy served as a devoted maid to the First Lady, only to be framed for her brutal demise and forced into the shadows as a hunted fugitive. The grim truth remains buried. Comstock slaughtered his own wife to silence her revelations about Elizabeth's origins, orchestrating a convenient scapegoat to tighten his tyrannical grip and elevate the murdered woman to holy martyrdom. While the First Lady lies entombed as a pristine saint, the fugitive Fitzroy retreats into the city's dark underbelly, forging the Vox Populi, a desperate resistance that Comstock eagerly twists into a convenient political bogeyman. Comstock weaponizes the phantom threat of the Vox Populi, forging a ruthless police state embraced by a fearful elite, while Jeremiah Fink quietly plunders the scientific genius of Dr. Suchong through the bleeding dimensional rifts. Observing the ocean floor's miraculous sea slugs, Fink scoffs at Suchong's crude extraction methods, yet the industrialist wastes no time adapting the precious atom for his own sinister mass production, high above the clouds. A dedicated laboratory rises within Fink Manufacturing, birthing the sprawling corporate dystopia of Finkton, where the very first atom-infused elixirs are patented and peddled by the greedy elite of the Founders Party. While the entrepreneur Marlowe plasters his smug face across glowing advertisements for these new tonics, Fink turns his predatory gaze towards Suchong's big daddies, captivated by the grotesque fusion of flesh and cold machinery. This biomechanical nightmare promises to aid Comstock's latest obsession, Monument Island, a colossal, looming tower shaped like Columbia's patron archangel, destined to cast a long, dark shadow over the floating city. A colossal statue rises, its shadow cast across every corner of the city, serving a singular, dark purpose: to isolate young Elizabeth within Monument Island's tower, containing the volatile tears she creates. The public is fed a lie of royal safety, but Comstock has peered through the tears, glimpsing a future where Booker DeWitt comes to claim the girl, prompting the prophet to cheat fate with a new, twisted prophecy. He spins a tale of a false shepherd bearing the mark AD, destined to steal the lamb, using this myth and the rising threat of the Vox Populi to mask the true, sinister motive of studying the child. The true nature of Elizabeth's abilities remains a closely guarded secret, driving Comstock to order the Lutices to engineer a method of suppressing her powers before she can alter the timeline with Booker DeWitt. Thus, the Columbian Scientific Authority is born under the Lutetia's watchful eyes, establishing branches across the floating city to monopolize every scientific breakthrough, including the grim study of Adam down in Finkton. While inhumane research festers below, the upper echelons of Monument Tower house Elizabeth in a gilded cage, a multi-room apartment where every chamber is a sterile cell, scrutinized through the cold glass of one-way mirrors. Under relentless round-the-clock surveillance, the girl's burgeoning powers force the terrified scientific staff to enforce draconian safety protocols, as mere proximity to the volatile subject increasingly ends in gruesome injury or sudden death. Fink joins the grim observation, his mastery of parallel technologies accelerating now that he collaborates directly with Yi Su-chong, both men freely tearing holes in reality using the Lutechi's stolen contraption. While Su-chong pursues his own dark ends, Fink adapts the brutal architecture of the Big Daddies, opening a specialized imprinting laboratory in Finkton to forge a guardian perfectly suited for the clouds. Thus, Songbird takes flight, a colossal, terrifying cyborg engineered to protect Elizabeth at any cost, its mechanical shell harboring a dark secret, likely the tortured remains of a human soul trapped within. Whether the beast contains a mutilated handyman or a tragic variant of Booker DeWitt remains a mystery, while Su-chong, failing to bond his big daddies to the little sisters, desperately pools his sinister genius with Fink. Fink charts a different cruel course in his imprinting labs, fruitlessly attempting to bind handymen and beasts to an effigy of Elizabeth through brutal conditioning and hypnotic suggestions that repeatedly end in failure. Despite the mounting failures, a crude prototype of Songbird breaks its restraints, violently crashing into the heights of Monument Tower and collapsing before a terrified, 3-year-old Elizabeth. As the beast suffocates from a severed breathing tube, the young girl mercifully repairs the damage, forging an organic, unbreakable bond of imprinting that the two heartless scientists could never have engineered. Hoarding this miraculous breakthrough on March 4, 1896, Fink severs all ties with Su-chong, his mastery of Adam now absolute, unleashing a colossal, terrifying avian enforcer upon the skies of Columbia. Presented to the adoring public as the divine protector of the Lamb, this fearsome, fiercely loyal monstrosity hides its true, terrifying nature behind the deceptively gentle moniker of Songbird. The creature's name stems from its haunting summons, a specific melody played by statuesque whistles that spell out the notes C-A-G-E, a grim musical reminder of its true purpose. Songbird serves as both a loyal guardian and a living prison for the oblivious girl, while the dawn of the 20th century ushers in a ruthless industrial revolution, flooding Columbia with freshly minted silver eagles. These silver coins, stamped with the Archangel Columbia and the sacred relics of the Founding Fathers, Jefferson's scroll, Washington's sword, and Franklin's key, mark a bold, defiant step toward the floating city's absolute independence. This era of rapid, unchecked technological progress is echoed in the forgotten, thankless toil of a nameless factory worker, quietly sorting the dark patents that fueled Columbia's industrial machine. The assembly lines of Fink manufacturing bleed steel into the hands of both founders and the Vox Populi. On April 9th, a weary worker clocks in, greeted by 2 letters that map the city's quiet arms race. One envelope holds a foreman's sterile orders, the other a whispered plea from the Vox Populi to smuggle Fink's lethal wares. Regardless of choice, Columbia's dueling broadsheets spin the resulting bloodshed to fit their own grim narratives. The truth lies bleeding somewhere between propaganda and recruitment. That same day, Fink unleashes the broadside pistol, a heavy, Mauser-inspired hand cannon, arming Columbia's police force to brutally suppress the mounting resistance in the streets. Flush with smuggled iron, the Vox Populi flood the black market to finance their uprising. By August, Senior Officer Jefferson Poole commissions the Bird's Eye rifle, placing lethal precision into the hands of police snipers hunting dissidents. Modeled after the Springfield and Mauser rifles, the weapon promises swift death. But on October 31st, a factory fire erupts. City leaders ruthlessly detach the burning island sector, condemning 236 trapped workers to the flames. The underground press tallies the ashes, fueling the Vox Populi's militant rage, while establishment papers grotesquely frame the immolated workers as willing martyrs. Amidst the charred ruins, Fink hastily denies rumors that his volatile product sparked the inferno, deflecting blame from his explosive devil's kiss. Vigor, Fink pivots to pitching the Firestarter as a smoker's convenience, though production quietly halts. These vigors are merely Rapture's plasmids, stolen from Suchong through tears in the fabric of reality. Fink's only true invention is the ornate packaging and a drinkable delivery method. By adding an oxidizing agent, he severely diluted the formula, requiring 10 times the atom, and threatening to bleed his illicit enterprise dry. Years later, these rival industrialists will shamelessly pirate each other's delivery methods, trading needles for bottles across dimensions. But long before that corporate espionage, on New Year's Day of 1901, Fink rolls out the lightweight Huntsman carbine. Modeled on the M1, the rifle debuts just as police clash with Vox Populi agitators. Official reports describe an unprovoked mob attacking restrained officers, while underground whispers detail batons shattering the skulls of peaceful pamphleteers. Yet these street skirmishes are mere tremors before the true earthquake of that year. Across the globe, a fractured China seethes under the heavy carving boots of foreign empires, ripe for a bloody reckoning. Divided among greedy Western powers and a rising Japan, the exploited provinces finally erupt in 1899. The Yihetuan movement, dubbed the Boxers for their martial prowess, rises from the dust, their fists clenched against foreign subjugation. Chanting for the eradication of outsiders and their alien gods, the rebellion engulfs Beijing, laying brutal siege to the foreign quarter. As international armies march to rescue their diplomats, the floating city of Columbia casts its shadow. Descending from the clouds as America's ultimate weapon, Columbia unleashes hellfire upon Beijing, proving its devastating might. Amidst the slaughter, Booker DeWitt's old comrade, Cornelius Slate, fights blindly under the banner of the prophet Comstock. Slate sacrifices his eye and 30 good men to the ashes of Beijing. Horrified by the unsanctioned massacre, Washington disavows the floating fortress and orders it home, prompting Columbia's violent, unilateral secession on July 6, 1902. Untethered from American soil, the rogue city vanishes into the clouds, christening its own Independence Day. Weeks later, a crippling factory strike bleeds into deadly police raids, even as Vox Populi lawyers vainly plead for a peaceful resolution. Sergeant Poole publicly praises Fink for a new pacification tool, the Skyhook. Originally designed by R.J. Pickwick, this magnetic marvel doubles as a brutal melee weapon, allowing officers to execute death-defying leaps onto the city's transit rails. The sprawling skylines were built merely to haul freight and passengers across the floating archipelago. But reckless teenagers, maiming themselves with makeshift gear to ride the rails, inadvertently inspired Pickwick to engineer a safer, deadlier magnetic grip. To perfect this aerial ballet, iron freight hooks are bolted across the city's blind spots. Now, Columbia's enforcers can vault vertically between the floating tiers, turning the open sky into a fast, cheap highway for sudden violence. On February 13, Daisy Fitzroy unmasks herself as the Vox Populi's leader. Establishment rags immediately brand her a modern Cain, whispering of Lady Comstock's murder, just before rumors of a dynamite plot paralyzed the city center in November. Whispers claim Columbia's own police planted the dynamite, a slander Fitzroy notes with grim interest as Soldiers Field opens its gates, a glittering amusement park designed to mold children into zealots through the grinning mascots, Duke and Dimwit. Embodying Comstock's insidious propaganda, the golden, obedient Duke and his foolish foil, Dimwit, serve as a stark moral compass for the young, ensuring the prophet's righteous path is hammered into their malleable minds before innocence can fade. Groomed as future martyrs for Comstock's holy war, the youth watch blindly as Fink resumes production of the Barnstormer on June 1, 1904, unleashing a handheld rocket launcher decades before its natural genesis. Plucked from the bleeding edges of future tiers, this impossible weapon relies on a crude, spring-loaded trigger, marking yet another stolen marvel in a year. Fink also unveils a bizarre new mechanical commodity. Fink's automated stallions hit the cobbled streets, lifeless beasts requiring no care, just as the Vox Populi storm a city prison on March 15th, leaving rival newspapers to violently dispute the bloody outcome. Turning Fink's stolen barnstormers against their makers, the Vox Populi claim a grim victory when a sniper's bullet shatters Sergeant Poole's skull during a civic meeting, though the official press whispers a darker truth. The establishment papers hint that a disgruntled cop pulled the trigger, punishing Poole for coddling the rebels, a tension that erupts on May 17, 1907, when police forces brutally crack down near a market tear. Through the shimmering tear, a doomed Columbia bleeds under red flags and yellow insignias, a grim prophecy of a communist uprising that perfectly validates Rosalind Lutesche's most dangerous quantum theories. Locked away from the sun, a 13-year-old Elizabeth still tears the fabric of reality, her blossoming adolescence amplifying her volatile powers and forcing a terrified Comstock to commission a brutal new restraint. The siphon rises like a mechanical beast, its massive drum-like coils humming in a passive state to leash Elizabeth's growing strength, though she remains capable of tearing open reality to plot and escape. Though the cage door stands theoretically open, an unseen weight anchors the girl to her prison, knowing that a fully powered siphon would flood her veins with agonizing pain and crush her miraculous gifts. The monumental siphon radiates a suffocating dampening field across the sky, while miniature suppressors lie hidden like steel traps in key locations, ready to snap shut on her powers during any desperate flight. Glowing blue fluid pulses within the siphon's glass vans, a raw essence resembling salts, Columbia's equivalent to Eve, as Elizabeth's stolen vitality is drained solely to limit her unnatural powers. This dark alchemy coincides with the explosive 4th of July in 1908, when the Vox Populi detonate the university treasurer's office, obliterating the crushing debt records of the working class in a bloodless inferno. Though lives are spared, priceless art burns to ash, prompting a terrified police force to demand the Devil's Kiss vigor, a blasphemous weapon forged by Fink's godless ambition and fueled by the newly minted salts. Fink's private ledgers mock Comstock's holy crusade, worshipping only the almighty dollar, while a quieter tragedy unfolds for Samuel Gerst, a doomed immigrant who traded his soul for a paycheck at Monument Island. Ignorant of the lethal radiation bleeding from the tears, Samuel develops terminal stomach cancer, a grim death sentence that Comstock swiftly exploits by offering the dying man to Jeremiah Fink's gruesome experimental butcher shop. Desperate to mirror Souchong's submerged horrors, Fink strips away humanity to forge emotionless combat units, reducing dying men to mere biological processors trapped within a cold, unyielding cage of cybernetic steel. These tragic abominations, christened handymen, are little more than severed heads and beating hearts bolted to mechanical frames, their tortured existence sustained by life support apparatus and echoing with agonizing, metallic screams. Condemned to an eternity of mechanized agony, Samuel descends into violent psychosis while his mocking colleagues watch, leaving his dying wife, Hattie, to whisper her final, heartbreaking farewell into a cold audio diary. A wife's audio diary seals Samuel's despair. He joins the founders to slaughter the Vox Populi, finding only death. Fink's laboratories crave such broken men. While Big Daddies suffer silently, handymen scream for the sweet release of death. Prisoners endure a darker agony, forged into firemen who ignite infernos rather than extinguish them. Trapped within heavy suits, these men burn alive, their hellish torment and very lives fueled by the Devil's Kiss vigor. Where Fink's labs break bodies, Comstock House breaks minds. Dr. Pinchot records his interrogations of Daisy Fitzroy in The Physiology of Dissent, transcripts echoing through a sprawling fortress that hides a brutal re-education center beneath the prophet's opulent private residence. Lady Comstock's murder provides a convenient shroud, sealing the estate from prying eyes. In the shadows, the re-education center becomes a twisted laboratory, using captured revolutionaries as flesh and blood canvases to purge human sin through the archaic cruelty of phrenology. Phrenology, a discredited pseudoscience of skull bumps and brain mapping, becomes Columbia's weapon of choice. To force a bleeding heart radical to worship the prophet, these butchers simply carve into the architecture of the captive's mind. Yet, a softer cruelty also thrives. Dr. Francis Pinchot wields psychoanalysis like a scalpel, probing the fragile minds of his patients to map their breaking points. The foreword to his own dark record sets this grim, clinical stage. Penned by Dr. Pettifog, the warden of cognitive correction, The foreword introduces Pinchot as a fearless diver into the mind's dark abyss. It is a chilling prelude, bracing the reader for the horrors meticulously catalogued within. Pettifog admits Pinchot skirts the edge of treason, yet his grim harvest will eventually re-educate all of Columbia. The descent begins on May 7th, 1909, with Pinchot praising Comstock for severing their floating Eden from the Sodom below. High above the earth, morality evaporates, leaving Pinchot free to dissect the human psyche. He believes every soul in the city must be interrogated and mapped, hunting for the fragile seams of trauma and the cold dictates of eugenics. Obsessed with whether rebellion is bred or born, the Doctor eagerly sharpens his psychological knives for Daisy Fitzroy. Her recent capture promises a bloody scientific breakthrough, a chance to dissect the very heart of the Vox Populi. Dragged from the grime of Finkton on murder charges, Daisy is delivered into Pinchot's clinical embrace before her sentence falls. By the morning of May 8th, the Doctor descends into the precinct to claim his prized specimen. Amidst drunken officers howling like beasts in the precinct, Fitzroy sits bound and gagged. Disgusted by the crude spectacle, Pinchot bribes a detective to drag her to Comstock House immediately, earning a silent, desperate gratitude from the captive. The Sabbath brings their second encounter, a cold monologue echoing in a sterile room. Pinchot recites her bloody ledger, marveling how a meek servant slaughtered Lady Comstock to crown herself queen of the anarchists, while Daisy offers only stony silence. Taunting her with the Vox Populi manifesto, Pinchot finally cracks her silence. Fitzroy spits her venom, branding every badge and white coat in Columbia as the same slithering serpent, choking the life from the working class. She sees no difference between the prophet's zealots and the men of science. Striking a desperate bargain, she trades her answers for his secrets, even as the morning papers gleefully announce her impending execution by fire. The police chief demands an immediate pyre, terrified the Vox Populi will shatter the jailhouse or a lynch mob will beat them to the kill. Amidst the brewing storm, the Doctor and the condemned resume their dangerous dance. Yielding to her terms, Pinchot traces his ascent to the clouds. He boasts that Comstock himself devoured his treatise on social salvation, rewarding his clinical genius with a plush estate and a license to dissect the human soul. Detailing Lady Comstock's murder, Daisy Fitzroy senses a trap in the Doctor's questions and proposes a grim barter. She will confess her victims if he names his. Pinchot sits in stunned silence, later retreating to the safety of his diary. Fink's pampered existence in the clouds mocks the grim reality of Finkton's bruised laborers. Daisy knows the bitter truth. Desperate men lured by false promises, trading their sweat and blood just to keep their starving families alive. Some sought merely to feed their families, while others drank themselves blind and woke up in the clouds. Here, Fitzroy recalls Lady Comstock as an honest soul, a rare aristocrat capable of earning a worker's respect. The Doctor notes her cunning. She dissects his interrogations, offering only shadows in return. Expecting a drooling brute, Pinchot finds a razor-sharp intellect, prompting his superior, Dr. Kittery, to demand an immediate, brutal pivot to phrenology. Kittery pushes for a radical lobotomy, eager to sever the frontal cortex. Pinchot resists, arguing the blade would leave her a hollow imbecile, destroying a rare chance to study the intricate architecture of a revolutionary mind. On Tuesday, May 11th, Pinchot pivots to word associations, desperate for a breakthrough. Hoping to manufacture trust, he lays his cards on the table, warning Fitzroy of the impending surgical butchery if their conversations bear no fruit. Fitzroy plays along, her razor-sharp replies bordering on pure blasphemy. She warns that the prophet's blind intolerance will eventually consume his flock, prompting a rattled Pinchot to summon his orderlies for skull measurements as he flees the room. On Wednesday, May 12th, Fitzroy endures an intelligence test designed to validate white supremacy. Pinchot boasts of his own score of 146, only to stare in horrified disbelief when the unsurprised rebel casually registers a 149. Twisting the knife, Fitzroy reminds the Doctor that the ticking clock of her scheduled lobotomy is his failure, not hers. Retreating to his diary, Pinchot records a bitter reprimand from Kittery, who demands the immediate surgical strike. Ordered to abandon his research, Pinchot obsesses over Fitzroy's off-the-record plea: help her escape to prevent a bloodbath. Fancying himself a true patriot of Columbia, the Doctor feels the foundations of his own sanity beginning to crack. Hunting the rebel in her mind, Pinchot awakens the dissident in his own. To cure this ideological rot, he envisions Comstock House reborn as a torture chamber, strapping patients to chairs, drowning them in sensory conditioning, electroshock, and ice. Surgical blades would carve away all doubt, leaving only a grinning, compliant husk. Forced to choose between a bloody revolution in the clouds or lobotomizing his own fears, Pinchot realizes Fitzroy has utterly dismantled his lifelong convictions. On Thursday, May 13th, Fitzroy seizes control of the interrogation. Haunted by the Vox Populi manifesto and the realization of Columbia's lies, a sleepless Pinchot listens as Daisy openly demands his complicity to avert a looming massacre. Seduced by her brilliant mind, the broken Doctor surrenders his keys and cash. Suddenly, sirens wail as Vox Populi soldiers breach the room. Fitzroy coldly dismisses her savior as just another snake, citing grim necessity before the end. A single gunshot seals his fate. Newspapers scream of explosions rocking Comstock Square, debating whether Fitzroy orchestrated her own capture to ignite the powder keg of rebellion, or if a premature blast merely accelerated the city's doom. Regardless of the spark, Fitzroy escapes the flames. In the grim epilogue, a colleague weaponizes Pinchot's final notes, decreeing that Comstock House will abandon therapy for brutal, technological re-education, forging obedient lambs from the broken minds of anarchists. Pinchot's blood buys a terrifying legacy. The manifesto reveals Daisy Fitzroy not as a simple villain, but a ruthless, cynical architect of revolution, willing to cross any moral boundary to tear down the gilded hypocrisy of the founders. Columbia's grand ideology is exposed as a fragile cathedral of lies, destined to trigger its own apocalyptic collapse. On October 16, 1909, the Lutetia twins peer through a shimmering tear, glimpsing a nightmare waiting in the wings. Through the rift, the twins witness Elizabeth unleashing a cataclysm far worse than any civil war, culminating in the fiery annihilation of New York. Horrified by the monster they helped forge, Robert issues a desperate ultimatum to Rosalind. Robert threatens to sever their bond unless they return the girl to her native reality. Where he sees a blank page, Rosalind sees a tragic King Lear, yet she reluctantly agrees to court disaster to keep her brother. Uncovering their treason, Comstock orders Jeremiah Fink to sabotage the Lutetia contraption, masking the assassination as a tragic accident. Yet by November 1st, a displaced Rosalind calmly dictates the quantum theory of their own murder into a voxophone. Comstock's sabotage shatters their machine, scattering the Lutetias across probability. Rosalind finds peace in her brother's presence, but Robert remains haunted by the captive girl, searching for a pawn to finish their bloody work. Adrift in the spaces between worlds, the twins become Schrödinger's paradox made flesh. They are both living and dead, their very existence shifting like shadows depending on which universe observes them. Unbound by time or space, they drift through the multiverse, nudging fate's heavy hand while chained to its immutable constants. It is a dark, impossible science, demanding a willing surrender to its beautiful fiction. This phantom existence belongs to the realm of pulp science fiction, yet hidden audio logs scattered across the floating city whisper the chilling truth of the Lutetia's quantum superposition. Photographer Rupert Cunningham captures their closed caskets, only to meet the dead twins a week later. From their spectral lips, he learns the grim truth of Fink's sabotage, though a woman named Estelle dismisses his ghost story. A year later, on August 15, 1911, Columbia unveils the Motorized Patriot, a mechanical enforcer designed to crush the Vox Populi, only fueling the rebels' burning desire for war. Once mere animatronic tour guides, these clockwork monstrosities are repurposed by the warring factions as the revolution brews. The porcelain-faced effigies of Columbia's revered founders are stripped of their charm, transformed into rolling executioners armed with heavy pepper-mill Gatling guns. Meanwhile, on October 21, 1910, Rosalind's audio diary reveals Robert's bitter distaste for their new, untethered existence. Robert yearns for a mortal life and a family, yet lingers in the void to save Elizabeth. Rosalind, however, embraces the phantom state. Returning to flesh and blood would mean surrendering the universe's grandest secrets back to the dark. By 1912, the bloody feud between the Vox Populi and the Founders boils over, even as the white elite found the Fraternal Order of the Raven. Forged on January 6th by an anonymous First Zealot, this sinister brotherhood operates in the Founders' shadow, violently enforcing racial purity and worshipping three grim symbols of their twisted faith. Holy Mother of Columbia, their dark litany begins, we honor the sword to carve our vengeance, and the raven to grant us unblinking eyes across your floating city. The final symbol, a coffin, serves as a grim reminder of failure's price. Yet their true idol is John Wilkes Booth, canonized for assassinating Lincoln, whom Columbia reviles as a great apostate. The martyred Lady Comstock shares their twisted altar. Beneath an emblem demanding they defend the fatherland, these zealots shroud themselves in pointed hoods, echoing the Ku Klux Klan beneath their Masonic regalia. Sacred ravens roost freely in their shadowed halls, feasting on rot and dead vermin. The Order's deadliest enforcers carry coffins on their backs, wielding heavy swords and a terrifying, unnatural power. Consuming the murder of Crow's vigor, they dissolve into a shrieking flock of black feathers. Whether this brutal tonic stems from Marlowe's forgotten patent remains a dark, unanswered question in Columbia's history. On March 1st, Comstock hires Ed Gaines to pen his biography, a desperate attempt to pave over a hidden past. To the adoring public, the prophet is nothing more than the glorious hero of Wounded Knee. Every other detail of his life is a carefully sculpted lie or a twisted half-truth. By March 13th, Police Chief Tucker receives the green light to execute the final strike protocol, a brutal sweep meant to exterminate the Vox Populi. In the shadows, the rebels sharpen their knives, promising a bloodbath in return. This violent escalation closes the chapter on the Industrial Revolution conflict. By June 11th, a greedy Fink plots to replace his vigors with cheaper, injectable plasmids, chasing profit down a darker path. Injectable variants to slash costs remain a mere concept, eclipsed by a massive marketing campaign. Today marks the 10th anniversary of Columbia's secession, a grand stage to unveil the first civilian vigors to the public. The scattered pieces of history finally align, dragging us to the present. Zachary Comstock is only 38, yet he wears the withered face of a 68-year-old man, his flesh ravaged by the frequent opening of tears. This rapid decay breeds malignant tumors. The prophet is dying of cancer. Meanwhile, the Luteci twins scheme to return Elizabeth to her native universe, knowing their quantum omnipresence makes direct intervention a dangerous gamble. Fearing their direct touch might shatter reality, the twins return to Robert's native world. Here, Booker DeWitt has spent 20 years drowning his lost daughter in cheap liquor and gambling, his flesh branded with her initials, AD. A tear bleeds into DeWitt's dingy office, spilling the Lutetas into his reality. They feign ignorance about his brand, playing out a scene that is, in truth, their 123rd attempt to rewrite history. The truth lies buried beneath speculation, rather than settled record. Existing outside the rigid boundaries of time and space, the Lutetas experience no linear progression of early failures or late successes. Every iteration of Booker endures this exact dialogue, a rigid constant in a fluid multiverse. Our detective is not literally the 123rd, but merely one of an infinite chorus echoing across parallel worlds. Crossing the dimensional threshold, Booker's mind fractures, suffering the same violent memory consolidation Robert once endured. His brain desperately rewrites its own history, bearing the agonizing truth as if Anna had never existed at all. Yet phantom memories bleed through the cracks, tethered to a severed pinky finger that binds him to his native reality. He deludes himself, believing the crude brand on his hand honors his lost daughter, Anna DeWitt. Stepping into their rowboat, Booker embraces a fabricated reality. In his fractured mind, He is simply a hired gun, tasked with dragging a girl named Elizabeth to New York to wipe away his debts. The waves deliver him to a lonely lighthouse off the coast of Maine, one of 10 secret transit nodes to Columbia. Inside, a slaughtered keeper slumps against the wall, warned by a mysterious C of Booker's arrival. A smoldering cigarette and bloody tool suggest a brutal interrogation, moments before DeWitt's footsteps echoed on the stairs. The culprit remains a ghost. The Luteces are manipulators, rarely dirtying their own hands with such visceral butchery. Elizabeth leaves unextinguished cigarettes in her wake and harbors a lethal edge, yet this sadistic torture feels foreign to her. Perhaps the killer sought the launch code, a cipher the Luteces already possessed from Comstock. Some unseen third party wants the detective in the sky, or perhaps the corpse is merely a grim stage dressing. Booker chimes the coded bells and straps into the Pilgrim rocket, a vessel defying all mechanical logic. By all rights, the rocket's ignition should incinerate the lighthouse interior entirely. Dismissing this mechanical impossibility as a mere trick of the tail, the roaring thrusters violently hurl Booker upward into the floating belly of Columbia. The capsule docks flawlessly within the Welcome Center, a gilded hall dripping with prophetic scripture and grand frescoes of New Eden. Here, the flock gathers under the blind, fanatical gaze of Preacher Whiting. The blind preacher who baptized Comstock decades ago fails to recognize the man before him. Forced into a violent baptism to enter the city, DeWitt is nearly drowned before awakening in the sunlit gardens of New Eden. The zealots claim this near drowning teaches the lungs to truly appreciate oxygen. Shaking off the holy water, the cynical detective steps from the floating garden onto the cobblestones of New Eden Square, shadowed by Comstock's colossal monument. Storefronts drift on isolated platforms, peddling wares beneath a suffocating blanket of propaganda, warning of the false shepherd. Flickering kinetoscopes project silent dogma, while bursting fireworks herald the grand spectacle of the city's annual fair. It is the 6th of July, the anniversary of Columbia's secession. Spotting a wing statue, Booker remembers his target is locked within Monument Island, conveniently sealed off today, just as a courier hands him a cryptic telegram from Lutece. A stranger named Lutece delivers a cryptic warning against the number 77, while enigmatic twins watch through binoculars, trapped in a paradox of observation that Booker ignores as he steps into Columbia's grand technological fair. The fair's crown jewels are Vigors, fresh to the market and pushed by Fink's aggressive propaganda machine, displayed on lavish stands designed to seduce the city's elite into purchasing these bottled miracles. Bucking Bronco promises to levitate crushing weights with the phantom force of 1,000 stallions, while Possession offers the sinister power to hijack human minds and mechanical vending machines alike. Fink welcomes the mechanical theft, knowing the exorbitant price of the Possession Vigor and the requisite salts will eclipse any lost inventory, while keeping more volatile samples hidden away for public safety. Fearing a fiery repeat of the Devil's Kiss disaster, Shock Jockey remains strictly a guided demonstration. Unlike Rapture's deformed splicers, Columbia's citizens remain unblemished, shielded by the exorbitant cost of these newly minted plasmids. Priced out of common reach, these powers share the stage with voxophones, a breakthrough marriage of vinyl playback and recording technology that captures the city's darkest secrets on spinning wax. Amidst the mechanical marvels and shooting galleries conditioning the youth to slaughter the vox populi, the Possession booth offers Booker a full, potent bottle of the mind-bending vigor, rather than a mere taste. Hijacking the gate's mechanism, Booker encounters the Luteces and their inevitable coin toss, a ritual landing on heads for the 122nd time, before confronting a grim poster of the false prophet bearing his exact scar. Drawn into the sunlit cruelty of a town raffle, Booker pulls the fateful number 77, fulfilling another grim, predetermined coincidence meticulously tracked by the ever-watching Lutece twins. Jeremiah Fink gleefully calls the winning number, offering Booker a baseball to hurl at a captive interracial couple. Whether the hero targets the victims or the grinning industrialist, the violent die is cast. Though this fleeting choice only dictates which grateful shadow repays him later, a sharp-eyed cop spots the false prophet's brand on Booker's flesh, shattering the carnival facade and plunging the plaza into bloody chaos. Carving a path with a stolen skyhook and a dead man's pistol, Booker slaughters a fireman to claim the Devil's Kiss vigor, finally seeking refuge inside the blue ribbon where the Lutuses wait with specialized gear. Functioning much like Rapture's gene tonics but worn as simple clothing, this gear defies logical law, existing merely as a mechanical echo of a world obsessed with scavenging rare armor to survive the streets. Originally conceived as gruesome organ implants and passive nostrums, these survival tools ultimately manifested as enchanted garments, forcing Booker to quietly change his blood-stained clothes before stepping back into the fray. The mysterious infusions scattered across the city share this unexplained nature, likely brewed by the Lutetis in a state of quantum superposition to let Booker permanently fortify his health, salts, or protective shield. Marveling that Booker survived ingesting a localized magnetic shield, the twins watch him vault from the restaurant balcony via skyhook, dropping straight into a firing squad armed with heavy Rolston machine guns. Gripping a weapon forged by one of Columbia's few independent armories, Booker realizes the entire floating city is hunting him, deploying heavily armed gunships that drift like predatory iron sharks through the clouds. Unlike the tethered civilian gondolas, these military barges maneuver freely on roaring jet engines, bristling with drop hooks for rapid deployment and automated turrets designed to tear any fleeing fugitive to shreds. Modeled after clockwork soldiers manning heavy Maxim guns, these automated sentries scan the streets with the same lethal vigilance as Rapture's defenses, driving Booker to seek shelter inside the Montgomery family's clandestine printing press. Harboring a secret society of persecuted minorities, the brave family refuses to surrender the fugitive to the battering police, guiding Booker through a shadowed back door toward the sinister Fraternal Order of the Raven. Within the Fraternal Order of the Raven, Booker slaughters a fanatic zealot to claim the murder of Crow's vigor. He cannot mimic their phantom steps, but the dark flock proves a brutal, blinding weapon. Columbia's police frantically sketch the false shepherd's face, broadcasting warnings across the floating city's radio waves. But their vigilance comes too late. Booker already stands before the sealed gates of Monument Island, a fortress locked by Comstock's paranoia. With the tourist gondolas dead, Booker carves a bloody path through the ticket booth guards and hooks onto the skyline. In a shadowed maintenance room, armed zealots kneel before a flickering screen bearing the prophet's face. Comstock's voice oozes from the glass, a calculated sermon detailing Booker's darkest sins and his true, desperate motive. The prophet's armored zeppelin drifts away, a floating behemoth built to rain explosive death upon Columbia's enemies. Booker breaches the attacking gunship, sparing a trembling acolyte at the helm. Comstock's face fills the monitor, offering cold judgment instead of divine forgiveness, just before the fanatic Pilgrim strikes a match and immolates herself. The Zeppelin erupts into a fiery tomb, forcing Booker onto the skyline toward Monument Island. He infiltrates a desolate, abandoned laboratory, where heavy quarantine warnings guard a labyrinth of obsessive clinical surveillance. Ignoring the frantic warning signs and a hulking, silent machine, Booker forces his way through heavy armored doors. The terrifying anomaly requiring this massive floating prison is nothing but a seemingly harmless young woman. This is Elizabeth, the prize he was sent to collect. Flickering projector reels reduce her captive life to clinical notes. A girl obsessed with lockpicking, ciphers, literature, and a desperate, impossible dream of Paris. Booker watches from the shadows, instantly understanding the city's terror. With a gesture, Elizabeth rips the fabric of reality apart, revealing a neon-lit glimpse of a 1980s Paris, before violently snapping the tear shut. Scaling the statue's exterior, Booker slips into a massive observation deck overlooking the floating city. The ceiling suddenly caves in with a deafening crash, leaving Elizabeth paralyzed by the sight of a violent intruder. Isolated for a lifetime, she stares in disbelief at another human soul. But a mechanical whistle echoes through the copper walls, summoning her monstrous warden as she whispers that escape is nothing but a fantasy. Her past escapes ended in failure, but Booker holds the brass key gifted by the enigmatic Luteces. Stamped with a bird in a cage, the heavy metal unlocks their only desperate path to freedom. Plaster shatters as the enraged Songbird tears the tower apart to reclaim his prisoner. While waiting for the elevator, a massive leather-bound claw breaches the shaft, only to be brutally crushed by the descending carriage. The crumbling monument gives way, sending them plummeting until Booker's skyhook catches a rail. The collapsing tower severs their escape route, plunging them into the ocean below as Songbird's desperate, grasping claws miss their mark. Songbird's violent attack shatters the tower. Booker blacks out, haunted by fractured memories of a desperate deal, before waking on the artificial sands of Battleship Bay, coughing up water, and the name Anna. This manufactured paradise is a patriotic illusion, its salt water pumped through hidden machinery under the watchful gaze of a cartoon eagle. Scouring the crowded beach for Elizabeth, Booker spots an advertisement for Comstock's personal Zeppelin. The First Lady airship is their ticket out of this floating madhouse. Finding Elizabeth dancing in the surf, Booker sells her a beautiful lie, promising the Zeppelin will carry her straight to the streets of Paris. Drunk on her new freedom, she marvels at a world she only knows from books. Their path is suddenly blocked by the Luteces, offering a cryptic choice of a choker pendant, the bird or the cage. The choice is merely another variable in a rigged equation. Fastening the bird pendant around her neck, the clouds part to reveal her ruined prison, sparking a panic that forces the duo to keep moving. Columbia's police lock down the promenade, hunting the false shepherd. Slipping into the shadows, Elizabeth utilizes the lock-picking skills gleaned from her solitary confinement, effortlessly bypassing the barricades and leading them into the damp service tunnels. Sparing the mixed-race couple at the raffle earns their whispered gratitude in the shadows. Booker and Elizabeth press into a neon-lit arcade honoring Duke and Dimwit, though Flambeau lurks if cruelty was chosen instead. The First Lady airship ticket booth reeks of a trap, patrons casting nervous glances. A treacherous cashier murmurs into a telephone before driving a blade through Booker's hand, forcing a brutal slaughter right before Elizabeth's horrified eyes. Panic seizes the sheltered girl, sending her fleeing from the carnage. A discarded voxophone reveals Comstock's chilling foresight, orchestrating this undercover ambush. A deadly snare that a sharp-eyed drifter can preemptively shatter with a drawn gun. Striking first spares Booker's flesh, leaving him to corner the trembling girl by the gondola. He delivers a cold truth. Her immense value makes her a perpetual target, demanding she trade innocence for a survivor's ruthless edge. The gondola drifts into a sunlit amusement park, eerily untouched by the brewing storm. Parents murmur of the false shepherd but wear calm masks for their children, granting the fugitives a fleeting, deceptive peace. Their path to the First Lady aerodrome halts at a dead gondola, its dormant engine a deliberate ploy in a corporate scheme. A garish advertisement for the shock jockey Vigor mocks their delay, offering a high-voltage solution. The Vigor's manufacturer sponsors the entire park, hiding a crucial sample deep within the Hall of Heroes. The illusion of safety shatters as civilians vanish, replaced by armed zealots eager to bleed the false shepherd on the cobblestones. Gunfire paves the bloody road to the Patriots' Pavilion, a barricaded fortress of bars and ticket booths. A stalled elevator traps them in a suspended iron cage, where a solitary buzzing bee suddenly captures the sheltered girl's fascination. Spooked by the insect, Elizabeth rips a jagged tear in reality to banish it. She describes these rifts as dull windows to alternate worlds, bending to her subconscious desires, manifesting whatever desperate wish her captive heart demands. A terrifying glimpse of Songbird forces her to snap the rift shut. In the blood-stained lobby, Booker claims the bucking bronco Vigor, realizing amidst a fresh wave of soldiers that Elizabeth's reality-bending tears are potent weapons of survival. Her power remains tethered to visible fractures in the world, unable to conjure salvation from thin air. Yet these shimmering wounds in reality offer brutal tactical advantages, pulling phantom artillery into the bloody theater of Columbia's streets. She drags friendly turrets, vital ammunition, and skyline hooks through the dimensional veil, though only one anomaly can exist at a time. Amidst the splintered barricades, Booker unearths grim police files detailing the treason of Cornelius Slate. Slate, a bitter ghost from Booker's bloody days in the 7th Cavalry, is the true target of Comstock's manhunt. Pushing into the fellow traveler restaurant, the duo stumbles upon the slaughtered remains of Vox Populi rebels. Gunned down in a ruthless raid, these rebels use the tavern to mask a sprawling smuggling ring. Blood-spattered ciphers in the washroom and hidden codebooks hint at a vast, subterranean network of secrets buried beneath Columbia's pristine facade. Elizabeth's sharp mind unravels these hidden truths, while a dead cop's voxophone confesses a darker mutiny. Slate has seized the Hall of Heroes, enraged that Comstock built a monument to his own ego rather than honoring the fallen. Driven to consecrate his dead brothers, Slate's alliance with Fitzroy is merely a fleeting marriage of convenience. The Hall of Heroes stands as a grotesque theme park, a sprawling propaganda machine painting Comstock as a divine, conquering general. Columbia's shallow history is carved into 3 massive, self-serving pavilions. Booker and Elizabeth step into a vandalized slaughterhouse littered with dead staff, as Slate's bitter voice crackles over the intercom, mocking the prophet as a cowardly tin man. Disgusted by Comstock's soulless motorized patriots, Slate and his mutineers crave a soldier's honorable death. To claim the shock jockey, Booker must wade through blood in every exhibit, beginning with the grim, mechanical lies of the Boxer Rebellion. Slate strips away the prophet's stolen valor, revealing Comstock was never at the Boxer Rebellion. Amidst the Wounded Knee exhibit, the old veteran recognizes Booker's familiar brutality, exposing how the prophet meticulously butchered both history and truth. A fabricated legend claims Elizabeth was born in a week, orphaned by Fitzroy, and locked away for her salvation. Digesting this gilded lie, the duo pushes into a sun-drenched courtyard, carving a violent path toward the gift shop. Past the ruined shock jockey stash and Comstock's mechanical mockeries, fresh tracks bleed into the courtyard. Slate waits, drowning in a vigor overdose. Booker slaughters his loyalists, leaving the broken veteran begging for a merciful bullet. The gun feels heavy as another choice presents itself: grant the old soldier's death wish, or walk away. It changes nothing in the grand design, but condemns Slate to either an immediate grave or Comstock's brutal cells. A cell is a far crueler fate. Slate stands as the sole testament to a vigor's early rot, a corruption starkly different from the fleshy, tumorous horrors that plague the drowned halls of Rapture. Jagged crystalline growths erupt from his skull, echoing the forgotten blueprints of vigor junkies. It is the grim toll of vigor abuse, a jagged infection Booker soon finds blooming across his own hands after consuming shock jockey. Coursing with raw voltage, Booker awakens dormant machinery to forge a path forward. Comstock's reinforcements swarm the retreat, deploying heavily armored brutes armed with rocket launchers, but the barrage fails to bury the escaping duo. Ascending toward the First Lady aerodrome, Booker confesses his true motive: wiping away a bitter debt. Aboard the airship, he punches in coordinates for New York. Elizabeth, recognizing the geographic betrayal, quietly masks her brewing storm. When his guard drops, cold steel meets his skull. Drifting through a concussed haze, Booker glimpses crimson flags swarming the glass. Elizabeth vanishes, leaving him to awaken aboard a hijacked vessel descending into the smog of Finkton. Daisy Fitzroy now commands the helm. Recognizing a useful trigger finger, the Vox Populi leader brokers a ruthless deal: secure a Finkton gunsmith's weapons for her rebellion, and she will return the ship. Booker has no other play. Descending into Finkton's grimy shipping yards, Booker spots Elizabeth attempting to stow away on a cargo barge. Cast out onto the cold docks, she bolts into the industrial labyrinth, forcing him into a desperate pursuit through the smog. He corners her near a police precinct just as a botched tear drops her into patrolman's hands. Carving a bloody path through the precinct, Booker frees her, but the frantic chase abruptly ends when a towering handyman intervenes. The mechanical monstrosity hurls Booker into the abyss, but Elizabeth pulls him back from the void. Acknowledging their grim codependence, the liar and the captive press forward, navigating corridors choked with desperate, jobless men and heavily armed police. Their target, the gunsmith Chen Lin, is already hunted for conspiring with the Vox. As a descending elevator plays Fink's propaganda, praising the mindless obedience of bees, the gears grind to a halt, and a telephone rings. Jeremiah Fink himself crackles over the receiver, demanding an audience. The elevator resumes its descent, revealing a colossal, gilded monument to the industrialist, a golden god looming over his domain, flanked by a massive, oppressive clock. The clock's face is no mere timepiece, but a grueling schedule demanding endless toil. Fink's voice echoes again, boasting that his laborers are paid not in silver, but in company tokens, reducing men to mere cogs in his machine. These tokens buy only overpriced scraps from company stores. Trapped in the clouds with nowhere to flee, the workers are bled dry by Fink's absolute monopoly, their sweat traded for the illusion of a benefactor's care. Those who falter are cast into the cold. Reaching the ground floor, Colombo delivers Fink's formal invitation before the duo witnesses a grotesque auction, starving men desperately underbidding each other in sweat just to secure a day's labor. Chenlin's shop is a ransacked ghost town. His weeping wife reveals the police dragged him to the Good Time Club's dungeons. Stepping back into the unnervingly empty streets, the duo is ambushed by a deranged, screeching handyman. Dismantling the mechanical beast, Booker spots a marquee demanding his audition. Inside the Good Time Club, Fink's disembodied voice offers to hire the former Pinkerton to crush the brewing strike, having admired his violent talents since the raffle. A half-ton of coal must be moved. The bidding starts at a brutal 20 minutes, but a desperate soul wins with 5.5. Fink weaponizes their starvation, extracting maximum labor while denying them any dignity. Failure to beat the clock means forfeiting the wage entirely. The next auction devolves into a bloody brawl for the privilege of exploitation, fueling newspaper boasts of factory efficiency, while the underbelly of Columbia seethes with violent unrest. Forced into a brutal audition, Booker DeWitt dismantles a Peking veteran, a fanatic zealot, and grinding machinery just to breach the prison. Inside, a flickering projector reveals Chen Lin, bleeding but refusing to surrender Fitzroy. Shadows cling to the captive Vox Populi, and a broken slate rots silently in cell 6. In the 9th cell, Chen Lin lies tortured to death, his corpse mocked by the sudden, cryptic arrival of the Lutece. A coin flip suggests a reality where the gunsmith breathes. Tearing the fabric of Columbia, Elizabeth drags them into an uncertain parallel world, where the bloody interrogation room is replaced by a confiscated cache of Vox Populi contraband. Armed with modified Vox Populi steel, Booker watches a shifted reality play out on celluloid. Here, the police release the gunsmith, spared because his wife is the white sister of Fink's ruthless chief of security. Despite his freedom, Chen Lin's tools remain seized. Around them, resurrected soldiers bleed from the nose, their minds fracturing as dual memories of life and violent death collide, a grim toll extracted by Elizabeth's dimensional trespass. A marquee announces the security chief's dismissal, while Fink's unhired thugs open fire. Back at the shop, a living Chen Lin hallucinates, pantomiming labor over phantom machinery, his mind shattered by the echo of his own murder. The silent, empty shop offers no salvation. Desperate for firepower, they descend into the rotting underbelly of Finkton's slums, a desperate purgatory where starving workers will slit a throat over a lingering glance at their meager scraps. Confronted by the squalid misery of Columbia's forgotten underclass, Elizabeth questions if Fitzroy's bloody crusade can truly offer salvation. Carving a path through the filth, they breach a fortified police precinct choked with stolen contraband. The gunsmith's heavy machinery sits locked away, impossible to move. Tearing reality apart once more, Elizabeth drags them into a universe where the tools were never taken, leaving resurrected guards to drown in the madness of conflicting memories. Stepping into streets choked with crimson banners, they find Columbia ablaze with open rebellion. In this fractured timeline, the Vox Populi march to war, hailing Booker DeWitt as the martyred hero who torched the Hall of Heroes. A towering Zeppelin broadcasts Fitzroy's fiery eulogy, praising the noble sacrifice of a dead Booker DeWitt. Yet a crackling voxophone in the gunsmith's shop whispers a darker truth. This alternate Booker harbored no righteous ideals. Driven by the promise of Vox Populi armaments, the dead Booker sought only to breach Comstock House. Surrounded by the corpses of Chen Lin and his wife, Elizabeth trembles, fearing her powers merely manifest her own desperate wishes. Haunted by the terrifying scope of her untamed abilities, Elizabeth follows Booker as he carves a bloody path into the factory grounds. Their advance stalls when a heavily armed security zeppelin pins them down before a locked gate. Tearing the gunship from the sky, Booker storms the factory floor in search of Fitzroy. But the rebel leader, entrenched in Fink's office, brands this living DeWitt a dangerous imposter, turning the entire Vox Populi army against him. Amidst the slaughter, Booker unearths Undertow, a lethal vigor once relegated to gaudy advertisements. Now, he wields crushing aquatic tentacles, violently dragging his executioners into the abyss before finally breaching the opulent doors of Fink's office. Inside the Gilded sanctuary, Fitzroy executes the industrialist Fink in cold blood as his terrified son flees. Instantly, Booker is swarmed by a relentless tide of Vox Populi, facing down rogue firemen and hijacked, grinding handymen. The mechanical slaughter subsides, leaving Elizabeth desperate to save the orphaned boy. Slipping through the ventilation shafts, she plunges shears deep into Fitzroy's back, cementing Booker's grim belief that the rebel is no better than Comstock. Though history paints Fitzroy as a ruthless monster, the bloody truth of her sacrifice remains buried in the shadows. Stepping over the rebel's corpse, Booker and Elizabeth finally reclaim the hijacked Zeppelin, their hands stained with fresh sin. Traumatized, Elizabeth sheds her blood-soaked innocence, donning Lady Comstock's gown and severing her hair. But salvation is fleeting. A golden statue chimes a haunting melody, summoning the monstrous Songbird to tear their Zeppelin from the sky. Dragged from the wreckage, Booker finds the Lutetzes plucking a piano, searching for Songbird's elusive tune. Handing over cryptic instructions, they reveal the beast can be leashed, pointing the battered duo toward the looming shadow of Comstock House. Port Prosperity bleeds into Emporia, Columbia's Gilded sanctuary now choking on a panicked exodus from the Vox Populi. Here, this world's Booker led a brutal slaughter, claiming the bloody scalps of founders like Marlowe. The grisly trophies include Fink, Flambeau, and Henry Saltonstall, a phantom figure absent from the city's streets but chronicled in a forgotten tabletop game detailing the endless bloody war between the founders and the Vox Populi. A major founder politician relegated to old archival footage and scattered whispers. Saltonstall shares his obscure fate with figures like H. Clark and Vanderwald, ghosts tethered only by their fading ties to Comstock's crumbling regime. Inside this blood-stained room, Booker acquires Charge, a volatile vigor fueling brutal, lightning-fast sky-hook strikes. Boarding a gondola to Emporia's heart, the weary duo spots the Lutetzes twins manifesting across passing billboards like phantoms. Blinking into existence across the sky, the twins are finally recognized by Elizabeth. Rosalind Lutetzes penned the very quantum mechanics text she once hurled at Booker, the brilliant mind who suspended this floating dystopia in the clouds. Though quantum particles built Columbia, Elizabeth cannot fathom the twins' current spectral nature. Carving a bloody path through the Vox to the main station elevator, they freeze as Songbird's haunting shriek echoes, the beast narrowly missing its prey. Desperate, Elizabeth begs Booker to kill her before letting that winged monstrosity drag her back. The descending elevator deposits them into downtown Emporia's financial heart, a banking district now violently overrun by the ruthless Vox Populi. Amidst the chaos, Booker unearths Return to Sender, a final vigor designed to swallow and spit back enemy lead. Their grim march toward Comstock's estate winds through a shattered market, passing the looted remains of Hudson's boutique. Untouched groceries stand locked against the riots, while the Lutetzes laboratory remains sealed shut. Nearby, a butcher sweeps her burning shop, her fractured mind trapped in a peaceful, parallel reality where the revolution never sparked. Harmony Lane's residential quiet and Emporia Tower's high-class commerce lie ruined, elevators dead and taverns gutted by the mob. This desolate avenue of shattered glass leads directly to the solemn, shadowed gates of Memorial Gardens. Here lie Columbia's elite, including Lady Comstock and the Lutetzes. Seeking the instrument to leash Songbird, Booker approaches Comstock's imposing estate, only to be barred by a cold, unyielding biometric lock, demanding Lady Comstock's handprint. The machine greets Elizabeth as her deceased mother but rejects her mismatched fingerprints. Suggesting a macabre grave robbery for Lady Comstock's hand, Elizabeth leads Booker past Albert Fink's Magical Melodies, where reality bleeds through the walls. A tear spills the vibrant, impossible pop of a 1983 anthem into the street. As the rift snaps shut, a phonograph spins Fink's stolen, melancholic piano rendition of a synth-pop hit from a future yet unwritten. Fink built an empire plagiarizing the unborn future. Inside the cemetery, Elizabeth tears open the lock to Lady Comstock's grand mausoleum, while Booker offers to sever the corpse's hand himself, sparing her the gruesome desecration. As he nears the glass coffin, a hidden siphon trap springs. Comstock's booming voice commands obedience just as the prophet's dead wife vanishes, erupting from her tomb as a shrieking, spectral siren born of fractured realities. Elizabeth realizes the siphon drained her own power to tear reality open. This shrieking phantom is no mere ghost, but a spectral manifestation of Lady Comstock created via Elizabeth's powers, and violently supercharged by her adopted daughter's resentment and fear. Harboring the same bitter hatred for her unnatural daughter, the Siren retaliates by resurrecting nearby dead soldiers to serve as her undead vanguard. Booker violently dismantles the spectral army, forcing the shrieking phantom into retreat. The Luteces materialize, casually shoveling dirt into their own empty graves. They explain the fractured Lady Comstock is hunting the truth of her murder, leaving a trail of temporal echoes across 3 distinct locations in the city. Inside the Lutece laboratory, a tear reveals the dead woman screaming accusations of Rosalind's maternity. The second echo haunts a downtown photography studio, where a rift replays a morbid conversation between the brilliant physicist and a mortuary photographer. The photographer mutters about the absurdity of showing a corpse its own picture. The final echo resonates inside a cold bank vault, capturing Comstock's lackey bribing Fink with stolen patents to orchestrate the Luteces' brutal assassination. Lady Comstock's phantom makes her final stand before the prophet's manor. Confronted by Elizabeth's tragic truth, that she shares no blood with Zachary or Annabelle, the restless spirit demands the girl's true lineage, shattering the estate's heavy gates. Booker throws the bridge lever, only to be violently hurled through glass by Songbird's crushing talons. Unconscious, he dreams of a new office door hiding a crying cradle, waking just as the mechanical beast moves for the kill. Elizabeth surrenders, begging the winged monstrosity to take her home. As Booker gives chase, a massive tear erupts across the bridge. The sky fractures, depositing him before Comstock House in a bitter, wintry 1984 snow. He has stumbled into a grim tomorrow, a timeline where his rescue failed. Her tormented voice bleeds through temporal fissures. Inside the foyer, a militant statue of Elizabeth grips a sword, her voice broadcasting cold, prophetic dogma. Her broadcast mirrors Comstock's zealous rhetoric. The adjacent ward resembles a lunatic asylum, populated by broken souls ravaged by the dimensional tears. Stripped of their sanity, these wandering husks wear the blank porcelain masks of Columbia's founders. The masked inmates wander blindly, monitored only by a warden in a grotesque helmet. He shrieks an alarm, inciting the madmen to attack. Beyond a fortified door, Elizabeth screams, but passage requires clearance from the floors above. Exploring the asylum's shadowed halls, Booker pieces together the grim mosaic of Elizabeth's captivity. The tragic truth crystallizes. When Songbird snatched her from the bridge in July 1912, Booker's desperate pursuit sends him tumbling into a temporal rift. Swallowed by the anomaly, the detective vanishes from her timeline for decades. With Monument Island reduced to rubble, the mechanical bird delivers its weeping cargo directly into the sterile, unforgiving belly of Comstock House. Audio logs and temporal echoes paint a harrowing picture of her confinement. The surviving Monument Island scientists merge with the Psychological Warfare Division, uniting their cruel intellects to dissect the rebel mind and break the girl's spirit. Comstock orders them to cure her illness, not her dimensional powers, but her stubborn, lingering hope that Booker DeWitt will return. Months of relentless torture, clinical experiments, and psychological conditioning follow in the dark. For 6 agonizing months, she fiercely resists the prophet's re-education, clinging to the fading promise of her rescuer, Frustrated by her unbreakable will, Doctors Harrison Powell and Pettifog escalate their sadistic, fruitless methods to break her mind. When the desperate doctors plot to stage her accidental death, Comstock demands a crueler approach. They surgically install a Pavlovian collar, violently shocking the girl whenever she summons a tear, slowly torturing her into absolute broken submission. Inheriting the prophet's throne, a shattered Elizabeth refuses to remove her torturous collar. Convinced that the human mind is inherently sinful, she lobotomizes her followers, her children, stripping away their free will to eradicate all vice. Viewing the human spirit as fundamentally corrupt, she engineers these porcelain-masked husks, reducing them to compliant imbeciles. To herd this lobotomized flock, she deploys blind, grotesque wardens, known only as the Boys of Silence. Raised from childhood for this singular, cruel purpose, these adult overseers wear sensory-amplifying brass helmets. Sweeping the darkness with a piercing spotlight, they command the masked inmates, likely channeling a fraction of Elizabeth's own fractured power. Once caught in their blinding beam, the mindless horde attacks. To forge such absolute obedience, Elizabeth floods her victims' minds with conflicting memories from countless alternate realities, a horrific application of Rosalind Lutechi's dimensional theories. Lutechi hypothesizes that just as inherited traits dilute across generations, the violent collision of multiple timelines erodes the fabric of reality itself. Flooded with alternate lives, the human mind shatters, stripped of its singular identity. Drowning in the memories of 1,000 different selves, the victim's unique identity dissolves into madness. This dimensional overexposure also explains Comstock's rapid, unnatural aging, his sudden sterility, and the cancerous rot eating his flesh. It even births the prophet's twisted dogma, a feverish cocktail of divine delusion and violent nationalism. When a boy of silence detects an intruder, he vanishes into a rift, pulling his masked flock into reality to attack. Freed from their stupor, the inmates beg for death. Nearby, a flickering projector illuminates a broken Elizabeth, bitterly condemning the man who abandoned her. Yet, she coldly thanks Booker for teaching her the ultimate lesson in betrayal. A weathered voice crackles through the voxophone, revealing an older Elizabeth burdened by the true price of hope. Realizing the horrors she has wrought, she devises a desperate plan to erase her sins, naming Booker DeWitt her first and last hope. Throwing a lever in the third-floor office, Booker unseals an armored vault where screams bleed from a tear. The Luteces materialize, whispering of time, before Elizabeth's silhouette emerges, confessing she has lost control of the madness. Stripped of her power, she can no longer leash Columbia's madmen. Dragged into 1984, Booker watches New York drown in fire as Comstock's airships fulfill his apocalyptic prophecy, the very doom the Luteces sought to prevent. Aged by 72 bitter years, Elizabeth summons Booker to deliver a desperate message to her past self. With the siphon destroyed, her limitless powers tear through time, revealing the crushing truth as she finally speaks to her real father. The withered woman hands over a cipher meant for her younger self in December 1912, a girl still locked away in the sterile dark, still clinging to the hope of rescue. The old woman hurls him back into the freezing December of 1912, where Booker materializes outside the operating theater. He carves a bloody path inside, killing the siphon's generator while oblivious scientists debate sedating Elizabeth, plunging the sterile lab into a raging tornado that swallows the screaming scientist before the tear snaps shut. As Comstock slips into the shadows, Booker hands Elizabeth the cipher, a cryptic key to stopping Songbird, its final word obscured by the crude drawing of a cage. Before deciphering the riddle, Elizabeth demands Comstock's blood. A fiercely protective Booker vows to pull the trigger himself as they step outside, watching the prophet's massive airship retreat into the clouds. Comstock hurls pods of motorized patriots to stall their advance, but Booker hijacks a gunboat, giving chase. Caught in a brutal crossfire, he must slaughter both Comstock's loyalists and the rabid vox populi swarming the skies. The Vox Populi have commandeered Columbia's fleet, turning the heavens into a war zone. Boarding the hand of the prophet, Comstock's voice echoes, warning Elizabeth that Booker DeWitt hides a darkness far blacker than his own. With the ship's stairwell sealed, Booker grinds along the perilous skylines, dodging Patriot fire to breach the upper decks. They carve a path to the captain's quarters, a twisted, opulent shrine dedicated to Comstock's own vanity. A miniature monument stands near metal frescoes that prophesize their bloody journey. Elizabeth steps into the inner sanctum first, finding a sickeningly serene Comstock waiting in the shadows. Booker follows, his grip tightening as the prophet speaks. Comstock taunts Booker to confess the truth about the severed finger. Blinded by a rage he cannot explain, Booker drowns the prophet in a baptismal basin. As blood drips from DeWitt's nose, Elizabeth realizes the siphon must fall. Booker steers the massive Zeppelin toward Monument Island just as the Vox Populi swarm the decks. Realizing the cage cipher represents musical notes, Elizabeth retrieves a golden whistle, summoning the monstrous Songbird to slaughter the boarding rebels. As the airship reaches Monument Island, Elizabeth commands Booker to unleash Songbird upon the tower. The structure crumbles, shattering the siphon's invisible chains. Bathed in blinding light, Elizabeth instantly teleports them, and the beast, to the crushing depths. Crushed by the ocean's merciless pressure, Songbird drowns outside a glass tomb, while a little sister weeps over her fallen Big Daddy in a parallel rapture, untouched by its impending doom. In this very hall, Jack will soon taste the lightning of the electrobolt plasmid, though contradictions whisper that this rapture might be a twisted reflection, as an awakened Elizabeth finally unveils the truth to Booker. Spared from Andrew Ryan's lethal security, they ride a bathysphere to the surface, stepping through a door into a boundless sea of lighthouses, where Elizabeth reveals the grim architecture of reality, constants, and variables. The lighthouse stands as a cosmic constant, anchoring infinite worlds where countless Elizabeths tell broken Bookers that their desperate choices were mere variables, all bleeding into this single, inescapable convergence of time and space. Only the Bookers who survived to shatter Elizabeth's restraints reach this nexus, a revelation that redefines his endless resurrections not through the cold machinery of Vita chambers, but through the shifting variables of fractured timelines. Each fatal failure sends Booker stumbling from his dusty office in a fleeting vision, a fractured memory that proves every death merely birthed another timeline where the detective stubbornly clawed his way back to life. Elizabeth pieces together the shattered glass of his past, the baptismal split, Anna's birth, the sordid deal with Robert Lutece, forcing Booker to realize the only way to truly erase Comstock from existence. To murder Comstock, Booker must drown his own rebirth, a tragic sacrifice demanded by a cold, alternate Elizabeth wearing a cage pendant, torn between cosmic vengeance and her lingering affection for her only friend. Identified by her pendant, our Elizabeth hesitates at the lighthouse door, reluctant to let her protector walk into the baptismal waters where he finally grasps the exact, damning moment Comstock was truly born. Strangers wearing the faces of his daughter surround him in the murky river, drowning the detective to abort Comstock's birth before fading into the void, erased from a reality where Anna was never conceived. This watery execution breeds a maddening paradox. If both men died before the universe splintered, the nightmare of Columbia could never unfold. Yet the ghosts of the last descent prove Comstock's shadow still lingers. Chasing the phantom logic of this paradox through whispered theories and buried accounts yields nothing but dead ends, exposing the hollow core beneath the grand, cinematic illusion of Columbia's final revelation. A man drowns, so the prophet can never rise. Leaving the drowned behind, the erased timeline shifts its course toward a final revelation where the bloody sins of Columbia never stained the sky. October 1893. The detective stands in his sunlit office, the sinister broker absent, as a sweet lullaby draws him toward a crib in a timeline where the baptismal waters never claimed his soul. Fleeing his guilt, an alternate Comstock relocates to Rapture, a quiet descent out of the sky and into the black water, where the ocean closes over him. Before that exile, at the river, Booker's final sight was the prime Elizabeth, marked by her bird pendant, standing at the threshold. While the drowning erased her echoes, she survived, slipping into the shadows to finally taste the stolen freedom of Paris. The years harden her into a mature, calculating woman. Discovering a lone surviving Comstock, she embraces the cold logic of vengeance, hunting down the very man who once tried to purchase little Anna. In his fractured reality, the closing tear didn't just take the child's finger, it severed her head. Haunted by the slaughter, Comstock brands his own flesh with Anna's name, letting guilt fester until he finally breaks. Begging the Luteces for an exit, the broken prophet is exiled to Rapture in 1949, a sunken haven for men fleeing their ghosts. Stripped of his bloody memories, he adopts the hollow skin of Booker DeWitt once more. He shaves the prophet's beard and hangs a shingle for a cheap detective agency. Yet the past refuses to stay buried. Jagged flashbacks drive him straight back into the waiting arms of cheap whiskey and bad bets. By late 1958, Andrew Ryan seizes Fontaine's empire, believing his rival dead. The Little Sister orphanages shutter their doors, casting helpless children out into the unforgiving, neon-lit gutters of the sunken city. Amidst the urban decay, Booker stumbles upon a shivering orphan named Sally. But compassion is short-lived. Ryan soon resurrects Fontaine's grim machinery, opening the Little Wonders facility and snatching up girls from the shadows. Sander Cohen's audio diaries hint at his own twisted hand in this child-harvesting racket. Tragedy strikes when Booker drags Sally into a crowded casino, only to lose the girl to the city's hungry maw. Whispers suggest Elizabeth herself orchestrated Sally's disappearance. Desperate, Booker tears the city apart, even strapping Yi Su-chung to a chair for 15 grueling hours of interrogation, extracting nothing but silence. The brutal questioning ends when Police Chief Sullivan claims the girl's corpse washed up in the docks. A loyal dog to Andrew Ryan, Sullivan spins this dark lie just to call off the desperate detective's hunt. Right on cue, Elizabeth descends into Rapture. Tearing a hole in reality near the Silver Fin restaurant, she sets off a catastrophic chain reaction, bleeding alternate universes into the ocean's depth. The same dimensional fractures that plagued Columbia now infect Rapture. The Silver Fin's owner, Morris Lauderman, frantically reports a mysterious woman materializing from thin air, clad in an old blue dress. Haunted by visions of a floating city, the restaurateur loses his business to Ryan's greed. The space becomes Su-chung's laboratory to study the tears, just as Jeremiah Fink reaches across realities to steal the plasmid formula. Retaliating, Su-chung steals the oxidizer concept from Columbia's Vigors, pitching drinkable plasmids to Ryan. Soon, Old Man Winter hits the shelves as a liquid draft, alongside fresh genetic nightmares like the voyeuristic Peeping Tom. Plasmids grant the power to peer through walls or absorb enemy fire. Yet parallel scientists struggle with the cruel science of imprinting, until Fink successfully binds young Elizabeth to the monstrous Songbird. Severing ties with Su-chung, Fink leaves the Doctor struggling to bond big daddies and little sisters, while Elizabeth quietly studies Andrew Ryan's philosophy and bathysphere schematics, stealing a sharp suit to blend into Rapture's shadows. Leaving her vintage dress on a lifeless mannequin, she infiltrates Sander Cohen's inner circle, crooning a haunting melody to become his newest musical muse before the inevitable betrayal mirrors Anna Culpepper's tragic fall. Beneath the glamorous facade, Elizabeth unearths Cohen's vile child trafficking ring, using little Sally's tragic disappearance as the perfect bloody bait to finally corner the man calling himself Booker DeWitt. On the bitter eve of 1959, just before Atlas drowns the city in Revolution, a vengeful Elizabeth steps into Booker DeWitt's smoky detective agency, knowing the reluctant investigator cannot refuse her grim proposition. Sliding a photograph of Sally across the desk with a promise that missing doesn't mean dead, she secures his services for free, leading the weary detective out into Rapture's deceptively pristine corridors. Oblivious citizens murmur about the nationalization of Fontaine Futuristic and Frank Fontaine's supposed death, whispering rumors of smugglers violently corralled inside a massive department store slated for a watery grave. Sunk deep into the crushing abyss and ringed by lethal mines, the isolated prison cuts the rebels off from civilization. while a suspicious Booker casts wary glances at his secretive new client. Shrouded in lies, Elizabeth feigns ignorance of the macabre little sisters roaming the halls, dodging the detective's relentless questions by fabricating a convenient cover story to mask her true, bloody motives. Claiming to be a simple debt collector, she turns the interrogation on Booker, whose fragmented memories of arriving in Rapture trigger violent nosebleeds and blinding flashes of a life he never lived. Suffering the agonizing symptoms of fractured memories, the detective follows her through Market Street's deceptive calm, riding an elevator past pneumatic tubes and orphanages toward the opulent boutiques of High Street. A teleporting waiter seamlessly serves the elite without a trace of gruesome mutation. A fleeting golden age before Augustus Sinclair's insidious programs drowned the city's desperate poor in crippling Adam addiction. Whispers of alternate realities linger in the glowing screens of modern viewing booths, replacing Columbia's silent kinetoscopes with slick, voice-narrated propaganda that subtly brainwashes Rapture's oblivious citizens. Ignoring the flickering propaganda, the duo hunts for a golden mask to infiltrate Sander Cohen's exclusive, depraved gala, relying on Elizabeth's dangerous charm to distract the oblivious shopkeepers. While she weaves a web of charming lies, Booker ransacks a glittering jewelry store and a silent art gallery, finally unearthing the grotesque mask needed to breach the artist's sanctum. Crediting her deceptive talents to a father of many faces, she glides barefaced into the decadent gala as a former protégé, while Rapture's elite hide their sins behind gilded, grinning masks. Concealed behind porcelain visages to mask their complicity in unspeakable vices, the wealthy patrons watch in silent apathy as two desperate souls dance on a pedestal, suspended cruelly from the ceiling. Disgusted by the agonizing performance, a deranged Sander Cohen orders his lackey to electrocute the suspended dancers, his artistic madness violently amplified by a growing, insatiable thirst for Adam. Peering through the detective's fractured facade, the mad artist prophesies Booker's doom at Elizabeth's hands, demanding a macabre dance before ruthlessly electrocuting the pair in a twisted exchange for the truth. Awakening in a descending bathysphere, the battered detective learns that little Sally has been condemned to Fontaine's sunken department store, transformed into a monstrous little sister to harvest Adam for Andrew Ryan. Resembling the familiar Rapture, this rapidly decaying department store has long been severed from the city, its shelves still haunted by Fontaine Futuristics' once marvelous color televisions and vacuum cleaners. Though cutting edge for their era, these ruins are bound by pneumatic transit lines traversed via air grabbers, a strange anomaly Elizabeth coldly dismisses as just another variable of uncertain origin. Frank Fontaine likely plucked this atypical transit concept straight from the tiers, alongside the radar range, a so-called oven of the future designed to flash cook meals in mere seconds. Whether by oversight or cruel design, the radar range violently detonates flesh, a fitting weapon against the store's first splicers, who mutated after guzzling drinkable plasmids right before the lockdown. Driven mad by liquid plasmids, these early splicers lack the grotesque deformities of later decades, stalking the flooded, crushed corridors where Booker must scavenge shock jockey to force open the sealed doors. Miraculously preserved in Fontaine's remodeled showroom, the lightning plasmid sits near empty shelves of Fink's stolen genius, while Old Man Winter awaits in a promotional village flash frozen by a chilling new breed of splicer. These crystalline frost splicers, born from discarded designs of a different world, have drained the display dry, forcing Elizabeth to tear open the fabric of reality just to retrieve a single frozen bottle. Plucking the plasmid from a parallel universe, Elizabeth deflects Booker's suspicions by claiming it is merely a rare genetic tonic, before ripping space to summon a spectral samurai of unknown, mechanical origin. This bizarre mechanical warrior proves the multiverse harbors endless violent absurdities, though one cannot help but wonder why a woman who commands reality itself refuses to simply conjure a more practical escape route. Unbound by the siphon that once chained her in Columbia, Elizabeth could easily manifest a bridge to safety, yet she chooses to drag Booker through the flooded, blood-soaked labyrinth of this sunken tomb. Abandoning the futile task of rationalizing these cosmic contradictions, Booker presses on, scavenging familiar Colombian gear that now masquerades as Rapture's genetic tonics in the damp shadows of the ruined store. Armed with the necessary plasmids, the detective forces his way to the department store's flooded transit hub, where a rusted bathysphere clings to a pneumatic rail like a mechanical parasite. Riding the submerged rail to housewares, Booker immediately spots the missing orphan Sander Cohen condemned to this watery grave. But the terrified child vanishes into the dark labyrinth of a ventilation shaft. Prying a crumpled schematic from a slaughtered splicer, Elizabeth maps out 7 interconnected vents snaking through the decaying remnants of electronics: warranty, the bookstore, the cafe, and the grand display room. By sealing every grate and cranking the furnace heat, they can flush the girl toward a single exit in the toy department, though desperate splicers already prowl the electronics aisle, hunting the same prey. Starved for Adam in this quarantine tomb, the addicts will do anything to extract it, while nearby bookshelves mock Andrew Ryan's philosophy with parasite literature and Frank Fontaine's own arrogant manifesto. After securing the deadly radar range from a locked cafe freezer, Booker discovers the addicts have barricaded themselves against whatever lurks inside the toy department, leaving the only access door bolted from within. Boosting Elizabeth into a narrow vent to bypass the lock, the detective witnesses a subtle, chilling anomaly. The woman who crawls into the dark wears her signature pendant, but the one who emerges does not. Though this vanishing trinket sparked endless whispers of alternate timelines and swapped identities, the truth remains far simpler. She is the exact same Elizabeth that Booker DeWitt once pulled from a falling tower. Breaching the toy department, a hesitant Booker lets Elizabeth coldly crank the thermostat. But as he reaches into the scorching vent to pull Sally free, a monstrous Big Daddy erupts from the shadows to protect his little sister. The hulking Big Daddy surfaces, but Booker seemingly bests the brute, reaching for Sally once more before a violent flashback strikes. A vision of his past life as Comstock, witnessing Anna's decapitation alongside the Lutzers and a young Elizabeth, devoid of her pendant, begging Comstock to spare the child. A distorted memory warped by the real Elizabeth standing beside him in the present, just as the Lutzers materialize to explain how this broken man fled to Rapture. The broken man remembers his sins and begs forgiveness, but Elizabeth offers only cold silence, locking eyes with Comstock as the resurrected Big Daddy's drill pierces his spine. A brutal end that fades into an impossibly pristine Paris. This exaggerated dreamscape paints Elizabeth's desperate fantasy of a carefree Parisian life, an illusion that shatters when little Sally chases a lost balloon, prompting a frantic pursuit as the idyllic streets warp into dark omens of the future. The sky bruises, and flying playing cards, including an ace bearing the Rapture Lighthouse, flutter past a grim advertisement for transorbital lobotomies, leading her to DeWitt's office door, where a screaming Sally burns inside the roasting thermostat. Weeping apologies for abandoning the child, Elizabeth jolts awake beside the gray-haired corpse of Comstock, only to find Atlas's ruthless thugs dragging the little girl away into the shadows while preparing to execute the stranded woman. The revolutionary kingpin orders her swift demise, but a phantom Booker DeWitt whispers salvation in her ear, prompting her to bluff Atlas with promises of raising his sunken department store back to Rapture using Suchong's secrets. Buying a fragile 24-hour truce and a radio, Atlas guarantees Sally's safety, leaving Elizabeth to untangle her fractured memories alongside the ghostly voice of Booker, echoing in her skull as she begins to justify her sins. Confronted by the phantom interrogator echoing in her mind, the fallen savior wrestles with the crushing weight of her own choices in the dark. She desperately rationalizes her cruelty through the collective agony of her infinite selves, driven by a blinding thirst for vengeance that dragged her back to slaughter the final Comstock, seeking answers for why she can no longer see the doors between worlds. Elizabeth stumbles upon her own rotting corpse, triggering a submerged memory of a boat ride with the Lutex twins, where the grim truth of her mortality is finally laid bare. Drifting on those dark waters, Rosalind concedes to her brother that the universe can indeed be altered, comparing this cosmic shift to Newton's apple, forever destined to plummet toward the same unforgiving ground. The bruised fruit inevitably shatters upon impact, a grim metaphor for the inescapable death awaiting every soul, underscoring a selfish, fatalistic choice Elizabeth made that mirrors the darkest impulses of her father. Consumed by guilt for abandoning little Sally to the abyss, she ignores Robert's cryptic warnings about returning to a reality where she already perished, a universe bound by strict rules even for a god. The omniscient twins decree that stepping back into a world where her blood was spilled strips away her omniscience, slamming shut the infinite doors and reducing her to a fragile, amnesiac mortal bound by time. Collapsing her quantum superposition to re-enter a timeline that holds her corpse demands the ultimate sacrifice, a tragic bargain Rosalind once refused, but one Elizabeth embraces because the crushing guilt of her sins demands atonement. Trading her godhood for the damp rot of Rapture, she realizes her blinding obsession with punishing Comstock doomed an innocent child he actually tried to save, forcing her to carry this unbearable, bloody cross alone. Stripped of her powers and her severed pinky restored, the fallen savior wanders the sunken city with a fractured mind, unable to recall why she traded a Parisian dream for this suicidal, heroic descent. But the phantom Booker echoing in her skull acts as a tether to her lost omniscience, dredging up the perfect lies for Atlas from the buried ashes of a mind that once witnessed every conceivable universe. Before surrendering her godhood, she foresaw her own tragic finale, leaving breadcrumbs like the lobotomy sign to guide her mortal shell, relying on buried memories and book-learned survival to navigate the watery hell of Rapture. Stripped of her father's brute combat experience but intimately acquainted with murder, Elizabeth must now survive Rapture through shadows and silence, slipping into the cold iron veins of a ventilation shaft. The duck spits her into Ryan the Lion Preparatory Academy, a twisted kindergarten inside Fontaine's department store, where Andrew Ryan's ruthless natural selection replaces childhood innocence, pinning only the strongest orphans to a gilded wall of fame. Weakness here earns swift punishment from teachers armed with hypnotic plasmids and tranquilizer crossbows, a weapon Elizabeth claims for herself before wandering the neon-lit storefronts, haunted by fragmented memories of her own arrival in Rapture. She recalls the Silverfin restaurant, now Yi Suchong's makeshift laboratory within Bathysphere's Deluxe, a showroom where Fontaine's early, defective submersibles once suffocated their wealthy buyers in airtight steel tombs, bereft of carbon scrubbers. Rather than recall the deadly machines, Fontaine peddled them as discounted classics, leaving sleek, unreleased models like the Stingray to gather dust as showroom ghosts, relics whose mechanical guts will soon prove vital. With the sunken department store now a prison crawling with Atlas's thugs and feral splicers, only the heavily fortified restaurant remains untouched, its sealed doors bypassed as Elizabeth slips through the grating to uncover its secret. Inside sits a vandalized Lutezi device. Guided by the phantom voice of Booker DeWitt, Elizabeth pierces the fog of her own memories, realizing a Lutezi particle can levitate this sunken prison back to Rapture for Atlas. To repair the quantum machine and breach Columbia, she decodes Suchong's encrypted journal using a periodic table, peeling back the Visionaire cipher to reveal a desperate scavenger hunt for 3 missing mechanical components. The shopping list is precise: a cold cathode tube easily plucked from a nearby vending machine, a heatsink, and a carbon dioxide scrubber buried deep within the guts of Fontaine's unreleased bathyspheres. Knowing the submersibles are rigged with lethal anti-tampering measures, she prepares to extract the prize, only to find the paranoid Dr. Yi Suchong blocking her exit, a leveled gun promising death for her trespassing. She bargains for her life with a promise to repair his quantum device. Trapped by Atlas's thugs, Suchong concedes, leaving Elizabeth to navigate the bathysphere workshop, while Bridget Tenenbaum remains hidden in the shadows with her little sisters. Tearing the scrubber from a bathysphere, she uncovers a stash of the Old Man Winter plasmid, a cynical corporate band-aid meant to cool the burning batteries of defective subs, rather than issue a costly recall. Amidst the wreckage, she unearths the bloody blueprints of Atlas's rebellion. Discarding dates like Rapture's anniversary, or Valentine's in Arcadia, the insurgents have circled New Year's Eve at the Kashmir restaurant as the perfect slaughter. A bound spy clutching an audio diary reveals Andrew Ryan's security forces are mobilizing. Atlas's men fortified the Manta Ray Lounge for a siege, but Elizabeth finds the bar already drowning in blood, overrun by resource-starved splicers. Breaching Atlas's secret office, she uncovers the ultimate grift. The revolutionary is Frank Fontaine in disguise. With the final component secured, Elizabeth repairs the Lutetia device and tears a jagged hole into the sunlit skies of Columbia. Stepping into the First Lady airship, she secures the quantum particle, but Suchong seals the tear behind her. Desperate to solve his failed imprinting experiments, the Mad Doctor demands a lock of her hair as ransom. Suchong believes Jeremiah Fink hid the imprinting secret within her DNA, blind to the woman she has become. As Elizabeth remains ignorant of her tragic bond with Songbird, the Vox Populi rebellion sets Columbia ablaze. Crawling through the airship's vents, Elizabeth spies the Lutesses cornering Daisy Fitzroy. The Quantum Twins orchestrated this bloody revolution, but now demand Fitzroy's life as a sacrificial pawn to ensure Zachary Hale Comstock's ultimate demise. To prevent a future apocalypse, the twins order Fitzroy to threaten Fink's child, forcing a younger Elizabeth to commit her first murder. It is a cruel, calculated loss of innocence designed to forge a savior. Stripped of her ruthless facade, Fitzroy embraces her martyrdom for the working class. Listening to the cold logic of the Lutesses, she accepts that her own violent death is the bloody toll required for the Vox Populi's victory. Elizabeth breaches Fink's grand clockwork, a manual mechanism dictating the grueling schedules of both his laborers and himself, its brass hands ruthlessly unlocking his private bedroom, prayer chamber, and sprawling workspace. The clockwork grants passage to Fink's brutal research labs, a slaughterhouse of mechanical experiments on handymen and firemen, where an early Boys of Silence helmet gathers dust before Elizabeth breaches a long quarantine facility. This forsaken tomb reveals the dark collaboration between Fink and Suchong on imprinting, abandoned the moment Songbird was bound to Elizabeth, leaving behind only rotting animal corpses and endless obsessive research logs. Unearthing the grim truth of Songbird's genesis, Elizabeth regrets the fateful day she saved the beast, securing the requested hair sample for Suchong before the pneumatic tube swallows it and the lights violently die. The darkness gives way to Andrew Ryan's flickering visage, offering a bloody ultimatum: serve Rapture or die, prompting Elizabeth to arm herself as Ryan's brutal invasion of Fontaine's department store erupts into all-out war. Amidst the crossfire, Atlas radios through the static, claiming his reclaimed office holds the department store's load-bearing pillars, the exact structural heart where Elizabeth must plant the Lutetia particle to raise the sunken prison. Ignoring Ryan's grim prophecy of betrayal, Elizabeth plants the Lutetia device, feeling the massive structure groan upward before Atlas's thugs ambush her, a suffocating rag of chloroform proving the revolutionary never intended to honor their deal. Drifting into consciousness on the eve of the bloody Kashmir restaurant raid, Elizabeth faces a brutal interrogation over Suchong's elusive ace in the hole, a forgotten secret punished with a burning injection of sodium thiopental. An overdose of the truth serum plunges Elizabeth into a hallucinatory abyss, her fractured reflection in the mirror shifting and warping as she confronts the grim, underlying purpose of her fatal return to Rapture. Through the narcotic haze, her ultimate mission crystallizes with agonizing clarity. She has returned to this drowned city to shatter the vicious, unending cycle of exploiting innocent children for corporate greed. Distant radio static bleeds news of the Kashmir massacre and Rapture's erupting civil war, greeting Elizabeth as she finally wakes from a 2-week coma, a casualty of the interrogator's heavy-handed chemical cocktail. Threatening a crude transorbital lobotomy learned from Steinman, Atlas scowls as Elizabeth laughs at the prospect of a vegetative silence, forcing the desperate revolutionary to drag little Sally into the room as bloody leverage. Guided by Booker's phantom voice urging her to remember the future, Elizabeth locates the elusive ace in Suchong's Artemis Suites clinic, uncovering audio logs where the frustrated doctor admits genetic imprinting is a total failure. Past an early Vita chamber prototype, a wounded Big Daddy bleeds in the sterile corridor, surrounded by fearful little sisters bound only by chemical pheromones, lacking the true emotional tether Suchong so desperately sought. Deciphering Suchong's frantic notes, Elizabeth gently coaxes the terrified little sisters into offering their life-saving Adam to the dying behemoth, her quiet act of compassion inadvertently forging the very first successful imprinting bond. As the revived Big Daddy lumbers forward to clear the path, The stage is set for a gruesome piece of Rapture history, echoing the fateful audio diary where an impatient Suchong records his final, fatal observation. Annoyed by the chanting little sisters, Suchong strikes a child, instantly summoning the protective wrath of the newly bonded Big Daddy, who ruthlessly impales the Doctor as Elizabeth discovers the coveted ace in the hole. The blood-spattered document reveals a coded trigger phrase, hidden among chilling records of accelerated aging and desperate pleas from Bridget Tenenbaum to cease the horrific torment of the children. Clutching the fatal secret, Elizabeth confronts Atlas and his tiny hostage, mocking the arrogant revolutionary as she realizes her impending murder was meticulously orchestrated by her omniscient self to ensure her death would carry profound meaning. Peering into the inevitable future, she surrenders the phrase, "Would you kindly?" setting the stage for a fiery plane crash and a man named Jack who will finally liberate the little sisters, before Atlas delivers her fatal blow. The wheel turns back to where it began. There is always a lighthouse, there is always a man, there is always a city. The doors open in every direction, and every one of them leads back down to the same drowned truth.